Namaskar, Shuprabhat, good morning. Distinguished dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen. आनो भद्रः कृत्वो यन्तु विश्वतः अर्थात चहुं ओर से कल्याणकारी विचार हमें प्राप्त हों. Meaning, let the noble thoughts come to us from all directions. ऋग्वेद के इस मंत्र से सर्वमंगल की कामना करते हुए आज के हमारे सम्मेलन का उद्घाटन सत्र को आगे बढ़ाती हूँ. आज के सम्मेलन का संयोजन किया है मेटालॉजिक प्रोजेक्ट्स मैनेजमेंट सर्विसेज प्राइवेट लिमिटेड ने. Ladies and gentlemen, Metalogic PMS is a startup launched in 2017 with a mission to provide metalogic or decision-making logical support to the Indian and international steel and mining industry. This January 2022, it also celebrated its 5 years dominating and enriching the industry. Ladies and gentlemen, you can subscribe to mymetalogic.com at just ₹500 per month. You can also subscribe to our official YouTube channel, youtube.com/metalogicpms. Right now, this conference is going live on our YouTube channel at Metalogic PMS. We will now have a look at our new corporate video. हमें गर्व है बताते हुए कि मेटालॉजिक ने आप सभी के प्रोत्साहन, आशीर्वाद और सहयोग से 5 साल तय किए हैं. देवियों और सज्जनों, ये हमारा परम सौभाग्य है कि आज हमारे इस सम्मेलन में हमारे माननीय अतिथि के रूप में हमारे समक्ष हैं माननीय राज्य मंत्री इस्पात मंत्रालय भारत सरकार श्री फग्गन सिंह कुलस्ते. We are also very honored to have the eminent presence of Mr. V.R. Sharma, Managing Director, Jindal Steel and Power Limited. We also have the honorable presence of Mr. D.B. Sundara Ramam, Vice President, Raw Material Tata Steel Limited. We also have amongst us Mr. Sujal Shah, CEO, Sesa Goa Vedanta, and also Mr. Atul Bhatt, CMD, Vizag Steel Plant. May I request all our dignitaries to kindly join us on the dais for the lamp lighting ceremony. Ladies and gentlemen, we would have our auspicious lamp lighting ceremony now.
गणनायकाय गणदैवताय गणाध्यक्षाय धीमहि गुणशरीराय गुणमण्डिताय गुणेशानाय धीमहि गुणातीताय गुणाधीशाय गुणप्रविष्टाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि गानचतुराय गानप्राणाय गानान्तरात्मने गानोत्सुकाय गानमत्ताय गानोत्सुकमनसे गुरुपूजिताय गुरुदैवताय गुरुकुलस्थायिने गुरुविक्रमाय गुह्यप्रवराय गुरवे गुणगुरवे गुरुदैत्यकलक्षेत्रे गुरुधर्मसताराध्याय गुरुपुत्रपरित्रात्रे।
प्रभु गणेश का आह्वान करते हुए अपने कार्यक्रम की सफलता की कामना करते हुए हम आगे बढ़ते हैं. We would like to extend our warm welcome to our dignitaries on the dais by presenting them with a bouquet. I would request Ms. Monica Bachchan to kindly welcome and present a bouquet to our Honorable Chief Guest, Shri Phaggan Singh Kulaste, Minister of State, Ministry of Steel, Government of India. A very warm welcome to you, sir. May I also request Ms. Bachchan to kindly present a bouquet and welcome Mr. B.R. Sharma. He would be joining us very shortly. Mr. D.B. Sundara Ramam, Vice President, Raw Material Tata Steel Limited. A very warm welcome to you, Mr. Ramam. Also, Mr. Sujal Shah, CEO, Sesa Goa Vedanta. A very warm welcome to you, Mr. Shah. A very warm welcome also to Mr. Atul Bhatt, CMD Vizag Steel Limited. He'll also be joining us very shortly. Thank you, Ms. Monica Bachchan. Ladies and gentlemen, as we all know, during the last 2 years, the met coke industries of the world have witnessed the unprecedented situation caused by first the pandemic, followed by a very complex geopolitical global scenario due to the war in Ukraine. And yet the Indian coke making industry has demonstrated robust confidence by registering growth in spite of extremely volatile imported coking coal price and freight logistics. The leadership has shown immense courage to look for alternate sourcing of imported coking coal and in-house R&D initiative to make the best quality of coke, satisfying the iron makers at the blast furnace. There are challenges, not limited to sourcing, logistics, prices and forex volatility, technologies, energy efficiency, skill development, safety and environment, but another unpredictable setback like premature failure of the battery. And the industry must prepare strategies towards enhancing the service life of the coke oven plant. It has led into a very complex scenario, and there cannot be any other place to discuss these issues other than India. And there can be no other organization better than Metalogic to organize this conference where the experts from all the fields will share their experience, knowledge, and areas of concern through this new the new roadmap will emerge today. Ladies and gentlemen, a warm welcome to all of you once again to the conference on metallurgical coal, coke and blast furnace, organized by Metalogic PMS, supported by Ministry of Coal, Government of India, Ministry of Steel, Government of India, initiatives Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav and Ispati Irada. Without further ado, I will take the inaugural session forward and invite the lady, the force, the energy, the fuel and the fire behind today's conference, entrepreneur and founder, Metalogic PMS, Ms. Monica Bachchan, for welcome address. Mr. Atul Bhatt has just joined us. I would request Ms. Monica Bachchan to kindly welcome him with a bouquet. A very warm welcome to you, Mr. Bhatt. And with this, I would invite Ms. Monica Bachchan for the welcome address.
Thank you, Saroj. Shri Fagan Singh Kulaste, Mr. Atul Bhatt, Mr. V.R. Sharma, Mr. D.B. Sundararaman, Mr. Sujal Shah. Ladies and gentlemen, namaskar and good morning. Today is the golden moment for the Indian steel and coal industry, as our podium is having a presence of our important Union Minister, Shri Fagan Singh Kulaste. Please give him a big round of applause, Mantri ji ke liye. And the CEOs and the galaxy of stars, which is you. Who and whos of the policy makers, industry experts, quality houses, repair technologists, mining and design institutes, project managers, procurement and logistic experts, repair technologists, environmentalists, thinkers, authors, and veterans, all have descended in this conference hall to deliberate some of very relevant issues in iron and steel industry. This is perhaps being held for the first time in the world. The question is, why in India? And I have no hesitation to say, why not in India? आप लोगों से एक सवाल करना चाहती हूँ. From last almost 4 or 5 years, हम लोग ये सुन रहे हैं climate change, which is, of course, it is a true fact, the kind of things going around. But क्या हम mining बंद कर सकते हैं? Of course नहीं कर सकते. If we stop mining, then what will happen? No electricity. Electricity कैसे आ रहा है हमारा? Sir, आप बताइए, electricity, Tarun sir? How are we getting electricity? Coal. India is dominant. We have the huge reserves. And abhi we understand what is happening in European countries. Being a nuclear and gas-based economy, they are back to coal-fired plants. It's a fact. It's a truth. So what do we learn? Coal is going to stay. It is going to stay. But the important question is, इसका utilization किस तरीके से करना है, हमको वो सोचना है. The technology, हमको technology पे काम करना है. Because it is going to stay for next 20, 30 years, I can write it on white paper. We cannot survive without coal. China ने भी try किया, 4 दिन उनका blackout हो गया. No electricity, nothing working. India में last month हमने देखा बहुत बिजली गया है. Because of coal shortage. It's a truth. Lot of issues. But the point is, if we cannot stop mining, if we need coal, the correct utilization of coal is highly important. And on that we have to work on it. India ranks second in steel making, coal production and metallurgical coke making in the world. And both the USA and Europe are far behind us. Hence the deliberate here in India, the right place. India is the right place. We are the growing economy. We are the second largest steel maker in the world. सारा buyer segment यहाँ बैठा है. Why to go out? Let people come here. Right, Mr. Tarun? So let us invite global players here. About the time of holding the conference, as you may be aware, that the world has witnessed an unprecedented situation of pandemic, followed by geopolitical tensions in Ukraine, which resulted in an unimaginable stiff rise in price of coking coal and ocean freight. We at Metalogic have been keenly watching these developments and on our part held couple of webinars. In the last 2.5 years, we have done 47 webinars जो 25,000 लोगों ने देखे हैं all over the world, out of which 5,000 were students. We invited the colleges and universities. So you can imagine. And on our part, we held a couple of webinars and took the responsibility of publishing a relevant book, Metallurgical Coke Making in India, 2021. Written by Mr. Tarun Chatterjee. That is the reason why I'm taking his name again and again. Because he has written that, Granth of Coal. So we launched this book on 20th of October last year. And Ruchika Govind ma'am ne usko launch kiya. Things are opening up as of now, and we decided to hold the important conference in just 6 weeks of time, for which our entire team has been working for practically 24 hours. We are honored that we are having some veterans from the industry who are the guiding forces to the industry, and it is our duty to honor them. I hope this conference will generate fresh ideas to overcome the difficulties being faced by our industry. With the support of government, the policy makers and thinkers, as we strongly believe that the challenges can be met by own experts and not by aliens or third nations. So let us develop our own R&D. This conference is just the first step towards a long journey. We in Metalogic have the ambitious plan to reach out to the people of the working levels by organizing workshops, technical sessions, and create a proper knowledge sharing platform. And through this, new ideas will be generated, which will be converted to a business plan aiming towards world benchmarks in all fronts, a vision which our Prime Minister believes in. It is we, the people of India, who can only address our own problem, because हर किसी को पता है उसके घर में क्या problem है, और हम ही उसका solution ढूंढ सकते हैं. What got you here won't get you there. This is the book written by Mr. Marshall Goldsmith. Coal sector needs a different pathway. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Monica, and very rightly said, we can't stop mining. Given this situation, current situation in European Union, where from being a superpower, nuclear power, they have come back to coal after the situation in Ukraine. कहते हैं ऊर्जा का मुख्य स्रोत काला हीरा, ईंधन का मूल साधन काला सोना. चाहे काला हीरा कहें या फिर काला सोना, कोयले का महत्व इस बात से लगाया जा सकता है कि विश्व में चाहे वो इतिहास हो, वर्तमान हो या फिर भविष्य, औद्योगिक प्रगति का आधार कोयला ही रहा है. राष्ट्र प्रभुता एवं जन कल्याण दोनों के लिए कोयला अहम है, और अहम है आज का हमारा ये सम्मेलन. With these thoughts, now I would invite CMD, Rashtriya Ispat Nigam Limited, Vizag Steel Plant, Mr. Atul Bhatt, for his keynote address, please.
Honorable Minister of State for Steel, Shri Fagan Singh Laste ji, Mr. Sundarajan of Tata Steel, Mr. Sujal Shah of Vedanta, Madam Monica Bachchan, you know, the who has selected a very, very apt topic, and I must congratulate you, madam, for selecting this topic of metallurgical coal, coke, and blast furnace. Because if there is one factor which has prevented Indian steel companies from occupying the first quadrant of the industry cost curve, it is this issue of metallurgical coal and of course metallurgical coke. Because primarily, we are producing through the blast furnace route, for which you require coke of a particular quality and which actually necessitates imports of huge quantities of coal into the country. I mean, just if you see the economics, because this import has to be done, which means that planning has to be done. Let's say today, I start planning for coke or coal, because it is not available in the country, it arrives after 3 months, 2 months or 3 months. I mean, today if you consider the situation, most of the steel companies, the coal which they are having in their stocks was procured maybe a couple of months back. Or even if the ship is arriving today, the order was booked not at today's price, but yesterday's price. Whereas this lag which happens, the steel price corrects itself to the current coal pricing, which is, what we are seeing happening. So then this big issue comes, like if there is a drop in the price, how do you sustain the operations? When actually you're seeing a situation where, let's say hypothetically, coal of $400 or $350 to $400 is being held by most steel companies, and the prices have come down considerably. Most steel companies then face the situation of, the contributions which have really drastically shrunk. And then people start thinking that, I wish, we had more coal in the country. And it's not that it's not available. Coking coal is available in the country, but the only issue is that how much of that is available to the steel companies. Because power being the priority sector, and we have all seen in the last couple of months that even the boiler coal, that is a very important component of, the operations of steel companies. Even that, because of the non-availability of rakes, most steel companies were suffering. And that is why I would say that it's so appropriate that, this conference is held today. Because most of the CEOs, I mean, at least I can talk about myself, 50% of my time, I'm just planning, the procurement of coal. Which blend to use, how do we bring the cost down, and what the most importantly, how do I finance my working capital? Because this huge financing of the working capital also puts a strain. So if you see the factors of production, iron ore, India, I would say the cheapest iron ore in the world and the best quality iron ore is available. The demand is there, but then we get stuck the moment, the expertise is there, we have all the latest technologies which are available, but the calculations go haywire the moment, you start planning for the coal, and then you have situations where some particular blends are not available, and the lack of availability of those blends actually throws your entire production process out of order. So what is the need of the hour? How do we go forward? We are all aware, of the multiplier effect of the steel industry in the economy. And that this 300 million tons that is planned by the government, I'm sure it will usher in huge, development, in terms of both the upstream and the downstream. But what is now really required is how do you plan for the coal? I think the Jharia coal fields, where there was a plan for the resettlement of the workers and the development of the mines, I think that should be one priority area. That one should go about meticulously finding out how you can get access to that coking coal. Huge repository of coking coal that is not being used in the country. The second, of course, is the washeries. We should set up more washeries, because the way forward is reduced dependent on the imported coal and greater availability. I mean, for once, I think what I would say is that if there is coking coal, that there should be no diversion to the power sector. I think that is, if that starts happening and that is adopted, as a principle in the country, I think it will go a long way towards making the Indian steel industry the powerhouse that it actually is, and really strengthening the fundamentals. So, once again, congratulations to the organizers of this conference for this, for this very, very relevant topic. And I'm sure, I must also congratulate all the people who have come, who have registered, who will be participating in the deliberations. Because I'm sure that the collective wisdom of this audience will be, with the collective being what it is, we will be able to come out with some innovative solutions of how we can address, this issue of making coking coal available at a competitive price in order to make the Indian steel industry, very, very strong, very, very dominant in terms of making it dominate the global steel industry. So thank you very much. And I wish the participants and this conference all success. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bhatt, for putting forth your views, thoughts, and also appreciating the topic of the conference and wishing us all the best. Ladies and gentlemen, we also have our exhibitors over here. Please take some time out from the conference. Do visit these stalls. I would now request Mr. D.B. Sundararaman, Vice President, Raw Material Tata Steel Limited, to kindly address the audience, please.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Honorable Minister of State, Ministry of Steel, Sri Fagan Singh Kulaste, Sri Atul Bhatt, Sri V.R. Sharma, Sri Sujal Shah, Ms. Monica, all the dignitaries. Once again, very good morning to all of you. Let me introduce myself. I am Sundar Ramam. I am a mining engineer by profession. I have spent close to 32 years in Tata Steel. I joined as a graduate trainee after passing out from NIT Rourkela. And I spent 50% of my time after 32 years, I think 16 years in coal mining, then moved to iron, then moved to manganese and chrome. And currently I am looking after all the minerals put together as Vice President Raw Materials Tata Steel. So Mr. Atul Bhatt has briefly touched upon the concerns today the steel industry is having. So I think between the steel makers, I'm a mining engineer who is going to give the mining perspective of metallurgical coal as well as thermal coal. So as all of you are aware and appreciate that as per National Steel Policy 2017, we have India has made a roadmap of 300 million tons of steel production by 2030. So the major, if you see the hurdle, I don't say, the challenge which we have for this, though people say iron ore, but I think the way the auctions are happening in iron ore and the way we are having iron ore mines across along with all the integrated steel players, only production is going to be a challenge, neither quality nor anything else is going to be a challenge to achieve 300, because we know that for 300 million tons, roughly 480 million tons of iron ore is required. But yes, apart from a bit logistics, production per se is not going to be a major issue. But when it comes to metallurgical coal and coke, today we are seeing that the way coal burns, even the prices are also burning. Almost it's crossed $400, and today it's between 350, 400, it is hovering. And with drop in steel prices, definitely the steel players are struggling to make the ends meet. So what is the reason? Because if you see India per se, both in availability as well as in production, we do have close to 0.1 trillion, means 100 billion you can say, more than 100, I think 1000 billion we have got coal reserves. Out of the 350 billion you can say, we have got proved reserves we have. And out of that, even if we say 10%, today we have got 35 billion tons of coking coal. They have been, even if I say that 100%, I cannot take them into count, proved 20 billion tons. 20 billion tons of coking coal is still there with us, and we are importing almost 70 to 80 million tons every year. I think last year we imported close to 70 million tons. So what is the reason why we are importing, though we have? Number one, the difficulty in getting coking coal, because most of the prime coking coal is locked up in Jharkhand, in Jharia area. So mining of that, earlier there used to be a lot of underground mines. Today we have stopped mining underground, and also most of the underground mines do have their own challenges, resulting into less coal production. Just to give a figure, when we say that 300 million tons, maybe 70% we can say the BF route. So around 210 to 200 million tons of steel is going to be through BF route, and for that we require at least 140 million tons of coking coal. So because of ash percentage, because of washable characteristics, we cannot use 100% coking coal in India, which can be produced by our steel plants. But we had seen, I would just give one example, in Tata Steel Kalinganagar plant, when there was COVID pandemic, we had some issues with logistics. They used up to 55% of medium coking coal, because West Bokaro of Tata Steel produces medium coking coal. The ash is 35%, ranging from 35. We have got even 20% ash also in the higher seams, but the ash goes to 35 to 40%. From there we reduce ash through our coal washing. Earlier we were doing 17%, today we are at 16% of ash, and we blend with imported coal, definitely, which is 9 to 10%. So we had seen that up to 50-55% also we used. Could be because of Majburi, but yes, as a system, up to 30-40% also we can blend with our own coals of India, whether they are prime coking coal or they are medium coking coal. So if I say conservative, I have taken 25% blend if you want to use. So I think 40 million tons, definitely 40 to 50 million tons of coke we can produce in India, the capacity which we have. But the bottlenecks, number one, we don't have the washing capacity, because the yields are going to be very low. When we say we produce 13%, 14% ash, bringing down from 35%, then definitely the yields would be low as 40%. Because we see the prime coking coal in Jharia, we have got underground mines, we get an yield of 60%. The open cast mines in West Bokaro, we get an yield of around 35 to 40%. So overall, I can say 40% yield also you have to take. So for producing 40 million tons of coking coal in India, which is available with us, I think we need to wash around close to 100 million tons of washing coal we require. But as mentioned by Mr. Atul Bhatt also, we don't have that. Today we have less than 30 million tons of washing capacity. So first and foremost, to achieve the target of at least 25% blend and reduce, because I think interministerial committee recently which has been formulated, which has mentioned that at least we should be in a position to reduce our coal of metallurgical coal. Today I think we are at around 85%, to at least bring it down to 65% or 60%. That can only happen when we have our own washeries. I will just take I would give one example also, that we have got a 2 million ton washery in Jamadoba, which takes BCCL coal and converts into metallurgical coal and gives to sale. So that's I think a very good proposition, and even ministry also is trying to look at it. Why can't you have washeries which can convert coal and raw coal into coking coal, and then you can use it in the steel plants. So that is a good idea. I think definitely we can do, because when we talk about coal, definitely the one that pinches us is cost. If I take entire steel cost, 61% is hot metal, around 25-26% is steel making, 10% is rolling, and another 4% is you can say the finishing. So 60% is total the cost which we have out of our steel production. And if you ask about the coking coal, the coal itself constitutes around 65 to 70% of the hot metal production, the cost wise. That means almost 35 to 40% cost of steel making is from the coal. And we are totally dependent on imports. As I mentioned, almost 85% our metallurgical coal comes from outside, whereas we do have reserves. We need to mine it scientifically and have washing capacity for that. Today, though we say, because many of the papers I have seen where we mentioned that we have got only 10% coking coal, that's what we mentioned. We have got only 10% coking coal. That itself is huge. That itself is close to 20 billion tons. So as I mentioned, even if we mine 140 million tons and wash it, you can imagine 20 billion tons, how many years it is going to be. More than 70 years we are going to mine this coking coal. I don't think coal is going to be used after 70 years. Because the way we are talking about sustainability, the way we are talking about net zero, I think some alternate may come to coal after 70 years. But at least we do have coking coal reserves to mine for at least 70 years, the way we are doing. And the way I have taken 25% to 30% blend in our coking coal. So one more point is when we do have all these, what are the challenges we have? As I already mentioned, definitely high ash and washability is a challenge which we have. That's the reason we blend from imported coal, which is predominantly from Australia. And not only the price, what are the other issues we do face? Because of any effect in bigger importers, like the way Australia and all they behave. So if there is a fire there, maybe forest fire, if there are floods, then we get affected. I think coal is one commodity where we do get affected the most, the maximum, metallurgical coal. And apart from that, even we are also importing thermal coal. It's not that we are only importing metallurgical coal, we are also importing thermal coal. Though, as I mentioned, we do have almost 350 billion tons of resources and more than 100 billion tons of reserves we have. But still we are importing thermal coal also. I think the conference is absolutely apt at this juncture when we are talking about celebrating 75 years of our independence under Amrit Mahotsav. And also we are talking about Make in India. I think how to make more coking coal production in India and how can we use in our steel plants. Because one is to express helplessness, that how do we do. But I think there is a solution. It's not that it's an impossible solution, it is a practical solution, but one has to focus on mining. As I mentioned, Jharia, in a way, I don't say Jharia, mining is happening there. In Jharia, the burning is happening. Because most of the 100-year-old mines, half of the mines, more than half of the mines have been, in a way, abandoned. They have not been closed properly, in a way they have been abandoned. That's why it has become threat to the mines which are being operated. I remember incident of last rainy season monsoon, three of our mines which were operating, almost they were at the verge of closure because of water seepage from some other abandoned mines. We had a tough time of almost 15 days to take out that water and again operationalize the mines. So the best thing is how can we rehabilitate entire Jharia area from there and how can we start mining. If underground mining is difficult, then we can go for open cast mining also, because underground mining, I think we must have taken only 30 to 40% of coal. The rest 60% coal is left beneath the ground. I think that is one of the action plans which we can have, because that is a prime coking coal. And even medium coking coal, as I mentioned, we do buy some coal from CCL apart from whatever mines we do have, because despite having our own mines, we are only using 25% of our coal. Rest is imported, the blend we have. And we have our own plans to increase it to almost 30 to 40% of blend. Increasing West Bokaro coal, today we have got 3 million tons clean coal to almost 6 million tons. So I think there are ways. Definitely we can increase our washing capacity and we can increase our coking coal capacity. And second is how can we look at the logistics. Today we have seen when there has been a power crisis, definitely the coal power is the I think lifeline today for everyone. So all the coal has been diverted definitely. Not that the coal has been diverted, even the rakes have been diverted. So then that I think some of the steel players definitely got the pinch of that. Even the iron ore also we struggle to get iron ore to our plants and all because of this. So yesterday I was seeing one small article I think in Business Times where Ministry of Shipping and Waterways, they are proposing that how can we use inland waterways to get our coal transported from one place to other place, maybe east to west. I think that is one of the best ideas. If that is implemented, maybe to some extent the logistics can be taken care. So end of the talk, I say that there are three major challenges for us. Number one,
Sir, sorry
to-
to interrupt, Sundar sir. Sir, request you to please conclude.
yeah, to appreciate that coal is available, how can we mine coal? Second, the washing capacity. Third is the logistics, which we, today we feel the constant, how can we address those logistics? I think with that, definitely we'll be in a position to address the conference. I think the next speakers are going to deal in detail how we are going to have more metallurgical coal, how can we use in our blast furnaces. Thank you very much for your patient hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Ramam, for not only sharing data and analysis on the current situation with us, but also showing us the way forward. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. V.R. Sharma has just joined us. I would request Ms. Monica Bachchan to kindly present him with a bouquet and welcome him. A very warm welcome to Mr. Sharma. Thank you for your time. देवीर सज्जनों, सेंट्रल कोल फील्ड लिमिटेड कहते हैं हम बच्चों का भविष्य संवारते हैं, इसीलिए कोयला निकालते हैं। कोयले की खदानों में हीरा नहीं होता, ताप और दबाव होता है, जिसको सहन कर उभरते हुए कोयले की आणविक संरचना में आता है अनायास परिवर्तन, जो उसे बनाता है हीरा। परंतु आज हमें हीरे से ज़्यादा ज़रूरत है काले हीरे की, ज़रूरत है कोयले की। इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ मैं आमंत्रित करती हूँ हमारे माननीय मुख्य अतिथि, माननीय राज्य मंत्री इस्पात मंत्रालय भारत सरकार श्री फग्गन सिंह कुलस्ते जी को कि वे इस सभा को संबोधित करें।
धातु कर्म कोयला, कोक और ब्लास्ट फर्नेस की इस सम्मेलन में विशेष रूप से आज यहाँ पर उपस्थित हमारे आरएनएल के हमारे सीएमडी श्री अतुल भट्ट जी, हमारे एमडी जीएसपीएल वी.आर. शर्मा जी, आदरणीय जलसाई जी, सीओ मैसा गोवा वेदांता, श्री टीवी सुंदर रमन जी, उपाध्यक्ष रॉ मटेरियल टाटा स्टील, और इस कार्यक्रम में श्रीमती मोनिका बच्चन जी जो इस कार्यक्रम के आयोजिका हैं, और यहाँ उपस्थित सभी अलग अलग सेक्टर से उपस्थित सभी हमारे प्रतिनिधि बंधुओं और बहनों, एक धातु कर्म कोयला और विशेषकर कोक और ब्लास्ट इससे संबंधित इस सम्मेलन में मैं आप सभी मित्रों को सर्वप्रथम तो मैं बधाई देना चाहता हूं कि अब तक के जो रिकॉर्ड है और इस रिकॉर्ड इस्पात का जो प्रोडक्शन और खपत को लेकर के जो इस्पात उद्योगों की जो इस समय जो स्थिति है, ऐसे सारे हिस्ट्री को, सारे उद्योगों के उनके प्रतिनिधियों को भी मैं बधाई देता हूं कि आप सब लोगों के प्रयास से आज एक हम इस मुकाम पर पहुंचे और ऐसे अलग अलग जो हमारे आप सब लोगों ने दो हमारे जो वैश्विक महामारी अभी कुछ ही समय पहले जिससे सारे संकट से हम धीरे धीरे उभर करके आगे बढ़ रहे हैं और अगर इसको देखें इससे पूरे वित्तीय वर्ष को 21-22 में तो एक नया कीर्तिमान भी स्थापित हम सब ने किया है। पिछले वित्तीय वर्ष में अगर कच्चे इस्पात का जो प्रोडक्शन हुआ करीब 120.29 मिलियन टन, जो तैयार इस्पात का उत्पादन लगभग 113.6 मिलियन टन और जो खपत हुई लगभग 105.75 मिलियन टन जो हुआ है, तो ये सारा जो अगर इसको आप इस पूरे आंकड़ों को देखेंगे तो आपको ध्यान में आएगा कि हम आज जिस स्थिति में यहाँ पर हम खड़े हैं, आज की इस अत्यंत जो महत्वपूर्ण हमारा ये जो सम्मेलन है, धातु कर्मी कोयला, कोक और ब्लास्ट फर्नेस में अभी हमारे अलग अलग दृष्टि से हमारे जो प्रतिनिधि यहाँ हैं और उन पे हम जो डिस्कशन, जैसे अभी ओपनिंग सेशन प्रारंभ हुआ है और इसके बाद जब चर्चा हम प्रारंभ करेंगे तो अलग अलग सेक्टर्स पर डिस्कशन होगा, पैनल डिस्कशन, उस पर बहुत सारे कुछ महत्वपूर्ण सुझाव भी ध्यान में आएंगे, चर्चा के विषय, और उसमें से एक निष्कर्ष और उस पर हम कैसे आगे बढ़ सकते हैं, ये सारा प्रयास हम सबको मिलकर के ही करना पड़ेगा। और मुझे आज ये जानकर खुशी हो रही कि इस्पात उत्पादकों और प्रौद्योगिकी दिग्गजों एवं समाधान प्रदाताओं का यह जो समूह है, यहाँ पर जो हमारे प्रतिनिधि हैं, चाहे वो हमारे लोह इस्पात निर्माण से जो महत्वपूर्ण है, जो मार्गों में से जो ब्लास्ट फर्नेस और जो बेसिक ऑक्सीजन फर्नेस रूट्स पर जो चर्चा करेंगे, तो उसको अगर आप देखेंगे तो ध्यान में आएगा कि हमारे लिए और इस पूरे इंडस्ट्री सेक्टर के लिए जैसा हम अनुभव कर पा रहे हैं, इस्पात के लिए जो दो प्रमुख है, जो कच्चे माल जैसे लोह अयस्क और धातु कर्मी कोल, जिसे बीएफ बीओएफ आधारित जो स्टील बनाने के लिए जो कोकिंग कोल भी आ जाता है, और भारत दोनों कच्चे माल में आज समृद्ध है। भारत का लोह अयस्क अपनी गुणवत्ता के लिए जाना जाता है और हमारा इस्पात उद्योग इसमें से पूरी तरह से आत्मनिर्भर है। हालांकि कुकिंग कोल की स्वदेशी उपलब्धता एक प्रमुख मुद्दा है और देश अपनी आवश्यकता को पूरा करने के लिए आयात पर निर्भर है। देश ने 21-22 में लगभग 57 मिलियन टन कुकिंग कोल का जो आयात किया है और यह मात्रा लगातार बढ़ेगी, क्योंकि देश की इस्पात उत्पादन क्षमता जब हम 30-31 की हम जब बात करते हैं 300 मिलियन टन तक करने का जो लक्ष्य है, तो ये सारी इस परिस्थिति को आप देखेंगे और इसकी जो ज़रूरत है, आज भारत में हमारे पास जो क्षमता है, थोड़ा उसको सिद्ध करना, उसको और कैसे हम मोट कर सकते हैं, इसकी हमको ज़रूरत पड़ेगी। और इसीलिए जब हम आत्मनिर्भर भारत की कल्पना करते हैं, प्रधानमंत्री जी का भी बार बार आग्रह इस बात को लेकर के है, हमारे पास से कोई कमी नहीं, हम अपने आप इतना सक्षम हैं, थोड़ा इसको और हम कैसे बेहतर कर सकते हैं, इसको सारे हमारे जो साधन हैं उसको हमको लाइन में लाना, ये हमारे लिए आज की आवश्यकता है और इसको मैं समझता हूँ बहुत ज़रूरी है। जहाँ तक के भारत में जो कुकिंग कोल का जो बड़ा भंडार है, मुझे यह कहा गया है कि भारत में लगभग 34 मिलियन टन जो कुकिंग कोल का ये संसाधन है, जिसमें से लगभग 18 मिलियन टन पहले ही सिद्ध हो चुके हैं। इस प्रकार देश में कुकिंग कोल खनन और धुलाई के विकास के बड़े अवसर उपलब्ध है। इससे का सीधा दोहन किया जाए तो यह देश की आत्मनिर्भरता बन सकता है, यह उद्योग रोजगार के बड़े अवसर प्रदान करेगा और आसपास के क्षेत्रों में ग्रामीण विकास की प्रक्रिया को भी तेज करेगा। इसलिए घरेलू उत्पादन को और अधिकतम कैसे हम बढ़ा सकते हैं, इस तकनीक को और कैसे अपना सकते हैं, आज इसकी आवश्यकता है। और मुझे ये भी प्रसन्नता है कि जब हम इस क्षेत्र में आगे सोचते हैं और उत्पादन को बढ़ाने की दृष्टि से अगर इस ओर ध्यान देने की आवश्यकता है, मुझे ये भी ध्यान में कभी आता है कि भारत 51 मिलियन टन से अधिक कोकिंग कोल का उत्पादन कर रहा है, लेकिन स्टील उद्योग द्वारा धुले हुए कुकिंग कोल के रूप में उपयोग बहुत सीमित है और अधिकांश कोयले का उपयोग बिजली संयंत्रों द्वारा किया जाता है। यह मुख्य रूप से तकनीकी बाधाओं के कारण, क्योंकि असरीज से उत्पादन बहुत कम है और वांछित राख के कोक प्राप्त नहीं हो पाती। चूँकि कुकिंग कोल में राख की मात्रा ब्लास्ट फर्नेस की खपत के साथ साथ प्रदर्शन पर सीधा प्रभाव डालती है और इसीलिए हमें तकनीक को अपग्रेड करने की आवश्यकता महसूस होती है। और ये हम सबके लिए भी, जब हम कुकिंग कोल के से भंडारण के बारे में, उसकी खपत के बारे में, उसकी प्रोडक्शन के बारे में और उसके प्रोडक्शन के बारे में जब चर्चा करते हैं, तो ये हमारे तकनीक को और कैसे हम बेहतर बना सकते हैं, सक्षम बना सकते हैं, अपग्रेड करने की हमको आवश्यकता महसूस होती है। आज ब्लास्ट फर्नेस प्रौद्योगिकी में भी परिवर्तन हो रहा है। अधिकांश निर्माता लगभग 4000 क्यूबिक मीटर या उससे अधिक की मात्रा वाले बड़े आकार के जो भट्टियों के उपयोग करने जा रहे हैं। इनमें से प्रत्येक आधुनिक भट्टी सालाना लगभग 3.4 मिलियन टन स्टील का उत्पादन कर सकती है और इस प्रकार पूंजीगत व्यय को अनुकूलित करने के अलावा परिचालन लागत को काफ़ी कम करने में मदद करती है। कोक बनाने की तकनीक भी नियमित रूप से बदल रही है और इसमें आधुनिक जो ब्लास्ट फर्नेस की बदलती हुई आवश्यकता के साथ तालमेल बिठाना होगा। जैसा हम अनुभव करते हैं कि हमारे भट्टी के बारे में, आधुनिक तकनीक के बारे में, और उसमें से उसको जो लन व्यवस्था है उसको और कैसे हम बेहतर कर सकते हैं ताकि प्रोडक्शन को और हम बढ़ा सकते हैं। मुझे लगता है इसके बारे में हमारे कुछ उद्योग निरंतर आगे प्रयास कर रहे हैं और इसके कारण आज धीरे धीरे हम आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। एक सतत हमारे लिए अर्थव्यवस्था के लिए संसाधन दक्षता पर ध्यान केंद्रित करने की आवश्यकता है। संसाधनों का यथासंभव लंबे समय तक उपयोग में सुनिश्चित करके प्रकृति पर जो बोझ कम किया जा सकता है। हम लोग महसूस करते हैं कि भारतीय उद्योग हालांकि नवीनतम स्वच्छ और ऊर्जा कुशल प्रौद्योगिकी को अपना रहा है। इस समय धीरे धीरे हम इस दिशा में आगे बढ़ रहे हैं जिससे कि ये स्वच्छ और टिकाऊ उद्योग की दिशा में अग्रसर हो रहा है। इसमें जलवायु परिवर्तन हमारे लिए एक खतरा पैदा कर रहा है। मुझे उद्योगों से उत्सर्जन को कम करने की आवश्यकता हो रही है। हमें शून्य उत्सर्जन के लक्ष्य को प्राप्त करने के लिए ये लगातार काम करते रहने की ज़रूरत है। आज इस प्रकार के इस भारत में जो परिस्थितियां हैं, जैसा हम महसूस करते हैं, इनको और कैसे हम व्यवस्थित कर सकते हैं, इसको अलग अलग टर्म्स में ये हमको समझना पड़ेगा। आज कोक को बुझाने की दृष्टि से बड़ी मात्रा में पानी का उपयोग किया जाता था, लेकिन अब अधिकांश उद्योगों ने उन्नत तकनीक की अपनाया है जिससे न केवल पानी की खपत से बचा जा सकता है बल्कि भाप और बिजली पैदा करने के लिए कोक की गर्मी का भी उपयोग किया जाता है। इस प्रकार ऐसी प्रौद्योगिकी या कार्बन उत्सर्जन को कम करने में मदद कर रही। अभी नई टेक्नोलॉजी के आने के बाद अभी धीरे धीरे हम इस दिशा में जा रहे हैं जहाँ पर लोग भी प्रभावित नहीं हो रहे, हमारे उद्योग भी ठीक प्रकार से आगे इस नई तकनीक के कारण आगे बढ़ रहे हैं और इससे ये महसूस किया जाता है और हम लोग भी देख रहे हैं कि देश में इस प्रकार की जो परिस्थितियां हैं उनको और कैसे हम चाहे इसको बना सकते हैं, इसके बारे में हमको थोड़ा आगे सोचने की आवश्यकता पड़ेगी। हाइड्रोजन आदि के उपयोग जैसे बहुत सी नई तकनीकों पर चर्चा की जा रही है और भविष्य में कम कार्बन उत्सर्जन वाले स्टील का जो उत्पादन करने के लिए नई तकनीक को विकसित करने पर काम हो रहा है। लेकिन जब तक नई तकनीक मार्गों का व्यवसायीकरण नहीं हो जाता तब तक हमें मौजूदा तकनीक में ही कार्बन उत्सर्जन को कम करने का प्रयास करना चाहिए। ये हम अनुभव कर सकते हैं इससे कि जो हमारी नई टेक्नोलॉजी को हम जितना प्रमोट करेंगे, जितना आगे बढ़ाएंगे, परंतु आज इस व्यवस्था में जो नई तकनीक की हम जब चर्चा करते हैं तो इसके लिए हमारे संसाधनों की जो आवश्यकता है उसकी जो आपूर्ति होना चाहिए, समयबद्धता के कारण हम उसको नहीं पूरा कर सकते और इसके कारण जो हमारी जो पुरानी जो टेक्नोलॉजी है उससे जितना उसको और ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के बाद जितना अच्छा कर सकते हैं, ये प्रयास हम सब लोगों ने मिलकर के इस समय कर रहे हैं। तो और इसके कारण जो बेहतर अच्छा हो सकता है, वर्तमान में जो हमारी परिस्थितियां हैं उसको और कैसे हम ठीक कर सकते हैं, हम उस पर निर्भर करता है। परंतु आने वाला भविष्य मैं ये कह सकता हूँ कि इसको और टेक्नोलॉजी का प्रयोग हम कैसे कर सकते हैं, हमारे प्रौद्योगिकी का उसका भरपूर लाभ हम लेंगे तो आने वाला भविष्य भारत के लिए बहुत अच्छा साबित हो सकता है, ऐसा हम सब महसूस करते हैं। अनुसंधान एवं विकास पर निरंतर ध्यान केंद्रित करने की आज आवश्यकता है, जिससे पर्यावरणीय मुद्दों के समाधान में निरंतर सुधार किया जा सके, देश में पूंजी उपकरण निर्माण क्षमता को और विकसित करने में हमको मदद मिल सके और बड़े पैमाने पर रोजगार के अवसर प्रदान करना। हाल ही में हमारे सार्वजनिक उपक्रमों में से एक IOCL ने सरकारी संस्थान CIMFR द्वारा स्वदेशी रूप से विकसित कोक ओवन प्लांट के लिए एक कर दिया है। उद्योग अनुसंधान संस्थान और एकेडमिया के बीच एक मजबूत साझेदारी इस दिशा में मदद कर सकती है। भारत सबसे तेज से बढ़ती हुई अर्थव्यवस्था में से एक है। हमारे बुनियादी ढांचे को अवसंरचना, मशीनरी जैसे क्षेत्रों में लगातार निवेश हो रहा है, जिससे अधिक लोगों को रोजगार के अवसर उपलब्ध हो रहे हैं। मैं एक मानता हूं कि प्रधानमंत्री जी नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने जैसे हमारे गति शक्ति को महत्वाकांक्षी परियोजना की घोषणा की है, जिसका उद्देश्य हमारी इस प्रतिस्पर्धात्मकता में सुधार के लिए एकीकृत बुनियादी ढांचा केंद्र बनाना और एफिशिएंट लॉजिस्टिक और पर्यावरणीय भार को कम करने के लिए रेल, सड़क और बंदरगाहों की अच्छी तरह से जोड़ना, और चूंकि इन सभी परियोजनाओं के लिए एक बड़ी मात्रा में स्टील की आवश्यकता होती, और जिसे आज मैं कह सकता हूं कि बड़ी संख्या में कोल, वासरी और कोक बनाने की जो सुविधाएं विकसित करनी होगी। अभी जैसा हम अनुभव कर सकते हैं, और प्रधानमंत्री जी बार बार इस बात की ओर उनका जो इच्छा है, और हमको जब वो हमेशा इस बात के लिए इंगित करते हैं कि जब इस दिशा में हम सोचेंगे, हमारे पास सबसे पहले तो जितना इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलपमेंट जो भी अभी वर्तमान समय में हुआ है, चाहे हम बंदरगाह की हम बात करते हैं, सारे हमारे एयरपोर्ट्स की हम बात करते हैं, हमारे स्टेशनों की बात करते हैं, रेलवे की कनेक्टिविटी की है और विंग्स वगैरह के लिए, तो मुझे लगता है इस सारे कनेक्टिविटी को अभी तक के हम जो ट्रांसपोर्टिंग वगैरह की भी जो हमको व्यवहारिक कठिनाइयाँ होती थी, धीरे धीरे हम इस दिशा में आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। और मैं ये कह सकता हूँ कि आज इसे तकनीक के आधार पर बहुत तेज़ी के साथ में हम इसको आगे बढ़ा रहे हैं, और मुझे प्रसन्नता होती है कि जब इस प्रकार के अनुभव और इच्छा शक्ति, और इस इच्छा शक्ति के कारण आज हमको उन ऊंचाइयों तक पहुंच जाना चाहिए, परंतु हम आज धीरे धीरे इसको पहुंचने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं। और हमारे पास जो भी आज जो कमियां हैं, उस कमी को और कैसे हम बेहतर बना सकते हैं, इस दिशा में हम सोच रहे हैं। और उसका यही है कि गति शक्ति को प्रभावी बनाना, अनेक हमारे ऊर्जा विकास को और कैसे बेहतर बना सकते हैं सुनियोजित तरीके से, उसका पूरा एक मास्टर प्लान को लेकर के आने वाले 30 तक की जो हमारी कल्पना है, उसको हम कैसे और व्यवस्थित कर सकते हैं, ताकि इस दिशा में हम आगे बढ़ें और जो हमारी क्षमता है, हमारा जो एक टारगेट है, उसको पूरा कर सके। एक के मन में एक बड़ी कल्पना है, उसको हम पूरा कर सकते हैं। जहाँ तक है स्टील, अब तक का जो सबसे महत्वपूर्ण बहुकार्यात्मक और सबसे अनुकूलनीय सामग्री है। राष्ट्रीय इस्पात नीति जो हमने 17 में पर्यावरण और स्थिरता पर विश्व की सर्वोत्तम प्रथाओं के अनुपालन में विश्व स्तर पर जो प्रतिस्पर्धी भारतीय इस्पात उद्योग की जो परिकल्पना की गई है, और उसको विकास के साथ साथ पर्यावरण स्थिरता की चुनौतियों पर भी चुनौतियां बनी रहती है और इसके लिए डिकार्बोनाइजेशन और पर्यावरण प्रबंधन की दिशा में समाधान और पहल, उन पहलों को प्रमुख कारक वे जो उद्योग को आगे बढ़ाएंगे। ये हमारी एक पहल है और सरकार की इच्छा शक्ति है और सरकार ने इस दिशा में काफ़ी आगे विचार करते हुए हम आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। भारतीय लौह और इस्पात उद्योग को देश के प्राकृतिक संसाधनों के संरक्षण के लिए प्रासंगिक नवीन प्रौद्योगिकियों के विकास और उद्योग के लिए अनुसंधान को आगे बढ़ाने और निवेश करने की ज़रूरत है। पर्यावरण पर प्रभाव को कम करने और संसाधनों के उपयोग के अनुकूलित करने की आवश्यकता है। नई कोक बनाने वाली प्रौद्योगिकियों को एक घरेलू कोकिंग कोल और ब्लास्ट अपशिष्ट पेट कोक आदि जैसे अन्य सामग्रियों का अधिक उपयोग सुनिश्चित करना ताकि आयातित कोयले पर हमारी निर्भरता कम हो सके। ये एक पहल निश्चय है और जो कल्पना है और मुझे विश्वास है कि आज के इस सम्मेलन में जो हमारे यहाँ के प्रतिनिधि गणमान्य लोग हैं, उद्योग और उस उद्योगों से संबंधित जो विशेषज्ञ, मैं अपेक्षा करूँगा कि ऐसे जो हमारे जो से विचार विमर्श और इनपुट के माध्यम से हम स्थायी समाधानों के अपनाने और चुनौतियों और अवसरों पर चर्चा करने के मुख्य जो हमारे उद्देश्य है और उसको प्राप्त करने के लिए, सक्षम बनाने के लिए हम आगे बढ़ेंगे। तो मैं ये कह सकता हूँ कि इस दिशा में जब हम विचार विमर्श करेंगे तो मैं चाहूँगा कि इसके जो भी पक्ष निकल कर के आते हैं उसका एक समाधान कारक हो और देश के विकास में विशेषकर स्टील और हमारे कोल सेक्टर अलग अलग इससे के बारे में और कैसे इसके बारे में हम सोच सकते हैं, इस दिशा में हम आगे बढ़ें। हम सब मिलकर के आगे अगर इस दिशा में सोचेंगे तो मुझे पूरा भरोसा है कि मंत्रालय की ओर से भी मैं कह सकता हूं कि इसमें जो बेहतर हो सकता है, हम समय समय में इसी प्रकार के सम्मेलनों में मिलते हैं, बातचीत करते हैं और हमेशा मेरी मान्यता ऐसी रही है और मैं यहाँ सभी प्रतिनिधियों से भी चाहता हूँ कि आप लोगों के जो महत्वपूर्ण सुझाव हैं उन सुझावों का हम जितना उपयोग इस सेक्टर में हम कर सकते हैं, हर संभव हम लोग प्रयास करते हैं। और इसलिए मैं इससे चर्चा में से जो विषय निकल कर के आएंगे, मैं चाहता हूं कि इसके बारे में हमारे विजका जी का जी चिंता करेंगे ताकि हम आने वाले भविष्य में और बेहतर इसका उपयोग कर पाएँ। यही अपेक्षा करते हुए इस सम्मेलन की सफलता की शुभकामनाएं देते हुए मैं अपने शब्दों को विराम देता हूं। धन्यवाद, नमस्कार।
माननीय मुख्य अतिथि जी, आपकी शुभकामनाओं, आपके शब्दों, आपके प्रोत्साहन एवं माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी की परिकल्पना स्वावलंबी भारत के प्रति उठाई गई पहल और अहम कदमों को साझा करने के लिए आपका हार्दिक धन्यवाद। हमें यकीन है आपके मार्गदर्शन और इस्पाती इरादों से हम वर्तमान चुनौतियों की इस अंधकार खदान में से रास्ता ज़रूर निकाल लेंगे। आपके समय और उपस्थिति के लिए हम हार्दिक कृतज्ञ हैं। मैं मिस मोनिका बच्चन से अनुग्रह करती हूँ कि वे कृतज्ञता के तौर पर माननीय मुख्य अतिथि जी को शॉल और मेमेंटो प्रदान करें। We are very grateful to you, sir, and as a token of our gratitude, we would like to felicitate you with a shawl and memento. Thank you. We'll take the inaugural session forward, and I would request Mr. V.R. Sharma, Managing Director, JSPL, to kindly address the gathering, please.
माननीय श्री फगन सिंह कुलस्ते जी, मंत्री राज्य मंत्री स्टील श्री अतुल भट्ट जी, श्री सुंदररामन जी, श्री साहू जी, डॉक्टर मुकेश कुमार जी यहाँ उपस्थित हैं, श्री शारदा जी एवं डॉक्टर अनिल आनंद जी, मेरे प्यारे साथियों, भाइयों बहनों, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you. It's a great event today. We are meeting here. Issue is metallurgical coal and coke. माननीय मंत्री जी ने बहुत ही अच्छा बताया कि हमारे पास रिसोर्सेज की कमी नहीं है. रिसोर्सेज तो अनलिमिटेड हैं. प्रधानमंत्री महोदय जी बोलते हैं मत रहो किसी चक्कर में, कोई नहीं है टक्कर में. बहुत बड़ी बात है. तो हमारे पास टक्कर में हमारे कोई नहीं है, हम बहुत कुछ कर सकते हैं इस देश के अंदर. बस अब ये है कि करना कैसे है. कोल की शॉर्टेज नहीं है, कोकिंग कोल की भी शॉर्टेज नहीं है, एनर्जी की कोई शॉर्टेज देश के अंदर नहीं है, आदमियों की कोई शॉर्टेज नहीं है. पॉपुलेशन में हम लोग अगले जून में नंबर 1 हो जाएंगे पूरी दुनिया में. वी विल बी नंबर 1 in population in the world by next June, that is 2023. So great human resources, great consumptions are coming ahead. Fortunately, we have more than 65% of land available in the country which is livable. We have the largest land in the world which is livable. After us, it is America. Number 3 is Russia, and number 4 is China. So many times we feel that China is bigger in geography. No, they are not, because they don't have the livable land. We have all the world's resources, what a country can have and what God can bestow to that country. माननीय मंत्री जी, भगवान ने सब कुछ हमको दिया है. प्रॉब्लम हमारी क्या है, हम कोसते रहते हैं हमें भगवान ने कुछ नहीं दिया. सबसे बड़ी समस्या हमारी यही है. तो जो प्रधानमंत्री जी ने एक सपना लिया, जो भी पीछे उन्होंने जो ओलंपिक्स में कॉमनवेल्थ गेम्स के अंदर जो हमारे खिलाड़ी गए, तो उन्होंने एक ही चीज़ बोला, मत पड़ो किसी चक्कर में, कोई नहीं है हमारी टक्कर में. तो टक्कर में तो कोई नहीं है हमारी, हमें किसी चक्कर में पड़ना नहीं है. नाउ कमिंग बैक ऑन दिस पर्टिकुलर सब्जेक्ट, आई विल टेल यू, वी हैव लॉट ऑफ रिजर्व्स ऑफ कोल, स्टीम कोल, कोकिंग कोल, and many other kind of energies in the country, including uranium. What we have to do? Very simple. We are importing 250 million ton of thermal coal today. So our first aim, the one thing of this country should be that we should import thermal coal zero. What to do? The Coal India, they have so many mines, maybe more than 300 mines. All these mines are to be made operative either by Coal India or by private sector. So thanks to Honorable Prime Minister, thanks to Government of India, in last 2 years' time, Government of India has given a big thrust as to how to allocate and how to auction these coal mines to the private sector. But there are some impediments. The environment clearance, the statutory clearances, they are the impediments. I think we have to smoothen it. The kind of zeal shown by Government of India, I think we should be in a position to reach to about 1.5 billion to 2 billion ton coal production by 2030. But we should do it as fast as possible, because today we are doing only 750 million ton to 800 million ton put together in the entire nation. Whereas our demand is today 1.5 billion ton. How 1.5 billion ton? Because 250 million ton we are importing coal which is of high calorific value, that is equivalent to 400 million ton. The power shortage in the country today is about 37 to 38%. So if you see that today's demand is also 1.5 billion ton, the thermal coal. But we don't have thermal coal because we do not take it out, we do not extract. That is the biggest issue. The coal washeries, how to wash the coal, because always we say that we have very high ash coal. But it is blessings in disguise. So the issue is, this high ash coal can be used, we can do the gasification, we can do the beneficiation, and whatever the coal rejects are, we can use in power generation. We in Jindal, we are not throwing even one molecule of carbon coming out of coal. What we do? We first bring the coal, we wash it in washery, we use the wash coal in coal gasification, and we use the rejects through CFBC boilers with 61% ash to produce power. And we generate power at 1 rupees 20 paisa per unit. So that is the cost. So when we say that we are short of power, we are short of energy, I think that is wrong. Now this power, we are going to generate hydrogen from this power. So they reject coal to power and power to hydrogen through water electrolysis process. So again, what will be the cost of hydrogen? It will be less than $1 per kg hydrogen. This is where we do stand. We have 2070 is the target taken by Government of India. Honorable Prime Minister has spoken last meet. He has given a commitment that by 2070 we have carbon neutrality. It is 2 generations, 48 years. Means 24 years is the life of any equipment we install approximately. So 2 generations. So next 2 generations, we have a target that we have to reach to 0 carbon emission, or the carbon neutral country we have to become. So this 48 years, they can build fortune for the next so many hundreds of years for this nation. Import of coal, import of coking coal, import of crude, import of gas, import of ammonia, import of hydrogen can be avoided. How? Coal to gas, gas to hydrogen, coal to gas, gas to naphtha, benzene, petrol, diesel, liquid, methanol, ethanol, olefins. The technology is available. India has not developed this technology. Technology developed by Western countries and America. They understood that somewhere, these technologies will be used. They used it also after the Second World War. China is producing today 70 million ton of hydrogen. And out of 70 million ton hydrogen, 80% hydrogen comes from coal. Australia has started 2 plants converting coal into hydrogen. This is what we have to do. Now coming back on the metallurgical coal and coking coal, what is happening today, we all feel that we need this, the coal from this particular mines or this particular mines, we need a very low ash coal, we need a very low MMR coal, we need this much of DDPM, fluidity, and blah, blah, blah. This is a problem. Ye chakkar hai, is chakkar se nikal jao. This is a problem in this country. What we are doing in Jindal, I'll tell you, so that all the engineers, those who are having a fixed idea or fixed bent of bandwidth, they should come out from that and they can come to my plant and I will show you. Today we are using 40% coal from Mozambique. Nobody would believe, but please come and see. We are using 50% of PCI coal and 50% of Mozambique coal in PCI. We have changed the game. And this is where the cost of making steel is only 40,000 rupees per ton in our case. This is where the difference is. So what I suggest, please switch over from Australian coal or from American coal or from Russian coal, switch over to Mozambique coal. Switch over to Colombian coal. These are the coals which are going to make a difference. Switch over to Indonesian coal. Switch over to some of the best coals available in New Zealand. Switch over to them. And then blend them. And then you will find that your cost of production cost of making steel will be less than 40,000 rupees a ton in today's perspective. 240 kg per ton of hot metal is our PCI coal injection in one furnace and 220 ton in another furnace. No company perhaps in the world on an average 365 days is doing 240 kg of PCI. This is what you have to do. So that means dependence on imported coking coal is reduced. So three factors. One, the PCI injection has to be increased. Number two, we have to reduce the prime hard coal consumption. We have to switch over to the coal from Colombia, Indonesia, also from Mozambique and partly from New Zealand. Don't be dependent on Australian coal, Russian coal and American coal. That is not the right way. Number three, convert Indian coal into coal gas, that is syngas, and inject 15 to 20% of syngas, synthesis gas, into blast furnaces. You will reduce 50 kg of coke by introducing 50,000 NMQ per hour of syngas. This is where the difference is. So we can change the total scenario, we can change the total working in this country, and that will make steel industry as cost effective. We can be self-reliant in energy, we can be self-reliant in coal, and we can be self-reliant in many of the imported items what we are importing today because we feel that we do not have. But it's not all that easy which can be achieved. It needs a lot of deliberations, a lot of discussions. Coal washeries. Nowadays the coal washeries, the water-based coal washeries are phasing out. You have to go for the ultrasonic dry coal washeries, which are ultrasonically operated. These washeries are very much popular nowadays. These are the mini washeries. With 200,000 ton to 300,000 tons a year, we can put multiple mini washeries. The people, those who are in the coal business, the mining business, they must take out as much as coal they can. Today 500 trains, thanks Mantri ji, Mantri Mohoday ji, 500 train आप daily coal लेके जाते हो coal mine से और power plants के लिए. 500 trains, goods trains per day are transporting coal from eastern part of the country to the rest of the country. This should not be done. Using energy to transport another energy is our failure. What we should do? We must have only and only pit head based power plants. If we do, just 2 minutes I'll take. If we do this, then we can avoid transporting coal. Rather, we should transport energy through the transmission towers. This is ridiculous that we are transporting coal to avoid the blackout. Please look at European countries today. 7 pounds per unit. Day for yesterday, UK has bought power from Belgium. That is 700 rupees per unit. We are thankful to Government of India. We never touched more than 20 rupees and today we are at 12 rupees or 8 rupees or 7 rupees. In Uttar Pradesh, the power tariff has been brought down by 2 rupees. So this is something excellent. So I know Mantri ji ko jana hai, but my 3 points, please take care. There is no limitation, there is no dearth of resources in this country. The only thing is we have to utilize them properly. Thank you very much. All the best.
Thank you, Mr. Sharma. You've always filled all of us with more energy, and we thank Mr. Atul Bhatt. He has to leave due to an unavoidable reason. As a token of our gratitude, we are presenting him with a memento. Thank you so much. We have to bid our Honorable Chief Guest also a warm bye right now. Thank you so much, Honorable Chief Guest, for being with us and giving us your time. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to take this occasion and this event as an opportunity to felicitate our industry veterans. We'll wait for him. Acha. Ladies and gentlemen, before we do that, I would request Mr. Sujal Shah to kindly address us, please.
Thank you. So on the munch, Mr. Sundaraman and Ms. Monica, I'm sure Mr. Sharma is joining back, and our esteemed friends from the industry. So today was a very special day when we could have a one sitting where we could understand, at least deliberate on the situation of a metallurgical industry, not just limited to coal, coke or the steel. So very powerfully spoken on a policy side by Mr. Minister and dignitaries who have said about the scenarios in Indian context. I would just elaborate the same thing in the further. The way Mr. Sharma was saying about a pithead power plant, it is the same thing which we have to do across the industry, that we need to bring those downstream processing industries closer to the source, and hence it would improve the complete life cycle of the plant and the process. On a metallurgical coal current scenario, I think there are two aspects. Majority of the speakers were integrated steel producers like me as well, and there are lot many in the audience are the merchant coke producers as well. I would like to touch upon even a conditions in that industry as well. The industry is today, we all understand the way coal market has prevailed over last 6 months, and that swing which has caused kind of a EBITDA generation opportunity to a loss-making opportunity, all in like last 2 quarters. So I think this is very clearly evident that the way we are running today, the way we are thinking today, if we continue to do the same thing, we are likely to get such swings thanks to the market. And of course the geopolitical situation. So the learning from the Ukraine-Russia conflict, or intermittently last year we had a little bit of Australia-China issues, has been known to each one of us in the industry to make sentimental and hence the price swings on that. Top of it is a freight market. That is also something which we must keep in mind. The freight market also has seen quite a significant swing in the last 2 quarters. It is evident that our dependence, or probably an over dependence on single or very few sources of metallurgical coal, keeps us at that risk of getting ridden over that tide. I would just urge each and every coke making organizations to start thinking beyond the nose, as we say. The utilization of the metallurgical coal in a furnace is one aspect which one must understand and maximize. That is the first lever each operator has to optimize the consumption, over which the kind of coal what we use, the kind of conversion we can do, and amount of ash that can be digested in our blast furnace process and similar processes, that determines the combinations what we can use. Beyond which, another important aspect is using Indian source coal, which Mr. Sundaraman, Mr. Sharma has very well placed. That is something which we have to go in a big way for a self-reliant Indian metallurgical coal industry. We also have to understand there are regulatory issues or regulatory embargoes which are there that needs an addressal. There are, whether it's related to a coal washery being seen as an environmentally disaster to a today's technology which is much more friendlier. We are blessed with probably lots of fresh water, having the right location, having the right freight understanding, and then magnifying your installation base. That could be one way of looking at how to multiply the production scenario and becoming a self-reliant. The current crisis of a coal has forced two aspects in typically merchant cokery business. Either the people have sold it over loss, switched off and sold it over loss, or they have gone and beyond the specification. But there are some smart coke making individuals in the same audience we have, where they have understood how to really make use of this crisis in optimizing their own coal blend cost by using an alternate coals, not specifying only to an Australian origin or American origin. That needs to be systematically worked up. Another one is the coke oven batteries. Still in our country, we still have coke oven batteries which are working with probably an age-old processes and age-old technologies. Majority of merchant cokeries are again those places where the yields are not so good, the emissions are still not totally controlled, the waste hits is not totally harnessed and put back. If we start working on those areas, it's a sure shot way of insulating you from the coal market swings, and one must do that. Beyond which, a dedicated freight corridor or some kind of an inland waterways, what Mrs. Sundararaman was also saying, such ideas when worked up, this would really help transforming the metallurgical coke industry. We are getting it more compliant, we are definitely getting more quality oriented. Many efforts are still to be done in terms of merchant coke quality. I think there are still miles to go when we say compared to a Japanese coke or maybe some of the premium coke manufacturers from US. So I would urge all metallurgical coke manufacturers to come up to the challenge. This is proposed to us by industry, and we bring back that glory of a merchant coke producer. Metallurgical coke being the sole biggest fuel source in a blast furnace and the primary steel market, we have a huge responsibility to shoulder for supporting India's growth in a steel industry. So together we have to pledge probably a much bigger leap of a faith, much bigger leap of a commitment of developing ourselves from where we are to a next level of an excellence and work it out as a success story. We also have an onus to support more than 120,000 families who work directly, indirectly in the coke making plants. And this is also a noble cause for which we must step up ourselves. So I wish all the very best to the metallurgical logic oriented this conference, and each and every one of you to have a very fruitful session, very meaningful discussion, and a clear way forward with a nice kind of a networking. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Shah, for sharing your words and taking it forward from where Mr. Sharma had left his address. Ladies and gentlemen, as I mentioned before, today we are taking this amazing opportunity, this conference, as also a platform to felicitate few of our industry veterans. I would request Ms. Monica Bachchan along with the dais to kindly come forward. Ladies and gentlemen, we are felicitating Shri Maharaj Singh. May I request Shri Maharaj Singh to kindly come forward. Ladies and gentlemen, very proudly I would like to share with all of you that driven by poverty, a 12-year-old boy joined Tata Steel, Jamshedpur as mason trainee. He started at home. He studied at home at nights and did matriculation and then BE in mechanical engineering. Joined Mecon, did masters and retired as general manager in Mecon. Post-retirement, he worked in JSW, plant in Karnataka and had made many innovative solutions. He has also written a book on refractory manual in steel plants. Heartiest congratulations, Shri Maharaj Singh. Ladies and gentlemen, please put a very big round of applause for Shri Maharaj Singh. We are very honored to felicitate you today. Thank you, Shri Maharaj Singh. Ladies and gentlemen, we would now like to felicitate Shri Tarun Chatterjee. May I request Shri Tarun Chatterjee to kindly come forward. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Chatterjee, a chemical engineer, he started his metallurgical coke making journey in 1969 as a graduate trainee in Bhilai Steel. Since 2002, he has offered his expertise as a consultant to a number of Indian and multinational companies, traveling extensively to visit coal mines and coke making plants in Australia, China, Finland, Germany, Russia, South Korea, Taiwan, USA and Vietnam. Heartiest congratulations, Mr. Tarun Chatterjee. We would also like to felicitate Shri R.K. Bisen. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for all our industry veterans. Shri R.K. Bisen. We would like to take you through a video of Mr. R.K. Bisen.
Shri Rajesh Bisen passed out as mechanical engineer from Manit, Bhopal. After working for 15 years in various engineering organizations, he established InSmart Systems in 1993 as import substitute manufacturing company. InSmart Systems started with a path-breaking business model of providing indigenously designed quality control systems for mine material processing industry. Soon, InSmart sample preparations equipment.
Heartiest congratulations to all our industry veterans once again. Ladies and gentlemen, this event also marks the launch of Stephen Shipping from our platform. I would like Ms. Monica Bachchan to kindly come forward and do the launch.
So Stephen Shipping is a new company which is being started by Mr. Ramesh and Mr. Pavan Kumar. मैं चाहती हूँ आप दोनों स्टेज पर आइए, रमेश जी and Pavan Kumar ji. So they are the supplier of coal and end-to-end solution provide करते हैं to the plant. And today they are launching their company on our platform. इन्होंने बोला हम launch करेंगे तो Metalogic के platform पे करेंगे. So here we are. एक moment. Congratulations.
Ladies and gentlemen, with this, we've come to the conclusion of our inaugural session. We are extremely grateful for the time and valuable presence of our distinguished dignitaries on the dais. I would like to request Ms. Monica Bachchan to kindly present a memento to Mr. Sujal Shah. Thank you for your time and presence, Mr. Shah. I would also like to present memento to Mr. D.B. Sundara Ramam. Thank you so much, Mr. Ramam, for your time and valuable presence. And also to Mr. V.R. Sharma. Thank you, Mr. Sharma, for your time and presence. Ladies and gentlemen, we are extremely thankful to all of you. With this, we conclude our inaugural session. We would now begin our next session. We'll take a short break of 5 minutes and then we will begin our next session, which is our session number 1, the panel discussion on metallurgical coke market scenario, challenges and opportunities. Please join us back in 5 minutes. Thank you so much for being with us in the inaugural session.
As a building block in the self-reliant India story, JSPL succeeds when India grows. JSPL, contributing towards self-reliant India, humbly serving the nation.
Tata Steel remains at the forefront of managing biodiversity. Our promise of 100 years to our land, our earth, our communities, and our biodiversity spans the past, the present, and the future. Inspire.
Aligning with the Swachh Bharat Abhiyan, the initiative of the Honorable Prime Minister, Vizag Steel has made the movement a part of VSP's way of life.
As a building block in the self-reliant India story, JSPL succeeds. as a building block in the self-reliant India story. JSPL succeeds when India grows. JSPL, contributing towards self-reliant India, humbly serving the nation.
Tata Steel remains at the forefront of managing biodiversity. Our promise of 100 years to our land, our earth, our communities, and our biodiversity spans the past, the present, and the future.
InSmart Systems, reliable analytical support since 1993. InSmart improves quality, productivity, and profitability. Aligning with the Swachh Bharat Abhiyan, the initiative of the Honorable Prime Minister, Vizag Steel has made the movement a part of VSP's way of life.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I request all of you to kindly settle down as we will begin our next session right away. This is our first technical session, a panel discussion on metallurgical coke market scenario, challenges and opportunities. May I request all of you to kindly settle down. Please take your seats as we begin our first session, the panel discussion on metallurgical coke market scenarios, challenges and opportunities. Please join me in welcoming on the dais our session chair, Dr. Aruna Sharma. May I request Dr. Sharma to kindly join us on the dais. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Aruna Sharma, our session chair. She served as secretary in the Ministry of Steel, Government of India. She has distinguished career of more than 35 years, began her professional journey as a district collector and then held the position of registrar and financial advisor at the National Institute of Rural Development, Ministry of Rural Development. May I also invite on the dais our co-chair of the session, Mr. Piyush Kumar, OSD, Ministry of Coal, Government of India. Ladies and gentlemen, he has authored and co-authored various policy papers such as UCG policy, reject policy, star rating policy for coal sector, National Mission for 100 MT coal gasification by 2030, technology roadmap for coal sector, roadmap for coal to hydrogen, etc. He's been recipient of Sir John Donne Medal from MGMI and the IME Journal Golden Jubilee Award for Coal Mining. A very warm welcome to our session chair, Dr. Aruna Sharma, and our session co-chair, Mr. Piyush Kumar. I would also invite our other eminent panelists for this session. Please join me in welcoming on the dais Mr. V. Suresh. He's Executive Director, Coal Import Group, Steel Authority of India. He has 30 plus years experience in sales and marketing.
Hello. Hello. Requesting everyone, please be seated. Please be seated. We are starting the session. Please leave the stage. Audience, please. Please be seated. Vijay ji, please be seated. We can have photo later, please. Please be seated. Everyone, please be seated. Help us for being on time. Sir, please, requesting you to leave the stage, sir. Excuse me, sir. Sir, please be seated. Let us respect the session. We have Madam here. Santosh Mohanty, sir, I can see you. Please be seated. Tarun, sir, please be seated. I will start taking names now. The naughty ones in the classroom. Ramesh ji, I can see you. Please be seated. Who else is standing? Please be seated. Backbenchers. Backbenchers, please be seated. I can see you. Please be seated. And please maintain the silence. Please be seated very, very quickly. This is a classroom for 1 hour. Then you have full 1 hour to do all the networking. Please be seated. So ऐसे ही मेरे बेटे की टीचर बच्चों को और हम पेरेंट्स को शांत करती है. Thank you so much. Please be seated.
Thank you, Monica. Thank you, everybody, for taking your seats. Mr. V. Suresh is amongst us right now. Well, he has 30 plus years of experience in sales and marketing, and more recently in coal imports and corporate materials management. He's taken various initiatives in the organization, which has helped in expanding customer and supplier base and making inroads into new markets. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in inviting our next panelist on the dais, Mr. Pankaj Jha.
Requesting everyone, please be silent. Please be seated, sir. Sir, I can see you. Sir, sir, please be seated. Please maintain silence. Please maintain silence.
Mr. Pankaj Jha, General Manager Marketing, India, Coal Energy and Resources. He's a graduate from Accounts and Economics. He did ICWA from Institute of Cost and Work Accountant, CFA and Executive Postgraduate Diploma Management in International Business, IIFT, New Delhi. He also started his career with Vedanta Group in Commercial Department and worked closely on raw material strategy. Ladies and gentlemen, our next eminent panelist of this session, Mr. Naimesh Marakana, Director, iEnergy Natural Resources Limited. With experience in managing global teams and multi-million-dollar campaign, he is an active imported coal trader on West Coast. He's fueled by his passion for understanding the nuances of cross-cultural businesses. He considers himself a forever student, eager to build both academic and practical knowledge. So this is our eminent panel in front of all of you. Dr. Aruna Sharma, our session chair, Mr. Piyush Kumar, our session co-chair, along with Mr. V. Suresh, Mr. Pankaj Jha, and Mr. Naimesh Marakana. And with this, I hand it over to our session chair, Dr. Aruna Sharma, along with your opening remarks, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. It's always pleasure to be among the steel makers and raw material suppliers. It's always a pleasure to be with them. Mr. Piyush Kumar, who is the co-chair for this particular session, along with the experienced panelists, Mr. Pankaj Jha, Mr. Nemish Makrana, and of course from SAIL, you have got Mr. V. Suresh. So all of us are here to begin the discussion, and of course you had the inaugural session, and what Monica from Metalogic has designed, that our focus is going to be on the coal and coking coal of one among the raw materials, which is creating a lot of upheavals, whether it is the availability or whether it is the pricing. So based on that, we will be discussing in this particular session. And basically what I will like to talk about is both the coal and coking coal. And my request to the panelists will also to focus on both, even though Monica has directed us more focus on coking coal. But then looking at the way scenario is going, I think we'll have to touch upon both. And if you look at it, coal, even though we have enough of coal in this country, we are still importing. And I have got some numbers with me where, you know, the coal increase, the production has increased by 8.5%. That is 777 million tons, right? In which the Coal India Limited makes 3/4 of it. But the imports are also going up, as each one of you know that it is going up. Coking coal, our dependency is completely on the import, even though we have a small percentage of indigenous coking coal. And that is what I'll request the panelists while we are discussing on this issue as to how coking coal, indigenous, handling the ash content, handling the washeries, is there a future or is it just a talk? I think this is exactly what we were discussing when we drafted the Steel Policy 2017, and not much impact it had down the line, whereas the other targets have been met as has been envisaged in that policy. So this is something we'll focus on. And then, is there a technical solution for alternatives to this? That what are the technical solutions and where we can go by these technical solutions? Then, whether in coking coal, what is our basket of imports? Are all our eggs in one basket, or are we distributed across the globe? Now we have a Russia also as an entrant. We had Australia traditionally with us. We have other countries which are stepping into it, a little bit of South Africa, a little bit of others are there with us. So is it going to help when we are going ahead with it? And definitely, when we call of green steel, we talk of using even strange things like rubber tire, or even something which is being debated across the globe of hydrogen gas. So what the focus in this particular session will be that how we make the coal which is available with us, a thermal coal, as assured supply at affordable price, at a price where one can have a long-term contract with the Coal India Limited and other suppliers, vis-a-vis the imports of the coking coal, how the vagaries of international rates upsets us as it makes 40% of the cost and of steel making in the BOF route. So whether the future expansion has to be non-coking coal based, that is the DRI or arc furnace route, or we continue with this and see what alternatives are there with us. So with that focus, my first request will of course go to my co-chair, Mr. Piyush Kumar, who is OST in the Ministry of Coal, that, you know, what is the policy of the coal and what are the impediments in ensuring two ways. One is a long-term contract with the users, whether they are in power sector or steel sector. And second is that how in this we have a market price, yes, but they are not destabilized because of the international fluctuations as it is happening. So how do we go about it? That is one. And then coking coal as to what is the plan, because a lot of plan was there to privatize the washeries and have the ash content low and make it available. So on these two issues, I will request you to comment upon.
Thank you, Arna ma'am. Firstly, I would like to thank Monica and Metalogical team for inviting me. I feel that there are many less professional bodies who are organizing these type of conferences, especially in iron and steel sector. Lot of conferences you can see in oil and gas, but very less, so I thank her. And then about the steel sector, as a mining engineer, I worked in East Bokaro coal fields, mostly coking coal, supplied to SAIL and RINL, with washeries of Kathara, Swang. I have been there, starting my career from that place. If you see iron and steel sector, raw material security is very important, and Atmanirbhar Bharat, the sector should also be Atmanirbhar. So being raw material means coal and iron ore, and the steel sector is expert in mining, especially of iron ore, so not much difficult to go for coal mining also. So rather than depending upon others to supply you coal, when the blocks are on auction, so like ma'am told, it is not only coking coal, think about non-coking coal also. And then when you have those mines or those coal blocks with you, you can think about the long run, and then the cost of coal, it will not vary much for you. You can have your own calculations on the cost calculations. About coking coal, see, the Coal India has also increased its production from the last year. Around 15% growth was there, 51.7 million ton coking coal was produced. In this year also, there is a growth of 20% in production of coking coal. So I would like to quote in the last session, the VP Raw Material, Tata Steel, he mentioned, see, you need to ensure that the coking coal which is produced is fed to the steel sector. And the bottleneck is washing. So the washing capacity needs to be built so that the coking coal which is produced is being fed to the steel sector after washing. Because the ash content is more, and unless you wash it, it is being sent to the power sector. So washing capacity has also increased, and Coal India is also taking up 9 more washeries. You will be having a presentation by CMPDI in the next session. So a lot of work is being done in the Coal India also, but there is a need to think about setting up of washeries within the steel sector also, so that you can take coal, wash it for your own purpose, even for DRI also. Like VR Sharma sir was telling about Angul, means they wash the coal, they use each and every part of coal at different areas. Apart from this, I would like to mention also about the syngas, which you can produce from coal, and the DRI, which is oxidation is a very endothermic reaction. So you need CO for the purpose of energy, and then rather than thinking about green hydrogen for steel making, you can think about of syngas for steel making. And with recent climate change initiatives, I think that the steel policy of 300 million ton should contain some amount of steel being produced through syngas-based DRIs. So these are my initial remarks. I think we will take up the questions once it comes. I will request my fellow panelists to speak one by one. So Aruna ma'am, I think we can ask them.
Thank you so much. And what is coming out very, very clear is complaint which Coal India Limited always have is the buyers keep on fluctuating between the imported coal, thermal coal, as well as buying from the Coal India Limited, and that is why the Coal India Limited is not able to plan out and have a steady production plan. And then of course there is a huge problem of logistics when it is going from one place to another. And what has been rightly pointed out, that the input cost is very important. Therefore, there is a need for all the steel makers who are using coal, that is the non-coking coal, for thermal or for making a syngas, which has been very rightly pointed out by you, should have an arrangement of long-term contract. And here I would like to derive a parallel from electrographite. where we said that 20% less than the international price you must give to the domestic users. So something on similar lines, if you have an arrangement with Coal India Limited, then yes, the Coal India Limited will also get a firmed up demand from you, and you will get a regular supply, and we will use. What is very important for India is to save the expensive foreign exchange by not importing but using the indigenous thermal coal. That is very important. It is really delightful to know that coking coal production is going up as the days are moving ahead, and that is very, very important for us to use that coking coal. And what is equally important is the chain of washeries, what you have rightly mentioned, and alternative work on not just again putting all eggs in one basket, कि hydrogen gas is the only solution. No. You have DRI solutions, you have other solutions to go green, and that is the way, and that is the way forward. Thank you so much for your initial opening remarks. I will like to now move to a public sector, and definitely I'll request Shankar Suresh to come up with it, who is an executive director and looks after the import of coal. So, so relevant for it. I will like you to focus on the logistic cost of the coal, coking coal, domestic and international, because that is really bleeding the end users when we are moving ahead. And many a times we talk of production, we talk of imports, but we forget about the logistic and its heavy cost. Please.
A very good afternoon to everybody. Yeah. First of all, I should convey my thanks to Metalogic for organizing this very relevant conference, and a very thanks to Dr. Aruna Sharma for being there in the chair for us. As far as coal is concerned, one must admit that coal has probably in a way taken its revenge from being the most abused and cursed product in the past few years to becoming a most sought after product in the past 1 year. I think the Russian-Ukrainian crisis has probably shown the way. That is one area which from being a total outcast, it has become a most important person, almost like what we say in India, almost a damad. So that is one. The seesaw in the coal prices have probably impacted the margins of almost all producers. I think the results would be showing that. Yes, I agree with you, madam, that the logistic costs are something which get hidden in the total cost of the. It is not only in coal, even say in products like limestone, for instance, the price is around $8 or $10, the cost of the material, and the logistic cost, the CE logistics is around $20 to $25, and the invert logistics is, of course, anybody's guess, is as good as it gets. Railways has got a fixed freight charge. Now, that is the proportion gets hidden when the coal prices go very high. When the coal prices were at a level of $600, probably it was not so visible, though the freights had gone up slightly. Say Australian freight today is around $30, or a freight from US would be around say $40 today, considering the high freight levels. But the freight or the ocean freight being one thing, the inland freight is also killing us to a very great extent. And that invariably gets passed on because there is no other means other than rail for us to. So there is a need for having an alternate methods. We were talking about there is some talk in the morning about, I think that was Madam's old point of waterways. Even when you were in the ministry, you were talking about how waterways could be used for movement of coal. Although coal has got its own problems of being polluting, so it is not very easy. We cannot think of moving such large quantum of coal by road because again, pollution being one and availability of roads and vehicles, both are going to hit us. But depending on rail alone, especially as India would move towards the national steel policy, I think talks about from 80% imported coal to 60%. But as we have one more generation to go where we will probably have to move away from coal. But one generation of expansion, one generation of movement would be dependent on coal-based, BF, BOF-based predominantly. Expansion would happen. And probably after that, it would go out. But having said that, Unless and until immediately we have some movement of material through alternate routes, the logistics cost, number one. The availability of logistics also is a major issue today. Madam, today if we consider that our ports are holding huge quantum of stocks and we are not able to move that, probably that is the biggest challenge that at least as a company SAIL is facing, of able to move materials from the port to our plants. There was a talk of around 500 rakes being available per day by railways for movement of coal, out of which approximately 14%, that would be around 70 rakes are available in total for non-powerhouse movement. So that itself shows, and that is the share, that is the quantity, that is the number which has to be shared by all producers across the country for movement of all their materials, whether it is limestone, whether it is coal. Now with such limited availability, I would be needing around, I think, 14 to 15 rakes per day to move my coals in time so that I don't run out of stocks. And coal being such a, especially coking coal being such a critical product for me. Without that, so logistic cost is one part, but availability of logistics itself is becoming a bigger constraint today. So today I am not even talking or thinking about logistic costs, though as you rightly pointed out, in the future we would have to think about this cost also, because as Mr. V.R. Sharma was saying in the opening session, that we are using one form of energy to move another form of energy, which is a crime today. So we'll have to make arrangements for that. So whether it is going to be any kind of technology by which we move through a pipeline, or something should happen in the future, or waterways. Without that, we will not be able to sustain any kind of further expansion, that is for sure.
He has very beautifully brought down how suddenly coal has again become center stage, because European Union talking about sort of putting a penalty if you have more carbon emissions, have suddenly decided to postpone the date. Right, so it has become like a Bombay dying sale, that still it's extended. Because, and every country, including US, has gone back to coal. And this is something we have always been insisting upon, that looking at the capital cost of alternate energy, yes, the focus has to be on alternate energy and other forms of energy, but coal is going to be there for 50 years, which you rightly said, one generation expansion. So there is no escape from it. So in our debate, we must talk about how we ensure the availability. And logistics, you have said it right, it is the cost. And here the cost which Monica in recommendation should take up, government has removed, if my understanding is clear and if I'm still updated, 400 rupees from the power sector, but have not touched it for the steel sector. So why this differential treatment? I think this issue needs to be taken up again, and this 400 rupees should at least come down immediately, if not the other cost of logistics. Then availability has been very rightly pointed out, is the vital bottleneck. Even in a place like Kalinganagar, the waterways are not being used because some bridge is standing in the way and other things are not doing, which is tomorrow going to handle 1/3 of 300 million tons. So these kind of issues needs to be solved at the topmost priority when you are going ahead with it, because unless until we go for alternate logistics, we are going to choke, literally choke. And today the problem of coal and import coal is squarely on logistics. Like coal is there, Coal India says I have enough of coal with me, but the receiver is not getting it on time, and that is where the problem lies. Next, I will like to request Mr. Pankaj Jha, who is General Manager with Marketing India, Ex-Coal Energy and Resources. There is something I will like to force upon, that pricing long term to create a short market and alternatives is the issue. But how is global market working on the coal and coking coal? That is one. And how South Asian market and steel is depending upon it completely, because South Asia and Asia also, Japan, Korea, are the major importers. Whereas minus Australia, rest of the Western world are major suppliers, including Africa. So how do we go about it?
Thank you, Arunajit, and thank you, Monica, as well. So the good questions and very challenging questions ma'am has asked. So focusing on the Indian steel policy, so what our government has decided that we are going to double our capacities by 2030s, rather 2070. At the same time, in the global scenarios, there the steel dynamics is also changing, and there also there are the expansion move which is ongoing. So the recent data which says the Southeast Asia market is going to take by 2070 a 75 million tons uptick in the steel industry. And it is apart from the China's, I'm not considering China's what number they are going to come up, but this is other than the Chinese number which is coming in. So focusing on the coking coals, the major suppliers and the prominent and the dominant suppliers is the Australia's, and which is, currently is at 165 to 180 million tons of coking coal productions. And majority is, the Southeast Asia's market, including India also, is largely is driven for the Australian market. So if you think that how India's import is going to be shortened, so yes, surely everyone is looking that the India's government should focus more into the minings of coking coal, our own resources. At the same time, since we are expanding ourselves, so we need to see that how much we are already dependent on the import side and how much is going to be imported. So the India, the latest data which I'm going to represent here is by 2030s with the expansion plan which has laid down, we are going to be 175 million tons on the steel capacities, which is a practical one. And therefore, the import forecast is 90 to 92 million tons on the coking coal front. Similarly, on the Southeast Asia markets, we are again with the 75 million tons, 50 million tons is already under the place. And by 2030, we will see that the additional 22 million tons, which is more kind of a, excess quantities is going to be imported by the Southeast Asian market. So in overall, the coking coal demand till 2030 we are seeing 35 million ton in wholesome. And now, where is the new assets? What is the mining company, the big giants mining companies, how they are producing, how does their production plans, how they are going to take up. So therefore, US is also trying to make, Canada is also trying to make and, come into the Southeast Asian market to improve their quality, change in the blend ratios and all. So this is on the global steel scenario, and therefore, yes, it is quite important that since we are emerging in a big way, and though we are the second largest steels over in the world other than China, so we should focus our in-house things first. And what Piyush sir has told that 15% uptick in the coking coal productions, and if that is summarized, we will be at around by 2030 around 60 to 65 million ton and net import on the coking coal side. This is what the readings of mine.
Thank you so much. So in the sense, again, back at the center stage, as you rightly said that coal should come up, this focus has to come up as how much we invest in getting indigenous coking coal to stop us from the fluctuating vagaries of import of coking coal, which is 40% of your input cost in the BOF route. So definitely that is a place where the future investments has to go, maybe by the miners, maybe by the steel makers, either way. But this is where the focus has to be. The Tata has been struggling with it, but not very successfully. Their production is going up, not at the scale what you said should go up. And that is why it is very important if by 2030, when we reach 300 million tons of capacity, 220 to 240 million tons of production, it is not going to be proportionate, but then it is going to increase. So it's not just a multiply factor, but a little increase is bound to be there. And to meet that kind of a demand when already we are choking is something of a great concern when we are moving ahead. Now I'll be requesting when we go ahead with this to Mr. Namish Markana, who is Director of I-Energy Natural Resource Limited. And when we are talking of I-Energy, definitely all kinds of supply of coking gas, the demand and the supply. So are we sufficient in the demand and supply? Because China has plateaued, EU has plateaued, US has plateaued. It is India which is going to continue to grow 2030 and maybe plateauing at that level, at 300 million tons, or maybe go slight up, but not much up. So we have still a long way to go before we plateau, and there will be some new players like Indonesia and Saudi Arabia and others who will be coming into steel production, but smartly they seems to be moving towards the DRI route, whereas Indonesia is a supplier of coal, but they are focusing more and more into the DRI route. So demand and supply of the coking coal is something, and we will also request you to talk about the domestic supply as to what are the technical solutions if we are thinking. And third, what you have rightly talked about is the met coke. Right. There has been off and on affair, love affair with met coke. You know, we ban it, we allow it, we don't allow it, not understanding how important it is into the entire scheme of things when we are going. So what should be the direction which has to be literally written down so that, you know, there are no confusions and no deviations or cross policies to defeat the purpose of met coke.
Thank you very much, madam, for giving me this opportunity to speak. First, I would like to talk about the demand of the coking coal in India. Now, just go by the numbers, like last year, the total steel production was approximately 120 million tons. And to produce this 120 million tons, right, we almost used like around 60 million tons of coking coal, of which only like 7 to 8 million tons of domestic coal was used. And almost 50 to 52 tons of coking coal was imported. Now, if we talk about, like, let's say our 2030 mission or target, and if we are targeting like almost 300 million tons, as we are talking about, if we go by the same ratio, what we need is around almost like 200 to 250 million tons of coking coal. Now, and our supply of coking coal from domestic sources, we know like whatever we do is going to be very limited. So we'll have to import more of the coking coal, and to my idea is like if we do more washeries and everything, and we do more of the domestic one, then we would be less dependent on the imported coking coal. Now, if I talk about the supply side, right, as I said, we are dependent on the imported coal, and Indian coking coal production is very limited to what the country needs. Now, if I talk about improvement of domestic supply in the coking coal industry, now what I can say is more incentive can be given from the government to the coke maker and steel mill who uses domestic coal, so that they can support the washeries and everything. And steel mill can invest in washeries so that coking coal mines, and we can improve the usage of the coking coal of the domestic one. And the last point that we discussed was about the met coke industry and merchant cokeries. Now we know that last year we were the net exporter of met coke in 2021-2022. Now the current year, the export of met coke has almost declined, and last 5 years the met coke imported from China was banned. Now we see that those met coke from China is coming back, and to meet our supplies. So again, I don't know if those ban is needed or we need to promote the domestic ones. These points needs to be discussed.
Very, very rightly highlighted about the supply and demand chain and the met coke. And related to this is, we just, I think we must compliment the government for removing the import duty of 2.5% on the coking coal, making it zero, so that bringing down in that 40% cost by 2.5%. Yeah, that is true. No, thermal coal though we have. Why should we import is our argument. So in the sense is, we will like more and more import duties on thermal coal, so that buying the local coal is better than importing it. But on coking coal, I think that's a very good step of 2.5%, which has brought down the cost by another 40%. So that is a wonderful step. Now, same applies to what you said in met coke. it has to be very clear what is the guiding principles when we allow with anti-dumping duty or ban or have countervailing duty. It is very, very clear. It is not protecting the local thing, but also ensuring that the subsidy of other countries is not putting our industry to the disadvantage. So this guiding principle has to be very clear, which is WTO compliant and not hit the local industry as it has happened in the met coke. And it has hit them very badly. And same thing is happening to pellet industry today because of the very high, I think 45% of export duty which has gone on the pellets. So this kind of a guiding principle, a stability in the policy, the guiding principles should be written very clearly, and any time it is being imposed, it is very important to test it along these guiding principles. That are you ticking the boxes by the guiding principle or not? If not, not go for it. It is very, very important because this disruptions is creating a problem. What has been argued about to bring down the cost of the steel, it came down because of the coking coal cost came down. You know, the timing was perfect. It came down at the same time. So that was something which had an impact when we moved ahead with it. What we can do, Monica, is we can take few questions before I have a second round with them and maybe have the closing remarks from each one of them. So any observations, questions, whether you would like to do that. Yeah.
So we have received a few questions in our email. So this first question is from Mr. Sujit Kumar Haldar. Yeah.
I'm impressed, Monica. You have become more organized.
Thank you, ma'am.
My question is addressed to Mr. Kumar. We have heard since morning that in the steel policy, we have to cut down imports of coking coal especially, totally around 85% as he has already said. From 85% we have to bring it down to 65% by 2030. And this policy was formulated in 2017, already 5 years passed. But in 5 years we could not reduce that. So now time is limited. My question is, 35% domestic means actually it will be much more than 35% because domestic coal ash would be around 12%, 13%, not less than that. But if you equivalent it with imported coal, 35% would be actually 45%, 50%. So what is the strategy? How we will proceed actually? Is there any task force formed to work on that? Or is there any incentive scheme government of India is thinking of? Like the latest one, he said ultrasound dry was civility. So nobody will go forward unless there is an incentive scheme or some support is given from the government.
Thank you, Mr. Haldar.
Hello, very good question. Actually, Ministry of Coal has launched a coking coal mission. There was an inter-ministerial committee consisting of ministries and then the steel producers. So the thing is that coking coal, first is you have to produce that much of coal, coking coal. Like the steel mission, 300 million ton steel, then blast furnace suit, around 140 million ton the coal, and then the blending percentage of 35% if you want to put, you have to produce that much of coking coal and then wash it. So both the things are important. That's why Ministry of Coal, see, for the coking coal, you need to have priority on exploration, then the projectization of those coking coal blocks, and then you have to produce, putting it on the auction front also. So we have, in the Interministerial Committee report, we have clearly identified the actionable point, one for the Coal India and other for the non-Coal India players. For the Coal India, CMPDI is already working on projectizing those coking coal blocks and then putting up into the production mode. For the non-Coal India operators, we have identified some of the blocks are under auction. What I understand that about 10 blocks we are thinking about ask CMPDI to finalize the GR of 4 more blocks, and those blocks will be under auction. And then for the future area like 32,000 square kilometer, the potential coal bearing area which has been identified. So government is now thinking, giving priority to the only coking coal areas which will be explored up to G2 level or G1 level, and then it will be auctioned. So there is a priority on coking coal, so that coking coal can be produced more. Then coming to the washeries. So also there is a plan, washing, which I have mentioned earlier also. Coal India is also setting up of washeries, and then we have also came up with the policy of setting up washery on BOO operators. So the land which has been leased to the Coal India under CB Act can now be given to the private operators also for setting up of washeries. So government is supporting those things, both the things. And then you have a policy of linkage for 15 years for the coking coal. So those things are there. I think this will help in availability of domestic coal in the country.
Thank you, Piyush sir. We have this next question from Pranali Bonkar, Manager, Coke Plant, Tata Steel, Kalinganagar. This question is to Mr. V. Suresh.
Hello. Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. So my question is, the total coal that has been imported has decreased since 2017. And the major contributing factor is the non-coking coal part, which we have seen a downfall in it. So my question is, moving forward, what is the action plan regarding the import of non-coking coal? Sir, actually, what are we thinking of utilizing the non-coking coal? Are we thinking of increasing it in the blend, or are we thinking of decreasing the amount of non-coking coal utilization in the blend?
I can answer your question partly. Yes, as far as steel making is concerned, the portion of non-coking coal used is quite limited, so I would not be able to answer your question fully. But yes, the steel makers are using domestic coal only predominantly for their requirements as far as non-coking coal is concerned. And as sir has already pointed out, the requirement of non-coking coal has to be met, and predominantly, as madam very vehemently said, that non-coking coal imports must almost come down to zero, is what madam has said, that why should we even think of it that way. But for that, availability of coal through Coal India or any other sources, or the mining leases that are available, has also to be in place. So that has to come out. But as far as steel makers are concerned, the coking coal imports are on the rise because of non-availability of domestic sources, and productions are increasing. That is one thing. So it is almost there till the time there is availability domestically for coking coal is concerned. Non-coking coal, yes, that it has to come down, and it will come down in a structured and phased manner. I think there's those are options to it. Sir, if you can add something to it.
I think the question is about non-metallurgical coal. So, yes, I mean, if you talk about coking coal, indigenous coking coal, we can use to the tune of 15 to 20% in top charging coke ovens. Stamp charging we are yet to see, I mean, how the experts say. But there's yet another important component, that any BF producer, they have to produce some amount of power in their own plant using thermal coal. And what is the availability of that thermal coal to run those blast furnaces? I mean, there's certain minimum quantity of power which has to be generated inside the plant. So what is that power, and how much that thermal coal is required to meet those critical loads? It all depends on the design of blast furnace as well as the availability of coal at that particular site. Whether you can get it from the coal beds within India, because of coals not available or rakes not available, then you have to decide whether you want to import it or you can arrange it indigenously. So there are two parts. One is, indigenous coking coal, and another is thermal. So I think your question is now very well addressed. Thank you.
Yes, I wanted to add something, like just a correction, that last month we imported highest ever amount of thermal and coking coal in India's history. So the decreasing part is again the increasing thing. Yeah, the,
That is why, because the problem is coming of logistics, and that needs to be tackled, because when the balance of trade is not correct, balance of trade is not in favor of the country, and because of that, the inflationary, the rupee devaluation, so all economic theories start spinning off into a vicious cycle. It is very, very important to focus on the coal, the indigenous coal, its usage, and ensuring that you have a proper logistic mechanisms. I mean, we have no escape from that. We can't continue like this.
So, Mr. Deepak Jain from Tamil Nadu Coke and Power Private Limited. Are you here? Yeah. You have a suggestion to make. Mr. Deepak Jain, can you raise your hand? Yeah. सर आप तो बहुत पीछे चले गए, थोड़ा आगे बैठना था.
नहीं, मेरे दो सजेशंस हैं, सिंपल. आई हैव टू सजेशंस.
सर नॉट ऑडिबल.
I have simple two suggestions. We all spoke about pithead plants for coal making and for power plants which are pitheads. But what do we have is we import coal and we produce coal near which are far located from the usage
Sorry
plants.
to interrupt. Sorry to interrupt. You have given me two suggestions.
Yeah.
So I would like you to speak on high logistic cost.
Yeah,
and the other technical suggestion, you please take it in the technical session.
Okay, fine.
Yeah.
Regarding the logistic cost, what I want to say is, see, presently we transport coal only through trucks, we don't have high volume wagons available in India. So my suggestion is, can we have high volume wagons so that we can transport coal through rail system also? The second point here is that the Coal India does not permit transport of coal through containers. Since it is a bulk material, there are some restrictions. I don't know why this restrictions are made. So when we transport coal through wagons, through the existing system of wagons, we are able to transport only 2,300 to 2,400 tons per rake. While the same quantity of coal, we can transport around 3,500 to 4,000 tons of coal. But the railways charges us for the entire 4,000 tons of material for coal transportation. Since we have only low volume wagons available in India. So my suggestion to the ministry and other aspects is, one, we should increase high wagons available in India. Second is we should allow coal transportation through containers also. At present, if you transport anything from Chennai to Delhi through containers, they usually move empty hand towards North India, and again they are filled back, and again they are sent back to the available ports in India, to eastern sector and western sector. So if this empty wagons or empty containers can be utilized for coal transportation, it will reduce our overall logistic cost for all the consumers. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So we will take up your question to railway, your suggestions. We have some questions for Piyush sir from Mr. R.K. Chaurasia. And Mr. Pawan Kumar Tandon after him.
Thank you, Monica Bachchan ji. I have question with our OSD Coal India, Mr. Piyush Kumar. I am a Coal Indian, ex-chief manager, ex-vessel, retired from Central Coalfield Coal India. My question is that, what is the status of metallurgical coke in coal reduction point, coal reduction plan? What is the status of metallurgical coke in cost reduction plan at grassroots level? One. Second is present cost per tonne. Third is availability in the market. That's all. Thank you.
Sir, requesting you, could you repeat the first question? First question, sir.
First question.
And sir, please be little louder, or maybe you can
First
थोड़ा सा
question
mic
is
pass कर लीजिए.
what is the status of metallurgical coke in cost reduction plan? मतलब इसमें cost reduction करने का plan क्या है और अभी क्या cost है?
Induction furnace you're saying?
जी?
So you're saying induction furnace?
क्या बोले? Yes.
Actually, I am not expert in coke making. Means I am basically involved in coal. If anybody can take up his question.
Anybody from
the
audience
steel
can also
sector?
take up this.
Present cost per ton.
These information you can get from Google. Means ऐसा नहीं है कि आपको यहाँ कुछ policy matters हो. If you want to have some suggestions, you can make, or you can have some policy decisions. On this.
Yes.
मतलब information. हाँ, if anybody can answer. एक यहाँ mic दे दीजिए इधर में.
Sir, ये वाले session में ना, I really request you, if you are asking question from Madam or Piyush sir, policy related होगा तो better है. And बाकी the rest of the panelists can talk on logistics and international trade. They can take up various other questions.
Should I answer his question?
Yes, sir.
He was talking about cost reductions of coke, metallurgical coke. Is it not? The largest lever of reducing cost of coke is blending. In the morning, you have heard so many lectures. Today, we are fully dependent on prime hard coking coal and other hard coking coal. But time has come, we have to reduce the uses of prime hard coking coal. We have to use some alternative low value, not so good coking coal, but we have to use some percentage, 5, 10, whatever possible. And you have to see your process, how you can improve your process. If you can improve the process, you can always use some low cost coal into the blend, and that is the only way you can reduce the cost of coke. Second is uses. When blast furnace, they are choosing to use some particular quality of coke, sometimes it appears that they are not rational in demanding some small blast furnace, they demand very high quality of coke. So if that is rational, then accordingly you can always reduce the cost of coke. Coke, quality-wise, if it is a superior coke, and if small blast furnace is asking for a superior coke, it is some kind of waste of resources. That is my view, of course.
Thank you, sir. Sir, आप अपना नाम जरूर बताइएगा. I don't know you. Please give it to him. Sir, आपको देते हैं.
My name is S. Deepak from.
Sir.
Hello. My name is S. Deepak. I am from Polwarth SMS group. All the panelists have normally addressed only the quantitative aspect of coal imports, but not the qualitative aspect. Because we need to import less coal, but better quality, which will give the right output in the blast furnace. A blast furnace operator in India is faced with the challenge of having very high alumina in the pellets and high slag volumes. And if you add more ash to the coal, and without the required properties, you cannot inject PCI, and you cannot have a more green operation of the blast furnace. So this also needs to be addressed in the policy.
Thank you.
I have got a small foundry in Uttar Pradesh, Jaunpur, where I require my annual consumption of 12% as content coke is about 100 tons, very small. And in my Jaunpur area, so many foundries are there, and they require this low as content coke.
Right, sir. I think Stephen Shipping and Excoal can fulfill your requirements.
No, just I want, because that due to non-availability of low ash content coke, the foundries are almost, they are going to be closed. And due to that, the present which I am procuring from the south and from West Bengal, the cost is coming 54,000 to 60,000 per ton. So what measures are being taken by MOC to improve and lower down the prices of that low as content, about the 12% coke, which is rarely available now, and what you are giving subsidy and support to the manufacturer of this quality of coke. And if you are, sir, giving support or subsidy to the manufacturer of low as content coke, kindly publish that list of the manufacturer, so that my suburbs units which have been going on closed can get the cheap at cheaper rate of and can survive. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. See, the only thing is to reduce the prices to increase the availability of this low ash coal in the market. You have been retired from ECL, you know that the most of the low ash coal is there from ECL only. The thing is, the government has a transparent mechanism of Shakti policy where you can get the linkage through various methods of Shakti. It is not even in the hands of Coal India to give just a coal to you. Anything, sir? About the policy, what I have told, Ministry of Coal has made a policy for exploration giving priority to low ash coal and coking coal. So this is in the priority area. If exploration is done for low ash coal and coking coal, naturally the more blocks will come in these production, and I think the availability will increase from the private sector. You should not depend always on Coal India. Let the market players should come up and then explore and exploit these coals.
Were different. They were demanding high ash coke. Today, demanding low ash coke. So, I will speak to Mr. Tandon personally during the lunch time, tell you an interesting story. Your problem is not there with the government. The government cannot solve your problem. It is only the coke makers. You have to go to the right person, right transporter, your problem will be solved. I'll tell you the story with a lot of humor. Because now very serious technical discussion is going on. I'll tell all of you this interesting story. How our tastes have changed, how from idli, dosa, our children have changed to pasta and pizza.
So you wanted to make a comment?
I'm Meridien, AD Operations Sale. My question is for Piyush sir. Since morning we have been talking about Atmanirbhar Bharat, and we need to increase the quantity of indigenous coking coal, for which we were told that we need to install 100 million tons of capacity washeries. But as far as my knowledge goes, even the existing capacity is not being fully utilized because of the non-availability of coal from Coal India, BCCL, CIL. My suggestion is, you have said also that government is making schemes to promote this. But at present, what we need is, for commercial reasons, it is not getting through. Because the pricing at which Coal India wants for these coal, that they don't get. At 600, 80% of the cost that madam was saying, it works. But once it comes to $200, then it doesn't work out. Then there's no inclination for supplying to washeries. That is exactly happening. So my suggestion is some focus or importance has to be given if we need to grow, increase our indigenous production. through washeries. We need to allocate some quantity, definitely, because it is a very small volume of Coal India's business. Coking coal is just 5% maybe. So their focus is more on 95%. 5% they are ready to. So we need to lay more stress on this. और कुछ quantity definitely allocate करना पड़ेगा. Otherwise this will not happen. अभी existing capacities भी utilize नहीं हो रही.
देखिए आपको एक ये बता दें कि लास्ट ईयर से 1.7 मिलियन टन जो कोकिंग कोल वॉश कोकिंग कोल सप्लाई हुआ था लास्ट ईयर, दिस ईयर वी आर प्लानिंग टू डबल फ्रॉम कोल इंडिया. इट विल बी अराउंड 3.4 मिलियन टन नाउ. See, the focus is there on coking coal. You cannot say that there is no focus. Focus is on coking coal. Only thing is जब हम 51 मिलियन टन प्रोड्यूस कर रहे हैं और वॉशरी में डाल नहीं पा रहे हैं, तो फोकस इज नाउ ऑन स्टैब्लिशिंग वॉशरीज. अगर आप वॉशरी नहीं बनाइएगा तो ये 35-40% ऐश का कोयला पावर सेक्टर में चला जाएगा. तो नाउ द फोकस इज ऑन इंस्टॉलिंग वॉशरीज. ऑलरेडी वॉशरी बन रही है. आप सेकंड सेशन में देखिएगा, यू हैव अ प्रेजेंटेशन फ्रॉम CMPDI. दे आर कंस्ट्रक्टिंग वॉशरीज. हम लोग बू बेसिस पर बॉम्ब बेसिस पर वॉशरी बना रहे हैं. एंड इवन वी हैव कम अप विद ए पॉलिसी दैट लैंड कैन बी लीज टू द वॉशरी ऑपरेटर नाउ. द कोल इंडिया का जो कोल बियरिंग एरिया में जो लैंड एक्वायर किया हुआ है. सो आई थिंक दैट देखिए करीब 15 मिलियन टन वॉशरी जो है वो 6 न्यू कोकिंग कोल वॉशरीज 9 न्यू कोकिंग कोल वॉशरीज आने वाली हैं. सो जैसे ही एक वॉशिंग कैपेसिटी बढ़ेगी, डेफिनेटली द वॉश कोकिंग कोल प्रोड्यूस डोमेस्टिकली विल गो अप. सो थर्स्ट इज देयर. आप ऐसा नहीं बोल सकते थर्स्ट नहीं है. एग्जिस्टिंग देखिए 50 साल पुरानी वॉशरी से आप क्या एक्सपेक्ट करते हैं कि 100% कैपेसिटी पर चलेगी ये? आप कथारा वॉशरी जा करके देखिए किस कंडीशन में है. जो वॉशरी 50 साल पहले रशियन से लगा के चले गए थे, अब आप यू कैन नॉट एक्सपेक्ट देम टू वर्क जस्ट लाइक ए न्यू वॉशरी. तो उसकी कैपेसिटी यूटिलाइजेशन पे मत जाइए. नाउ कोल इंडिया इज थिंकिंग अबाउट इम्प्रूविंग सम ऑफ द वॉशरीज, बट नई वॉशरी आ रही है और रिप्लेस कर देगी.
Just to add on, Monica. Sir, my question to you, like, if we have washeries and everything, are you thinking of making a policy that 100% of the coking coal goes to washeries and none goes to power plants?
We are trying. First, there should be capacity in washing, ना? अगर वॉशिंग में कैपेसिटी नहीं होगी तो पॉलिसी क्या बना देंगे? अगर मान लीजिए 51 मिलियन टन कोयला प्रोडक्शन है, अगर कैपेसिटी अगर 60 मिलियन टन वॉशिंग की है, वी कैन हैव ए पॉलिसी. लेकिन अगर कैपेसिटी नहीं या पॉलिसी बना दीजिएगा तो उतना कोयला क्या कहाँ जाएगा? एनी कोल विच इज प्रोड्यूस हैज टू बी कंज्यूम्ड, अदरवाइज वो जल जाएगा.
One thing is very clear: the coal Ministry of Coal or Coal India will never like to sell gold at the cost of brass. They will like to get the coking coal cost. There is no doubt about it. So when that is needed, the whole focus, what he has rightly said, has to be to create the capacity. Unfortunately, even today, your recovery is only 45% over last, I think, 6-7 years from coking coal. So what coking coal you are recovering is 45% of the total quantity. So that percentage is also making it unviable, but the efforts has to continue. Maybe the dry washeries, wet washeries, all technology has to keep on coming so that the recovery is more and definitely the market is there to use it. And that is how it is going to work.
Ma'am, we have a question for you from Ranajit Talapatra from Coal India Limited. Please raise your hand. Yeah.
Thank you. I'm Ranajit Talapatra. I look after washeries and coking coal in Coal India Limited headquarters. And so I really love the way you put, like, it won't sell gold at the cost of brass, and I started clapping. It was one of the best things that you have said, and I remember when you were the steel secretary, I remember receiving your letters when, like, steel ministry for the first time, like, put in the idea of giving long-term linkage and asked Anwar, you said that the steel sector was ready to set up washeries. And accordingly, now recently, Ministry of Coal, as Mr. Piyush Kumar said, the Ministry of Coal has also, like, started a policy for private, like, setting up washeries by private steel operators, PSU steel operators, and others recently. But this was just like as a reaction to what you just said. My question, basically what I asked for to Monica was, like, what is the actual, like, National Steel Policy 2017 has been 5 years, and like due to COVID or for whatever reason, it has been very aspirational and doesn't seem to fructify anywhere near. And the 255 million ton demand of crude steel in 2017 might be there, but production capacity of steel might not reach that high. So what is the actual need for washed indigenous coal for steel sector? Because National Steel Policy was written with the thought of stamp charging in mind. Nobody has been speaking about stamp charging, and the major steel producers, public sector steel producers, SAIL and RINL, stamp charging is not being utilized, whereas it has been thought of. Stamp charging agar nahi hota hai, so how do we, I think the numbers, the amount we are projecting should be a little less. It's high time we should review the requirement.
Absolutely. Let me put it this way. You'll be happy to know, and it has tested the time in the pandemic also. What we had planned for 2030 to reach 300 million tons, from 85, what we were in 2015, we are already 150 million tons. So we are on the right path, and the expansion plan is already under execution, which is around 25 to 30 million tons. And others are in the offing, so 2030 targets will be met for the simple reason, the consumption. We did a reverse engineering actually. The consumption used to be only 56 kg per capita. From there we are touching 70 kg per capita, and capacity is to turn 160 kg per capita. So with the focus of the government on infrastructure, definitely the demand is going to continue, and we need steel, steel, steel. And if we need steel, if you don't make it, we import. And that is not the scenario which the steel makers will ever like. That is one. And I would like you to comment upon it on the stamping part of it. See, the coking coal requirement in proportion is needed. Even today, our import bill is very high on coking coal. So the present gap itself we have to fill. Like we said in the scrap policy, we import 7 million tons on date, not talking of future requirements. So first is to negate this 7 million tons of scrap. Similarly, we have to negate the coking coal that we are importing, and the policy also talks about only 60% is indigenous. 40% we agree that we will have to import. There is no shortcut in coking coal for it.
Regarding the stamp charge, but I think the second part of the session, Mr. Saxena Saab will be able to answer that in a more effective way. But just for information, SAIL has, we have just, probably just maybe 2 months ago, we have gone in for, we'll be going in for our first stamp charge battery at Rourkela. So that is at the project stage, but just for information. But the details probably will be in the second part, we can get it. Thank you.
अच्छा सर, आपसे और मैम से एक क्वेश्चन मेरे को भी पूछना था. अभी ड्यूटी लगने से पहले, like on 29th May, we experienced, every one of us experienced a duty on export of coal and pellet export. अच्छा, ये ड्यूटी से पहले of course there were several recommendations which which went to the ministry from primary steel, mainly from secondary, कि मैनेज नहीं हो पा रहा है, ड्यूटी लगाइए, पैलेट पे लगाइए. But after that also, they're still in news, the secondary steel is still in news that the plants are shutting down, and now the reason is different, it is coal. So how do we see, as in actual pain point iron ore में था या coal में था?
The secondary steel sector, I'm sure there are people here who are sitting in the audience and who can pinpoint the real problem, what she has rightly said. See, the raw material differential cost, because the government has decided to go for auction route, which personally I've never been in favor of it, is for the simple reason that the people who are bidding 114% high on the government rate are securing their raw material. They are not miners. They are securing their raw material. So in the sense, they are not adding to the market on the production part of it, and therefore creating a problem where secondary sector is completely dependent on the market availability of the raw materials. So it applies both to the coal, it applies both to the iron ore. And that is where their problem starts, because they need in smaller quantities and they need of a uniform quality. So these two problems hit them very badly. And for that, one thing we have been talking about, that either you should allow them to bid in consortium, so that they make a consortium and do the mining, but for them they have a problem because they are not miners, so they will have to acquire that skill or sublet it to somebody to operate for them. Or alternatively, which many of the BOF steel makers have come out with it, that from their captive mines, after auction or before auction, they will give a percentage of the raw material to the secondary sector. So that should become a part of the policy making, that okay, fine, you have it, we will rationalize royalty if possible, and then make that available to the secondary sector, because secondary sector is very important. In the steel pie graph, 51% steel comes from secondary sector today, and when we become 300 million tons, even then 51% will come from the secondary sector. So definitely in the policy we can't ignore them. We have to be very, very clear about it, that their pains are immediately sorted out.
Just to add, there are many issues with regard to movement of material from our captive, so-called captive goods. There are fundamental governance issues with the state governments, which also needs to be sorted out on a more holistic level. Like approaching each state government with one set of problem and another state government with another set of problem is becoming a pain point for us. Availability of iron ore by itself is not the issue. It is these clearances also which are taking a lot of time and energy of ours. Probably then, like for me, production of steel is more important. Selling of the material is a very small part of it. So I would not give so much of importance to that area at all, if I find that there's too much of hassles in it.
I will write maybe 1 minute closing remarks from each one of you before I put my closing remarks.
Yeah, one thing everyone is actually saying that on 23rd the government has put a clean restriction on export duties at 15%. And just you know, and everybody knows that we export close to 13 million tons last year, and that is only limited us to 8 to 10% of the total whatever the production is happening. So, I mean, the government, it is my personal views, and this is just wanted to put here, to summarize the restrictions which we were actually waiving off. And therefore, these 15% is really helpful, and it is an equal effect of the coking coal prices has suddenly came down. And also, sir, we are actually seeing that the domestic price is also coming to the level where secondary steel mills are also well benefited. So this was my closing remarks, and I appreciate that government has taken somehow as a good decision at the right break, and let's see how it's evolved.
I would not want to repeat any of the points, but at one point, this was an idea, that probably there's a need for having a government-to-government engagement with those countries which export coking coal to us, or from where we import coking coal. Because there is also a lot of governance issues with regard to these countries, where suddenly one province puts a tax on the coal miners, just at the time when the prices are going down. So how are the miners going to understand these things? And if there is a weather problem, the whole the ecosystem of our companies can come to a total halt. So probably there would be a need for a government-to-government level engagement, probably something akin to what had happened in case of Russia. Probably something more at that level, which would really help us to. And a lot was said about Russian coal in the morning, and I think, but let us understand that Russian coal, along with Russian coal, would come cheap Russian steel also. So we have to be prepared for that also. Thank you.
in closing, I would like to say that let's be prepared and let's achieve our target for 2030 and increase our coking coal production, increase our washery capacity, and let's be less dependent on imported coal. Thank you.
I just wanted to conclude by saying that the raw material security, especially in terms of coking coal availability and non-coking coal for steel sector, is government is committed. We are open to all type of suggestions. Do make suggestions, and we will ensure that the availability of coal is there for the steel sector.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I thank each of the panelists personally for flagging the issue so well, and of course the audience who came up with such pointed questions. For Monica, some of the recommendations which are very, very important for you to document it and take it to the concerned levels, which has emerged very strongly from the panelists as well as from the audience. As far as coal is concerned, the policy in bold letter should be that we should not encourage import, right? So the moment we have this objective very clear, the rest of the things will fall in line, that we have to enhance our production when we are going ahead with it. We have to enhance the supply, because in import you get a uniform quality. But when you are buying indigenous coal, sometimes Coal India mix the coal of 2-3 mines. And that creates a problem to the industry who is using that coal. So uniformity of the quality is equally important indigenously when we are going ahead. Then what is also equally important in this is the pricing. There could be, because the complaint of the coal ministry and the Coal India is that the buyers keep on fluctuating on what is cheaper. If import is cheaper, they'll go there. If indigenous is cheaper, they'll come here, and they are not able to have a business plan. So there has to be an arrangement of fluctuating price, international price minus dash percentage. Whatever is that percentage can be decided between Coal India and the industry and go ahead, and we have successfully done it in electrographite, so I think it is possible. Then we come to your topic of coking coal, focusing on it, because we could ignore coal while talking of coking coal, is, like I said before, only 45% recovery, so a lot of research has to go for it. The coal ministry is consciously working, as has been rightly said by Mr. Piyush Kumar, of expanding the mines as well as the washeries, because that is the only way forward when we are going ahead. And steel policy is targeting to have 60% indigenous. That is only one part of the steel policy. I don't see a proportionate movement, but with the policy coming, it can be accelerated and we can take it ahead when we are moving with it. The duty structure has to be congruent to the bold objectives of 60% coking coal indigenous and no import of thermal coal. Then automatically your duty structures will not be knee-jerk and they will fall in line when we are moving ahead with it. And most important, that the session has to focus on the logistics. One, the 400 rupees on coal duty put by the railways, a surcharge, cess, has to go immediately. They have done it to the power sector. Waterways have to be encouraged, and yes, the state governments have to be in sync with these two objectives what we have talked about. Any country, it has to be strong in steel. We are already number 2. We will continue to be number 2. Of course, much, much lower than China, because we don't need that kind of an expansion. And China is also now going for green steel, clean steel, and plateauing between 800 to 900 million tons. So they are also not the expansionist mode at all. Only India will be in the expansionist mode, and we should continue with that. We should not lose that advantage. India needs it so we are a low infrastructure country, and definitely we need it. So all policies have to be looked from that lens. I'm sure your recommendation will be taken by the ministries, and they will move ahead, because it is fulfilling the objective, what Mr. Piyush Kumar has rightly said. It is completely in sync with your requirement, and the issue is how fast we execute it. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
With this, we conclude the session. Saroj.
Ladies and gentlemen, this was indeed a very enriching session with the inputs, thoughts, views, observations, and discussion amongst the eminent panel here. I'm 100% sure. Along with the Q&A from the audience, we all gained more insight into the topics discussed. I thank the chair, the co-chair, and the eminent panel for all the deliberation and the recommendation. And we thank all of you for your very active participation. We would like to give a memento as a token of gratitude towards the panel. I request Ms. Monica Bachchan to kindly present a memento to Session Chair Dr. Aruna Sharma, IAS, former Secretary, Ministry of Steel, Government of India. Thank you, ma'am, for chairing this session. Memento to Mr. Piyush Kumar, OSD, Ministry of Coal, our co-chair of the session. Thank you, Mr. Kumar. Also to our eminent panel, Mr. V. Suresh, Executive Director, Coal Import Group, Steel Authority of India. Thank you, Mr. Suresh. Mr. Pankaj Jha, General Manager, Marketing India, Ex-Coal Energy and Resources. Thank you, Mr. Jha. And Mr. Naimesh Marakhana, Director, iEnergy Natural Resources Limited. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Monica Bachchan. Ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, we will take a break for lunch now, and we invite all of you to join us for lunch. May I request all of you to kindly be seated by few minutes before 2 o'clock so that we can start our session in time. Our next session will start at 2 o'clock. The presentations and panel discussion, it will be a combined session of presentations and panel discussions. Enjoy the lunch. See you all back at 2 o'clock. Please be mindful to be seated before time so that we don't delay the session any further. Thank you so much. Enjoy the lunch.
As a building block in the self-reliant India story, JSPL succeeds when India grows. JSPL, contributing towards self-reliant India, humbly serving the nation. Tata Steel remains at the forefront of managing biodiversity. Our promise of 100 years to our land, our earth, our communities, and our biodiversity spans the past, the present, and the future. In Smart Systems, reliable analytical support since 1993. In Smart, improves quality, productivity, and profitability.
Aligning with the Swachh Bharat Abhiyan, the initiative of the Honorable Prime Minister, Vizag Steel has made the movement a part of VSP's way of life.
As a building block in the self-reliant India story, JSPL succeeds when India grows. JSPL, contributing towards self-reliant India, humbly serving the nation. Tata Steel remains at the forefront of managing biodiversity. Our promise of 100 years to our land, our earth, our communities, and our biodiversity spans the past, the present, and the future. In Smart Systems, reliable analytical support since 1993. In Smart, improves quality, productivity, and profitability. Aligning with the Swachh Bharat Abhiyan, the initiative of the Honorable Prime Minister, Vizag Steel has made the movement a part of VSP's way of life.
21 दिन का लॉकडाउन लंबा समय है, लेकिन आपके जीवन की रक्षा के लिए, आपके परिवार की रक्षा के लिए उतना ही महत्वपूर्ण है। हमारे पास यही एक महत्वपूर्ण रास्ता है।
We call it a maximum women staff organization. Women staff organization कहते हैं क्योंकि मेटलॉजिक में 80% वुमेन स्टाफ काम करते हैं।
Go to mymetalogic.com. On the top left, click on subscribe. Click on subscribe now. You are now on the card page of Metalogic subscription. Quantity refers to number of months. Change it to from 1 to 12. Click on update card. The subscription amount will be calculated on number of months selected. For 1 month, it is 500 rupees. For 12 months, it is 6,000 rupees. Click on proceed to check out. Fill the billing details and click on place order. Now you can choose your mode of payment. You have just made a right choice. Thank you for subscribing to mymetalogic.com.
As a building block in the self-reliant India story, JSPL succeeds when India grows. JSPL, contributing towards self-reliant India, humbly serving the nation.
Tata Steel remains at the forefront of managing biodiversity. Our promise of 100 years to our land, our earth, our communities, and our biodiversity spans the past, the present, and the future.
InSmart Systems, reliable analytical support since 1993. InSmart improves quality, productivity, and profitability. Aligning with the Swachh Bharat Abhiyan, the initiative of the Honorable Prime Minister, Vizag Steel has made the movement a part of VSP's way of life.
21 दिन का लॉकडाउन लंबा समय है, लेकिन आपके जीवन की रक्षा के लिए, आपके परिवार की रक्षा के लिए उतना ही महत्वपूर्ण है। हमारे पास यही एक महत्वपूर्ण रास्ता है।
We call it a maximum women staff organization. Maximum women staff organization कहते हैं, क्योंकि मेटलॉजिक में 80% वुमेन स्टाफ काम करते हैं।
Go to mymetalogic.com. On the top left, click on subscribe. Click on subscribe now. You are now on the card page of Metalogic subscription. Quantity refers to number of months. Change it to from 1 to 12. Click on update card. The subscription amount will be calculated on number of months selected. For 1 month, it is 500 rupees. For 12 months, it is 6,000 rupees. Click on proceed to check out. Fill the billing details and click on place order. Now you can choose your mode of payment. You have just made a right choice. Thank you for subscribing to mymetalogic.com.
As a building block in the self-reliant India story, JSPL succeeds when India grows. JSPL, contributing towards self-reliant India, humbly serving the nation.
Tata Steel remains at the forefront of managing biodiversity. Our promise of 100 years to our land, our earth, our communities, and our biodiversity spans the past, the present, and the future.
InSmart Systems, reliable analytical support since 1993. InSmart improves quality, productivity, and profitability.
Aligning with the Swachh Bharat Abhiyan, the initiative of the Honorable Prime Minister, Vizag Steel has made the movement a part of VSP's way of life.
दिन का लॉकडाउन लंबा समय है, लेकिन आपके जीवन की रक्षा के लिए, आपके परिवार की रक्षा के लिए उतना ही महत्वपूर्ण है। हमारे पास यही एक महत्वपूर्ण रास्ता है।
We call it a maximum women staff organization. Maximum women staff organization कहते हैं, क्योंकि मेटलॉजिक में 80% women staff काम करते हैं।
Go to mymetalogic.com. On the top left, click on subscribe. Click on subscribe now. You are now on the card page of Metalogic subscription. Quantity refers to number of months. Change it to from 1 to 12. Click on update card. The subscription amount will be calculated on number of months selected. For 1 month, it is 500 rupees. For 12 months, it is 6,000 rupees. Click on Proceed to check out. Fill the billing details and click on Place Order. Now you can choose your mode of payment. You have just made a right choice. Thank you for subscribing to mymetalogic.com.
As a building block in the self-reliant India story, JSPL succeeds when India grows. JSPL, contributing towards self-reliant India, humbly serving the nation.
Tata Steel remains at the forefront of managing biodiversity. Our promise of 100 years to our land, our earth, our communities, and our biodiversity spans the past, the present, and the future.
InSmart Systems, reliable analytical support since 1993. InSmart improves quality, productivity, and profitability.
Aligning with the Swachh Bharat Abhiyan, the initiative of the Honorable Prime Minister, Vizag Steel has made the movement a part of VSP's way of life.
systems, reliable analytical support since 1993. InSmart improves quality, productivity, and profitability.
Ladies and
Aligning
gentlemen,
with the
may
Swachh Bharat-
we request all of you to kindly take your seats as we will begin our next session. Please take your seats as we are starting with our second session of the day. It's going to be presentations and panel discussion. The topic is the iron makers and coke makers towards a common goal, expectations. Please, once again, I request all of you to please take your seats as we are about to begin the session. May I request all of you to kindly give your full cooperation and support in managing the timeline of the session. Please be seated. I hope everyone's enjoyed their lunch. Now all of you, and I hope everyone is ready for the next session. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, I request all of you to kindly settle down. Please take your seats. Please be seated so that we, without any delay, can start our next session. Please help us in managing the timeline for this session. May I request once again to all of you, whosoever is standing so far, please take your seats. The topic of this session is the iron makers and coke makers towards a common goal, expectations. We'll have enriching presentations and a panel discussion in this session. This is our second session of the day. I once again request all of you to take your seat before we start the session. Without further ado, let's begin the next session, session number 2. Welcome back, everybody. Hope you all have enjoyed the lunch. Well, it's been a very productive day so far. All of you have been adding so much of value to our conference. We really appreciate all your support and active participation so far. We will begin with our next session, the iron makers and coke makers towards a common goal, expectations. Please join me in welcoming on the stage our session chair, Mr. Piyush Kumar, OSD, Ministry of Coal. I would request Mr. Kumar to kindly grace the dais. I also invite on the dais the Honorable Co-Chair of this session, Mr. R.K. Bisen, Managing Director in Smart Systems. I request Mr. Bisen also to kindly take his seat on the dais. Now I would invite our rest of our panelists on this session. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Debjani Nag, she couldn't make it today as due to medical reason, and but we have her presentations which we will be presenting virtually to all of you. I would request now Mr. Reji Mathai to kindly join us on the dais. Well, to share with all of you very briefly about Dr. Debjani Nag. She is Principal Scientist, Coal and Coke Making Research Group, Tata Steel Limited. Her research interests are advanced characterization of coal and coke, carbonization, utilization of non-coking coal, different pre-carbonization techniques in coke making. She has published more than 30 numbers of research papers in reputed journals and also has over 25 patents in the area of coal and coke making. Here with us on the dais is Mr. Reji Mathai. He is head coke oven plant, Jindal SAW. He has 34 years of operational experience in recovery and non-recovery type coke. He's bagged Vishwakarma National Award from Government of India in 2005 and prestigious Apex Awards BSP in 2006. He's also won a gold medal for technical paper presentation at Insan at Tata Steel in 2006. A very warm welcome. Dr. Rob Boyd, our next eminent panelists. He's Technical Marketing Manager at Bathurst Resources. Well, he's been fortunate to have had two careers. He started as a coal geologist in Greymouth in 1996 and finished a chief resource geologist for Greymouth and Refton coal fields. He has been in technical marketing for 16 years. His key areas of interest are resource quality and link to utilization and understanding link with coal properties and value in a blend. Our next eminent panelist to join us on this session is Ms. Abha Prasad. She's Chief Manager, CMP Division, CMPDI Headquarter. She's a mineral engineer from Indian School of Mines, Dhanbad, now known as IIT, ISM. She has also been actively associated with several committee working groups constituted by Ministry of Coal and also CIL, such as assessing the technical feasibility of washing coking coals to 13% ash content, policy on throwaway projects, rejects from washeries, reclassification of coking coal and augmentation of domestic coking coal. So these are our eminent panel at this hour. This is session number 2, and for rest of the proceedings of this session, I hand it over to our session chair, Mr. Piyush Kumar, with his opening remarks. Thank you.
Good afternoon. So post-lunch session, a bit difficult. Everybody must be thinking about taking small nap. Let's make this session lively. We have 5 presentations in this session. So this is a technical session, and your expectation on technology on coke making or washing, we have presenters on the dais, Mr. R.K. Bisen, who will be speaking on machinery and beneficiation, characterization. We have a small video clip from Dr. Debjani Nag, which will be playing. He could not attend because of Corona. And then Mr. Reji Mathai, head coke oven plant Jindal. He will be talking about the catalysts, use of catalyst for coke making. And then we have Dr. Rob Boyd. He has come from New Zealand, and he will be telling about the coke availability scenario in India. And Ms. Abha Prasad from CMPDI, she will be talking about the technology on coal washing. So I will not take much time to start because we have a number of presentations. I expect that 6 minutes to each presenter, so that in 30 minutes it can be over. The question answer session will be after the presentation by all the speakers. So now I will request, the first is Mr. P.K. Bisen, MD, in smart systems. Before this, I would just like to ask Dr. Mukesh if you want to say something. It's okay. I think Dr. Mukesh can conclude this. I may have to go in between because of some meeting. So I am here till I have been called. So the conclusion part, Dr. Mukesh can take care. So now I will request Mr. R.K. Visyan.
Good afternoon, everybody. Yeah, you give it to them. हम आज़ादी के 75वें साल में हैं और अमृत महोत्सव मना रहे हैं. The whole purpose of this presentation is to know everybody how steel is important to us and what coke and coal is, how coke and coal is important. Since the time is very less, I will just briefly say that in smart systems is contributing a lot, and आत्मनिर्भर भारत का जो सपना हमने देखा है हम 30 साल से कर रहे हैं. 30 साल से इंडिजीनियसली टेक्नोलॉजी डेवलपमेंट और R&D. I can say about 40% of our revenue goes into the R&D sector. We are doing all the R&D on the coal beneficiation also. Recently, just one case studies my colleagues will be showing on the presentation. Recently, we have developed one equipment and we have supplied to Bokaro Steel Plant. With this equipment, they are able to make about 300 tons of steel on everyday basis, extra steel. That means about 1 million ton without any other capability or capacity argument. So I'll hand over to Mr. Anurag, my team, for the further presentation.
A very good afternoon to the eminent jury and to the learned delegates. There's a mic here? Okay. Oh yeah, it's okay. Fair enough, I'll manage here. Okay. Next page, na? Next, cool. Well, when it comes to InSmart, I think we are known for something that InSmart is a company, whenever it presents itself in an exhibition, it goes by the module of show and tell. So we believe in seeing and believing. Everybody believes in seeing and believing. And as MD sir said, a chunk of our investments would go in R&D, and every year we would come up with 5 to 6 new equipments which are dedicated towards assessing the quality of the mined materials and all mined materials which are there in the Mother Earth. Now let's take the topic of the day, and when it comes to assessing the quality of coal, the current scenario is that we collect from the time that we collect the increment to the time we get the analysis, there is a huge amount of time, about 48 hours to 72 hours are taken from the time we collect the sample, prepare the sample, and get the analysis results. Vis-a-vis when we introduce InSmart systems, lot sample preparation and collection machinery, within 4 to 5 hours, that is literally the time that it takes to empty a rake. We have the robotic systems involved where we'll collect the sample on site, we'll prepare it as per the IS and the ASTM norms, we will do the pulverization as per the BIS norms, and do the automatic robotized surface moisture analysis and all the the thermogravimetric analysis as well, which would, so as you can see, all the activities that you would have to pardon for the lag in the video, but the robot works very smoothly. So all the things that the robot, a man does in terms of weighing the sample for 1 gram, assessing the quality through the volatile matter, the inherent moistures, the moisture content, the ash content, all of these activities are handled very smoothly by the robotic functions. What it implies is that, the speed is an important thing. As the country goes about increasing their production, in utilizing the quantity of coal, a thermal power plant would utilize about 30,000 to 40,000 tons of coal on a daily basis. A supercritical thermal power plant will utilize that much of coal. And about tons and tons of material, about 15 tons of material is collected on a daily basis to analyze the quality. It is very important that coal is collected is representative in nature, and there is no other way but to go for complete sampling automation, which is what InSmart system provides in an indigenous manner. Going back to the next slide. Yeah, I can run the video. Yeah, again, this is like in the morning sessions, you know, there were discussion about from the Tata Steel on Tata Steel West Bokaro to Tata Steel Jharia. So here we provide the systems on the go. And the ability of InSmart systems is to collect the sample and process the sample on site. So the activity of collecting tons of samples on the site, then getting it to the lab and processing in the lab is all eliminated by providing all the integrated units right on the site itself. So we collect the sample, we process it on site, we push back the excess material back to the source. Like this is one of the West Bokaro sites on which these samplings, all the clean coal sampling, all the thermal coal sampling are done on these sampling systems and integrated units. And the effort of InSmart system is recognized by the industry, where as you can see that there are variety of sampling solutions that we have provided, and keeping in mind the brownfield projects, every sampling system is different. It is not just the cross-belt sampler, but there's a preparation unit. This is from Kalinganagar. So, and you can see the industry has recognized those efforts, and we are known to provide integrated sampling solutions, may it be Tatas, may it be JSWs or Nalcos or Coal India, Vedanta Group and AMNS Group. They all, have recognized the strength of InSmart systems and the speed that is required in order to process the sample on site and get the pulp in the lab so that the analysis can happen. And this has helped the industry in terms of, doing their stacking and reclaiming planning for that matter. Because the material, the sample, while the material is being unloaded and the rake is being emptied, the sample is collected, prepared, and through rapid analysis, the GCV is known. So one can actually go for stacking and reclaiming planning also as per their boiler designs. So this helps the industry in augmenting their processes. It helps the industry in taking faster decisions. And the best case scenario would be that you blend the imported coal and an Indian coal and then stack it in a manner that it suits your boiler design. And the experts which are sitting in the jury and in the panel, in the delegates, they know more better than us than if you are able to feed the boiler as per the boiler design, what kind of desired results can be taken up. So InSmart Systems is basically geared up to feed the industry with all the required data and in a repeatable and reliable manner. Going to the next slide, Mr. Ratnakar would elaborate on this.
So many speakers have spoken about the imported coal and how to cope up for the, by 2030 we have to meet to 140 million ton. So there is a huge utilization of the coking coal by reducing the ash percentage and other thing. So many of the people have said that a lot of mixed combinations has to be worked out for optimizing the coke oven, how it is going to behave in the blast furnace. So basically we have a coke oven. As you can see, there is a mixer, after that stamping, so it is something like a simulator where, with a bunch of coals which can be trialed out at the lab scale and which can be implemented at the plant scale level. So that the major advantages which the industry would like to look at the plant scale level, one is yield optimization, and another part is what will be the CR and CSR, and what will be the coking time, and MICAM index, like how it is going to behave in the blast furnace, and these are the advantages which is going to gain by the industries. So these are the advantages with respect to the coke ovens.
So as you could see how exactly pilot coke ovens would give an advantage of basically imitating the situations in the batteries. Another example where the robotics would play a role in sample preparation when a steel industry wants to increase their production, and the data I am not going to repeat, but when they are going to increase the consumption, they are going to consume a lot of raw materials. It could be limestone, it could be dolomite as additives, or it could be the raw material, the main raw material of lumps it could be pellets, it could be sinters. Now, the quantity of iron ore, lumps, sinters, and pellets which will be utilized as industry goes about increasing production would be humongous. Manually handling those things are unthinkable. So here we have introduced a robotic sample preparation unit where a manless manner may we pin a barcode and the robot takes a barcode, the barcode reads and tells the location from where, the source from where the sample has come, and all the processes of IS in terms of crushing, stage by sample division, pulverization, determination of LOI, as you can see in the video, and also the destructive mode of sample preparation through fusion bead or the press pellet mode of sample preparation through XRF. All of these are integrated. So this is a completely integrated, stepwise, based on the BIS and IS standards sample preparation process and analysis process, which gives the speed. It operates every time in the same manner. So the repeatability and the reliability is fantastic. And again, speed is good, the safety hazards are not there, and the analysis results for each and every sample is preparation to analysis time is 8 minutes, which would include the crushing, grinding, sample preparation, and the proof of sample in terms of reference samples or other analysis sample also comes in the form of an auto-packeted material for references, for for supplying it to the suppliers or to the to the third-party agencies. So the robotics, automatic sample collection, preparation, and analysis systems basically, is ready and available in Hyderabad for the industry to take up, as they go about increasing their production and as they go about basically, utilizing more and more raw materials.
Anurag, requesting you to please conclude in 1 minute. Sure.
So we would like to showcase you about the coal crushing strength of for the pellet. As India is going to grow for the 300 million ton for the 2030, so there is a huge pellet jump from the percentage wise to the burden to the blast furnace. So CCS is one of the key performance indicator for the blast furnace. If they can get the real-time analysis based on that, burden distribution and other parameters can be adjusted at the blast furnace level. So this is with the conventional method, if we can collect the sample and getting the analysis, it was taking almost 2 hours 75 minutes. But with this robotic, this automatic CCS machine, it is able to reduce 1.4 hours. And we can get the direct feedback and it is going to give the clear picture. So based on this, the other KPI parameters can be adjusted at the pellet plant level.
Giving heat to Monica ma'am, this is one last slide, but this is an important slide, like MD sir had mentioned in the past. This is a perfect example of how OEM and indigenously, making equipment company can actually impact the production in a steel plant without any capacity augmentation. And here we have an example. We have been, the steel plant in Rourkela from the last 5 years by the utilization of a automatic robotic container lab in Rourkela steel plant has been, reaping the benefits. And recently, SAIL plant in Bokaro has also been reaping the benefits, where just a day before the inauguration in June, they were doing about 40 heats a day. And after the inauguration, they are doing 42 heats a day. So basically, this is because at the SMS lab, we have installed at the SMS level, right next to the ladle furnace, we have installed a robotic, automatic sample preparation and analysis system, where the molten metal after quenching is fed into the robotic system, and the surface milling is done on site, where the surface polishing is done, and after that, there's a surface milling going on. The analysis results would come. So within 3 minutes of time, you have collected, after collecting the sample, we prepare the sample, analyze it, and extrapolate the results to the control room. So because of that, it has led to about 3 to 5 minutes of saving from each of the heats. So in a day's time, there's a 40 to 50 minutes of saving, as such, and that particular additional time is utilized by the plant, to feed another heat, and they're able to produce about 300 to 400 tons of steel on a daily basis. So here is a perfect example where there is no capacity augmentation, and despite that, just by implementation of, a robotic system which works day in and day out, and at the site itself, there's a lot of saving, and because of that, there has been an enhancement in the production capacity.
Anuragji, I have to request.
So, giving respect to the limited time available, we have a lot more to, show, but we'll conclude the session today. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Anurag. One more thing I would like to say is that apart from the advanced robotics, we also have the conventional systems and conventional methodology of characterization. Thank you.
Thank you, Bishan sir. And this is a right example of how digitization is helping the industry to increase the productivity, improve the quality, and other things. And very good effort for indigenizing the technology. And it was a nice presentation. It is covering all, whether it is a coking coal or whether it is iron ore or steel. And I think such type of digitization with forward and backward control system will definitely help in our improving the quality, reducing the operating cost, as well as improving the productivity also. So we'll take any question is there, that will be in the end. So let me just complete all the presentation first. The second presentation is from Mr. Reggie Mathai. Reggie Mathai, sir. So he's head of coke oven plant from JSW. So he will be presenting the case from there.
Namaskar, dear ladies and gentlemen. This is Reggie Mathai from Jindal Saw Coke Oven. As we know that coal blending plays vital role in coke making in respect of costing and quality. Today I would like to presentation on experimental study taken in Jindal Saw and seeing the influence of the catalyst in the coke making process in Jindal Saw Coke Oven. जैसा कि सभी लोग जानते हैं कि इंफीरियर कोल को हार्ड कुकिंग कोल का रिप्लेसमेंट के लिए वृद्धि करने के लिए बहुत सारे फैक्टर्स हैं, जैसा कि कोल क्रशिंग, बल्क डेंसिटी, कुकिंग प्रोफाइल और प्रोसेस. ये सब ऐसे पैरामीटर्स, ऐसे फैक्टर्स हैं जो हमें इंफीरियर या निम्न स्तर के कोल को कुकिंग कोल के साथ रिप्लेस करने के लिए साधारणतः उपयोग किया जाता है. लेकिन जिस जगह पर, जिस कोक ओवन में उन्नत किस्म के इक्विपमेंट्स और कोक ओवन नहीं होते हैं, वहां पर कॉस्ट कंट्रोल करने के लिए, विदाउट अफेक्टिंग द क्वालिटी के लिए, इस कैटलिस्ट को हमने विकल्प के तौर पर लेकर के हमने एक ट्रायल किया है. और इस विकल्प को, इससे क्या क्या फायदा हुआ, कैसे हमने किया है, मैं संक्षिप्त तरीके से इस प्रेजेंटेशन के द्वारा आपको समझाने का प्रयास करूंगा. JSA part of the OP Jindal group and is the largest producer of saw pipe and DI pipe and having an integrated steel plant, and we have a indigenous coke oven with 3 million ton capacity with the 30 megawatt power, and very soon we are going to set up a non-vertical, vertical non-recovery type 0.3 million ton with the help of cyano steel. This is the general phenomena, process flow of the coke oven, and we know the coals we are rushing from the port, then blending, and then crushing, then caking, cooking, pushing, and then quenching with the water and dispatching to the various customers. And now the object of this experiment trial. This is the improving coking process through the catalyst. Number 2, reduce the fine generation. And number 3, increase the usage of inferior coal without adverse effect in the quality. And this the catalyst we have used. This is the black in color. So grain size is 0 to 10 mm size, and its use the dosage passage is for 1 kg we use for 7 ton of coal in the blending process. And the working principle of this catalyst is, catalyst help in 2 ways. Number 1, the iron which is inherent moisture in the coal react in the presence of this catalyst. Like this calculation, carbon plus inherent moisture H2O is comes with the carbon monoxide and hydrogen. Then with the help of another catalyst, it's carbon again with the react with the hydrogen, and it's generate methane, which give additional heat during the process. And second thing is that this reduce the activation energy required to release the volatile matter. That means through this catalyst, early devolatilization take place. And the trial procedure we started, and we considered all batteries, 192, we have 192 ovens, in all batteries we have considered. And we have dosed in the layer section during the stamping. Suppose 2 level stamping, first level we spread this catalyst, again stamping, and the second level. Like this, we had done this dosing. And the trial and implementation, we have formed a team, and after that, the joint team, and we have trained the peoples. And after that, we have dosed 2 kg of catalyst in every ovens. Suppose our ovens consist of 14 ton of coal inside. So for 1 kg, 7 tons, so total 2 kg we are dosed. And after that, whatever the data obtained before and after, we collected and we analyzed. And after the analysis, we found that see the graph in Coke 1, how this with the catalyst effect, how the temperature has gone up before and after, you can see. And the coking period also has come down. And in second coke oven also, it is, we can see some improvement in the temperature, and the below gas, with the help of catalyst, cooking time has come down. And the trial outcome, what we obtained, is that the average cooking time has come down. Average cooking time approximately by 2 hours. And during the trial period, CSR, CRI, M10, M40 also significantly increased, and no environmental effects. And coke fine generation also, because of the better cooking, because of the better carbonization, the fine generation has come down from the present level 1% has come down. And coke VM in the coke fines, that also reduced to 2% from that current level, and able to know that 3 to 5% soft coking coal, what we are using the soft coking coal, return coal we say that we have able to increase to 3 to 5% from the current level of 30%. So by this, we have achieved this much benefit. We are able to replace hard coking coal. But one drawback is there. It would not be much effective in the jam or choked oven. Because of the temperature increase during the process, and that time if your oven is choked or any jam is there, that will be not much effective. That we have to take care of that. And the conclusion, what we, after this trial, we got this conclusion: the catalyst results cost benefit in the Jindal SAW Coke Oven, and the Thermac has impact of 120 rupees per ton of that. If you add this catalyst, and it will be impact of 120 rupees per ton of coke. It's a cost is, say, suppose 600 rupees is there, and 1,200 rupees we are investing for one oven, and out of that, if we get the 10 ton from the 14 or 15 ton coal, so it's come around 120 rupees. But the benefit that by usage of 3 to 5% more soft coking coal, if you compare with the hard coking coal, the cost of the semi-soft coking coal may say 10,000 rupees or 12,000 rupees, and out of that, if you able to replace 5% also, it huge gain at the end of the year. Overall gain expected, saving is expected, and the study has proven that the Thermac catalyst we have made influence in the coke making process and recommended for similar type of that. So ultimately what we say is that in coke oven, where these facilities are not available, for that this catalyst we can use as a alternative and improve our coking process. Not only that, quality also. That we have proven that, and still we are using and gaining these effects in our coke oven. Thank you. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mathai, for a very nice presentation and good trial, because the most important thing is that this can allow use of soft coking coal and in this area, and even it is reducing your time also by around 2 hours. But what cost you have mentioned, that is rupees 120 per ton, a saving is there. Have you taken into account all these factors, the cost of the soft coking coal, reduced coking time and other things also? And it is mainly applicable for non-recovery type coke oven, not for other type of things, but
some people are using in recovery also.
Okay.
But it is fit for non-recovery.
Non-recovery type. Okay.
Where the more soft cooking are used.
Okay.
Applications are there for this recovery oven, but this non-recovery, because of the width, we have a scope of adding more soft cooking coal, even PCI also.
Thank you very much, sir. Now I would request Dr. Rob Boyd, from Technical Marketing Manager from Godavari Resources.
So as some of you may know, a kiwi is a flightless bird endemic to New Zealand, but after 3 years I've finally managed to get off the ground again and come back to India.
Could you please use the speaker, please? Mic, please.
Is that working?
Yeah.
Must be a bit too tall, am I? Okay, so I'll just roll on from here so that we can make our way through in good time. Next slide. Oh, okay. That one, awesome. So internationally, as we all know, there's a strong move to reduce CO2 emissions to mitigate the impact of climate change. And given iron and steel making accounts for something around about 3.3 gigatons of CO2, or about 9% of anthropic emissions, the production and use of metallurgical coal is becoming a bit controversial in some parts of the world. And the issue is that blast furnace using coke is still the most efficient way of making iron from raw materials, and is responsible for about 94% in 2016. I guess it's maybe still about the same of making virgin iron units. So it presents us with a difficult problem. And in countries such as India, it's interesting to hear the figure of 56 kgs per head of capita, but India is some way off meeting primary steel for construction and secondary for whiteware and other such needs. According to the Steel Minister, the consumption is intended to increase by about 66% in the years to 31st of March 2025, and this is due to infrastructure requirements. And Dr. Armand Feroz at a conference I saw, probably familiar to many of you here, notes that India is importing 85% of its coking coal, and the Indian steel production and investment in coal-based technologies will continue because there is really no other choice. Alternative iron making, just as a comment, electric arc furnace iron making is more common in a mature economy, and there's availability of steel for recycling. So in the US, which is well, arguably a mature economy, I don't know after Trump, but maybe it's arguably mature, there's 73% of their steel is now coming from electric arc furnace. China is intending to reach about 15% by 2025. So we need the virgin iron units in the economy. Generally, the held view is that hydrogen reduction is still some decades away from commercialization, maybe 30% by 2050, but it requires a very substantial investment. And so there's a couple of figures there from various conferences. 117 billion euro for Germany. There's an estimate there that for India it's 200 billion. And it requires a very substantial increase in electricity because all the hydrogen has to come from hydrolysis. And it's estimated for Germany, which is not a particularly big steel maker, but still a fairly big economy, that they would require 20% more power. All green power, obviously. And there's estimates that it will double the price of steel, which generally is not going to be very popular. So in terms of short-term steps for reducing emissions, much of the transition to alternate iron making, if it was going to occur, is going to have to be in Asia, and that's Asia in a broad sense, which is now roughly 1.3 billion tonnes of the world total of 1.8. But much of the Asian plant, and you know, you can see this in graphs where you look at the increase in Chinese steel making, much of the investment in plant, or much of the plant is only about a decade old or 15 years, and that won't be abandoned. It's too much capital to be flagging away. I think there's a program that's been formulated in Japan called the Course 50, and that seems to me a pragmatic way to move forward in the short term. And their endeavour is to reduce emissions by 50%, still using the broad context of the blast furnace and the basic oxygen furnace. And there's a number, you can see there's a number of areas that they're intending to work on. But the one I'd particularly like to discuss is the improvement of the burden materials. And in this area already, Vale and a Chinese steel manufacturer are working together to produce a better quality iron ore. So, while coking coal will still remain an important raw material, and in fact even the EU have admitted in 2020 it's a critical raw material, this is going to be particularly the case in Asia. So the question from point 3 above is how can we improve the quality of the coke in order to reduce the emissions and the costs by reducing the fuel rate. So the fundamental requirement for a low fuel rate coke is to achieve the coke strength. Many people are already more aware of this than I am, having worked at plants for many years. And coke strength is dominantly a function of row max or the rank of the coal, but also the caking properties to ensure that the blend binds together. And you need also a good ash chemistry if you're going to achieve a CSR. Now, fortunately for India, you're probably the world leaders in stamp charging technologies today, and particularly in the private sector. And it's notable that Nippon Steel, with its Scope 21 and DAPS, is basically looking at densification technology and how they can apply it in their ovens. The great thing about stamp charging is it provides for a significant improvement in coke strength, so maybe you can get up to 7 points of CSR compared to using the same blend in a gravity charged oven. And in fact, if you add CDQ, maybe you can get another 3 points. But the great thing about stamp charging is you can massively increase the range of coals that you can blend into your, or use in your blend. So this is a diagrammatic figure I found in a presentation years ago from Kyumsu. And you can see there's quite a narrow box for gravity charge ovens, whereas stamp charge you can bring in a much wider range of material. And such technology, I think, represents a substantial future proofing for the Indian steel industry. Having achieved that, the second big lever that can be pulled is to try and reduce the coke ash. And so I've done some blend modelling, and I've used the base blend, which is a New Zealand alpine coal that we sell into India. So that coal is about 0.95 row max, the ash is about 4, and the vitrinite content is about 90%. And then for the coals from the other countries, I have a collection of specifications, and I have substituted those into a nominal stamp charge blend to see what the effect on the coke quality is, and I've estimated what those coke quality effect changes mean on the blast furnace using rules of thumb. And you can sort of see as you go from left to right, there's a few, the reason I should say I also restrained in estimating the average for different countries to around about 0.95 row max, so the variations in rank didn't lead to changes in coke strength. So this is basically looking at semi-hard type coals from a range of countries around the world. And it tells you something about the different qualities from different geographic sources, but it also shows that as your ash goes up, your fuel rate increases, the amount of coke you require increases, obviously for the blast furnace, but also the CO2 emissions are increased. And the specifications I have for the Indian coal in this rank is about 20% ash, and you can see if you use it in the blend at 15%, you get quite substantial increases in fuel rate and increases in emissions. So the conclusions are there seems little doubt that blast furnace iron making will be used to produce iron in India for some decades to come. Ideas are being formulated to reduce emissions while still using the currently installed plant, which I think is, as I said, the pragmatic approach. And one element is to improve the quality of the raw materials, including that of the coke. Coke strength must be attained, and the use of technologies such as stamp charging and CDQ in India is a significant advantage, I see, in achieving the high strength coke and future-proofing your industry for using a range of coals. Thereafter, reduction in coke ash, I think, has strong potential to reduce fuel rate and reduce emissions. And handily in this case, if you can reduce the fuel rate, it actually saves money, so that should hopefully get the accountants on board as well as the technology guys. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Dr. Rao. No, you rightly told that if you want to improve the coke properties, yes, stamp charge is having, but still lot of debate is going on, whether same strength can be achieved in top charge also or not. And as you rightly told that if you go to 4% as definitely everything will affect. Slag rate, all those things will be there. But only is the availability of such coal, whether coal is available of 4% ash or not, because people are finding to get coal. with less than even around 9.5% also. So we have to search which region such type of coal may be available, where 4.5% ash is there, and that can give this type of. So do you have any idea about this also, where this type of coal is available?
I guess it's not always going to be 4% ash, but any reduction will help. So generally, US coking coals are lower in ash. There's a few lower ash ones in Australia. Indonesia has good low ash coal. And perhaps there's some sources out there that we haven't found yet. Or maybe washing is something that should be more focused on. There's a lot of discussion about that this morning, obviously, in terms of your own domestic coals. But I guess the overall message is, you know, if we can find ways of reducing the coke ash, that will assist in making savings.
That is the biggest challenge in India, because we are trying to maximize our domestic coal also, and where the problem comes here. Thank you very much for your nice presentation. Thanks very much. The next presentation is by Mrs. Abha Prasad from CMPDI.
Good afternoon, everybody. Slide कैसे आएगा? यहाँ से करें. First of all, I would like to thank Metalogic for giving me the opportunity to present this paper on this prestigious platform on the advanced beneficiation technology in coking coal washeries, the Indian scenario. So all of us know that coking coal is a very critical input in the metallurgical steel industry and for producing coke. And since the quality of coking coal was very good quality in the 1950s, so need of coal washing was not felt earlier. But with the gradual depletion of good quality coking coal, it was felt that the coking coal should be washed. And the first washeries were set up by Tata Steel in West Bokaro and Jamadoba. And further, several washeries were installed by CIL, SAIL and Tata Steel. So different schemes were adopted for different washeries to upgrade a wide variety of coking coal feed. And initially the fine treatment circuit was not there in the washeries, but with further deterioration in the quality, the fine circuit by froth flotation was added. And over the years, there has been an increase in the level of complexity of coal washing. So before I go to the topic, I would like to give an overview of the existing and planned coking coal washing capacity in India. BCCL is having 6 existing washeries, and out of these, Dahibari and Pathadi 1, they are the new washeries which have been set up on build, operate and maintain concept with BCCL funding. And they have been in operation since August 2018 and July 2020 respectively. And Munidi washery of 1.6 capacity, we are planned for renovation of this washery on turnkey concept in phase 1. And so the bid will be open in this week itself. Madhuban, we have adopted, PCCL has gone for a new approach on renovate, operate and maintain concept, where the washery will be renovated with the bidder's funding. So the bid will be opened in the first week of August, and Dugda 2 and Mahuda will be also renovated later on the ROM concept. So when we come to the existing washing capacity, Rajrappa, Kedla and Kathara, 3 existing washeries in CCL, and Rajrappa and Kathara will be replaced by new washeries of the equivalent capacity, and only Kedla with 50% capacity utilization will continue to remain in operation. So there are 4 more upcoming washeries in BCCL. Madhuban, the washery has been constructed 100%, and the commissioning will be shortly in July 22, by the end of July. Bhojudi, the construction of Bhojudi and Pathadi 2 washery has been affected because of the COVID pandemic, but we are aiming to complete it by December 2022 and June 2023. And for Munidi, the tendering process has been completed, and the washery will come up by June 2025. The CCL has planned 6 washeries on own and operate concept with private operators. So for New Katharab and Basantpur Tapin, the LOI was issued in 2019 itself, but because of the CBA land problem, which has been rectified by the Ministry of Coal, these two washeries will come up by March 2024. And for New Rajappa, the tender has already been floated, and 3 more washeries in Dhori, New Swang and Topa have been conceptualized. So if we look at the sum up the washing capacity, by 2930, taking into consideration the sale washery of existing, that is Chasnala, and upcoming Tasra washery, and existing washing capacity of Tata Steel, we have a total of about 61 million ton washing capacity, from which likely clean coal by 2930 will be 26 million ton. And apart of these, all these washeries are mostly designed for 18% ash clean coal, except Muni D washery, which is designed to obtain clean coal at 14% ash from washery grade 2 coal. So this is a committee which has been constituted by Ministry of Coal under the joint chairmanship of CMD, CMPDI and CMD MECON. And these are the just provisional figures worked out by MECON. And as per National Steel Policy, the coking coal requirement works out to about 32 million ton. And if we blend 30%, considering stamp charging technology, then it is 48 million ton. If we go for the realistic projection, then it works out to be 17 million ton and 25 million ton respectively. And if we go for the optimistic projection at the rate of 7% CAGR, it goes to, it works out to 18 million ton and 28 million ton. So coming to the beneficiation technology part, earlier the washeries were designed for washery grade 2 and 3 and later stages for washery grade 4. And so yield of clean coal varied from 55 to 75% at 17% ash. Whereas for washery grade 4 coal, it was around 45% at 17% ash. The technologies were for mainly jig and heavy media bath for coarse coal, and for cyclones for small coal, and fines in froth flotation cells and water only cyclones. So I'm not going into the detailed washery wise breakup of the because of the paucity of time. But Tata Steel, they are having 10 million ton washing capacity, and they are mostly washing washery grade 4 coal and sometimes 5, and the yield varies from 40 to 65% depending upon the washability characteristics. This is the picture when we had visited Bhelatan coking coal washery. So I have summarized all other technologies later on, and in BCCL we have planned these washeries for washing washery grade 5 and 6, which were earlier called non-linked washery coal. And you can see here that the raw coal ash is washery grade 4 and 5, except for Muni D. So the yield varies from 20% to 40% at 18% ash. Since in new Muni D, the yield is 76% approximately at 14% ash. CCL has planned all the washeries at washery grade 3 and 4. This Madhuban washery, the construction has been completed, and it was inaugurated by our Honorable Minister of Coal, Mines and Parliamentary Affairs, Shri Prahlad Joshi, on 24th March 2022, and will be commissioned soon. These are the washery-wise technologies which I was talking, which I'll be showing. These are the new technologies we came across, which has been envisaged in the washeries. Large Raya cyclone, 3-product cyclone, which was earlier not here because cyclones are generally 2-product washeries. And the new concept has been introduced by Tata Steel, that is the intermediate size washing. That is initially -0.5 was washed only in froth flotation cells, but now intermediate size washing, 2.25 or 0.35, they are washed in tethered bed separator and reflux classifier. So it leads to an improvement in yield, and also the efficiency of flotation increases. These are the coal spirals, these are the new technologies. So the existing, the technologies which are adopted already in old and new, they are the HM bath, coarse coal jig, small coal jig for, and 2-product HM cyclone. And for fines, froth flotation, water only cyclone and spiral. These are the new technologies which have been envisaged or installed These are the large dia HM cyclone 1500 dia envisaged in New Madhuban washery for deshaling. This is the first time that deshaling will be carried out by HM cyclone, which was initially carried out by HM bath or jig. Then the 3-product HM cyclone, it has been envisaged in New Kathara washery. These types of installations, 3-product cyclone, there are 550, more than 550 coal preparation plants in China are having this 3-product HM cyclone. Then for intermediate size washing, we have having reflux classifier, teetered bed separator, and spirals. Coming to the dewatering equipment, these are the dewatering equipment adopted in old and new washeries. Dewatering screens, sieve bend, DNR screens, vibrating basket, centrifuge, disc filter, thickening cyclones, conventional thickener, tailings thickener, high frequency screen. And these are the different new dewatering equipment. The gist is that the focus is on the recovery of coking coal fines, which was earlier lost during dewatering stage. So when we look at the global coal washing technology in countries such as China, USA, Australia, Russia, South Africa, Germany, and Poland, we can find that there are similar new technologies are being adopted. So we can see that CIL has envisaged washeries on BOM and BOO concept, where the freedom of selection of technology has been given to the bidder and for adoption of state-of-the-art technology, and this is being done by the bidders. So presently we can say that there is no breakthrough technology for drastically improving the yield of clean coal, but still the incremental improvement and use of better controls in existing technologies can make some enhancement in yield or help in making consistent output from the washeries. And further, with the advancement of technology in future, if any such technology comes to fore, it can be considered for adoption in the washeries. Thank you.
Thanks, Mrs. Prasad, for giving an overview of the type of the washeries we are having. But one thing is there, which most of the Indian players has told, that is the problem, that we are designing most of our washeries at 18% ASG. And then we can't use as it is. So then the use of their limit is becoming. So I don't know why advanced washeries like with dry beneficiation and other technologies are being considered, because if you see in other part of the world also, people are removing ash from 35 to 40% to less than 10% for coking coal and around 20-25% for thermal coal. The similar type of methodology also may have to be adopted here also. Instead of producing only one product, we may go for 2 products or 3 products depending upon the ash, and technology need to be designed based on that only, because then only India will be in a position to meet. Otherwise, if you see from your presentation, average yield is not more than 20 to 22%. And when we put all the costs on the metallurgical coal only, so industries find it very difficult to pay that much charges, because the imported coal is available at a much cheaper price than the coal with 18% available in the domestic market. So I think there is a lot of opportunities are there where technological intervention may be required in this area. Thank you very much for giving an overview. Just because of paucity of time, if anybody is having any question, yeah, please. We can take 3 questions. Sir, can you take the mic, please, sir?
There are 10 or 12 other parameters like mean maximum reflectance and other petrographic properties which are not possible to change in Indian coal, even if you wash it down to 8%. This is one thing. So we cannot compare that with imported coal, and that's one of the main restrictive barriers that companies like JSPL and JSW always tell us, that it's not possible to take coal unless, so that's one thing. Another is We have included washery 5 and washery 6 grades, which were previously NLW coal, as Shraddha said, which were basically non-coking coal beyond washery 4 grade that's internationally accepted. So we have added it to increase the coking coal production because it says that the washery 5 and washery 6 will be having some coking properties which after beneficiation can be blendable. This is being done only to add to the amount of coking coal that is blendable with the imported coking coal. And to your question of regarding why not 14, where it's possible, like Meridien, it's prime coking coal, washery 2, 3 grade, we are washing it to 14%. If we had washed up to 18% ash, then we have got theoretically we would have got 89% yield, but we are doing it 14% to help the steel industry. If we had produced at 89, our business would have been more, but we are doing it specially at the request of this thing. If we can get more coal at washery 2, 3, washery 2 and washery 3, even washery 4 grades, I'm sure we can try and get it down to 14, 15, 16 like Tata Steel claim they do.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for the clarification.
Yeah, I am Kapil Dagat from Jindal Steel and Power Limited. So my question to Mr. Abha Prasad is, it is basically based on the point raised by Mr. Mukesh Kumar, that it would be a challenge to market 18% washed coal. Because what is happening in the steel industry, particularly in JSPL, we are getting an average blend ash percentage of 13.5%. So to add 18% ash coal, it will be a big challenge. So what steps you can take to reduce the ash? Because what we have seen in Indian coking coal from BCCL and CCL area, as you reduce the ash, the yield goes down, and there will be a huge generation of middling as well as the rejects. So this is a big challenge for Indian coking coal.
Yes, truly said. A study was carried out by the Ministry of Coal, by a committee, and when we found that the coal is washed down to 13% ash, the yield comes down drastically, and that of middlings just doubles.
Yeah,
So
I was also part of that
washeries
committee.
will not be viable. So what the recommendation of the committee was that if washery grade 2, 3 coal is there, then it can be washed down to 14% ash or 13% ash. But if it is more, washery grade 5 and 6, it is not economically viable to wash them down to 18%.
Thank you.
And it has to be blended with import. So we are not zeroing down to zero import. We are not saying that no imported coal is not required. It has to be blended because of the coking properties which are inherent in Indian coal.
Thank you. Thank you very much because of the paucity of the time, because we are running out of time. So I would like to close this session, but I would like to thank all the panelists. Mr. Bisen, who has given a very good idea about indigenous technology developed for auto sampling, and which can, once it is connected with our distributed control system and supervisory control system, will definitely be in a position to monitor the quality as well as the productivity both. And I think this type of technology will help moving towards digitization in iron and steel sector also. Thank you, Dr. Bisen. Mr. Mithai also has given a good presentation about the catalyst, and these still need to be tried out. I think lot and lot areas, this is an area where some more R&D can be done, and we can see if either this catalyst or any other catalyst which can help in reducing the time, that will be very, very useful. Because nowadays, even Japan is working on a continuous coke making technologies. And when we are talking of continuous coke making, this type of intervention will definitely help in improving these things. Dr. Rob has talked about the importance of the ash and the type of the coal it is required, about the new blast furnace for minimizing our CO2 emissions and strength. And yes, that is very known fact. And thank you very much, sir. But only thing is that, as you have seen in this presentation, ash in India is a big issue. So we have limited options available, sir. And thank you, Mrs. Abha Prasad, for your nice presentation, giving an over. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Piyush Kumar, OST Ministry of Coal. Thank you, sir. Okay. Sorry. Thank you, Dr. Mukesh Kumar, for concluding this session and also giving your recommendations and for the deliberation in this session, we would like to present mementos, and I would request Ms. Monica Bachchan to once again do the felicitation. I request you to kindly present memento to Dr. Mukesh Kumar. Thank you. To Mr. Reji Mathai. Dr. Rob Boyd. Ms. Abha Prasad. And Mr. R.K. Bisen. Thank you, panelists, and we thank all of you once again for making this session very interactive. We would begin our next session right away after this photo op. We would request all of you to kindly stay seated. We will begin our next session, which is our session number 3rd. Again, a panel discussion. The topic is technology, metallurgical coke making plants in India, current status of merchant plants and ISP. I would invite our panelists on the dais. The session chair once again will be Dr. Mukesh Kumar, Director SRTMI. I would request you to kindly grace the dais. Dr. Mukesh Kumar. Yeah. He's having around 4 decades of experience in metallurgy, oil and gas, technology development and project management in India and abroad. He's worked for 26 years with Engineers India Limited and was associated with a number of greenfield and brownfield projects in the field of metallurgy and oil and gas. Our co-chair of this session, Mr. K.G. Venkatesan, I request you to kindly join us on the dais. He's done BSc, BE from Bangalore. He has 39 years in iron and steel industry and ceramic technologies. He specialized in development and application of custom designed specialty refractory and ceramic products for the iron and steel plants to improve productivity and quality and enhancing asset life. He's also author of several technical articles. He is currently MD, Fosbel India Private Limited, our session co-chair. I request our eminent personalities to join us on the dais now. Mr. Ajit K. Saxena, Director Operations, RINL. He's already amongst us right now. I now request Mr. Ashwani Jaiswal, Head Coke Oven Plant, JSPL, to kindly join us on the dais. He has 26 years of operational and maintenance experience of sponge iron plant and coke oven plant carrier. His career started at Jindal Steel and Power, Raigad in the year 1994. Some achievements of his are coal blend optimization for quality and cost, making 2 types of coke for 2 different capacity of blast furnace in same plant, and replacement of flue gas header without shutdown of the plant. I would request now Mr. Sushant Haldar to kindly join us on the dais. I would request Mr. Ajit Goswami, Technical Manager, Central Laboratory, Mitra SK, to kindly join us on the dais, and Dr. Manish Kumar, Senior Principal Scientist and Head Coal Carbonization Research Group CSIR, to kindly join us on the dais. Ladies and gentlemen, to give you a small brief, Mr. Ajit K. Saxena is Director of Operations at Rashtriya Ispat Nigam Limited. He is a key force behind RINL's key technologies endeavors. He has successfully mentored many quality and cost improvement initiatives in his short span at RINL. Mr. Arijit Goswami, I beg your pardon. He's completed his Masters in Chemistry in the year 2009 from Presidency College, Kolkata, and joined Indian Association for the Cultivation of Science, Kolkata, to pursue his doctorate research with a CSIR NET Research Fellowship in the field of metal organic frameworks, their potential applications, and supermolecular chemistry with a focus on anion-assisted networks. And Mr. Sujit Kumar Haldar, Consultant, Raw Met Resources Private Limited. Post-retirement, he provided support to Port Talbot Plant UK and in Netherlands in improving their operating and safety performances as consultant of Tata Consulting Engineers. As a freelancer, he provided consultancy support to BCC, JSW. Well, these are our eminent personalities and panelists on the, for this session. For the proceedings of this session, I hand it over to our session chair, Dr. Mukesh Kumar, with his opening remarks, please.
Thank you very much. And this session, we have experts from operations, we have experts from design, we have experts from maintenance, and all these people are having a large experience in Coco 1 design or Coco 1 maintenance or Coco 1 operations. And we would like to cover in this session all the issues what have been talked in the morning sessions also regarding technologies and regarding maintenance issues, regarding environmental issues, safety issues, and other things. So whatever any question is there, we will take at the end, whether it is related with technology or operational angle or cost angle, any other things. And so first I will start my question with Mr. A.K. Saxena, who is director in Rashtriya Ispat Nigam Limited, and he's having large experience in this thing. Mr. Saxena, one thing which you might have seen in the since morning, people are talking about the technology, whether top charge or the this thing, is temp charge. And I think only the two companies are there, RINL and SAIL, who have not adopted temp charge batteries till date. Although other companies have already gone ahead. So how do you feel? What are the main differences between the top charge, because you are operating? Are you facing any issues regarding the quality issues or any issues with mixing, blending with your soft coking coal or indigenous coals? What is your experience on the top charge?
Good evening, everyone. And the way we have been introduced, it is not only that Coco 1 experts are sitting only on dais. I think more experts are sitting on the off the dais. So I think it is going to be a very good interactive session. That is why we requested no presentation, only questions and answers. So please interact freely. And to the question of Dr. Mukesh Kumar, I don't think that when RINL adopted top charge batteries way back in 90s, perhaps that was the latest technology of those times. Maybe decided sometime in mid-80s that top charge batteries, 7-meter tall top charge batteries, RINL was the first in the country, and with 100% dry quenching. No option for wet quenching. So that way, RINL was pioneer in that technology of those times. SAIL also adopted the 7-meter tall batteries, and as far as issue of coke coming out of these top charge batteries for larger blast furnaces, I don't consider there is an issue. It is, I mean, fully satisfying the requirement of blast furnaces. But of course, if you compare it with stamp charging, yes, stamp charging gives us, I mean, more freedom and flexibility in selection of coal for coal blend. So there we can use inferior type of coal, even indigenous coal to greater extent, and definitely you can say the cost of blend will go down. But as far as selection of top charging batteries is concerned, I think it was the best technology available in those times. So that is why it was there. And now so there's the element of sunk cost. Since we have top charge batteries with us, we are using it. SAIL is, as has been told in the morning session, and as much as I know, SAIL is planning to have stamp charge batteries in their next expansion plan. Thank you. I think I've answered it.
One more question just I want to ask, because people says that environmental impact in top charge batteries is causing a concern. So how you are addressing those things in comparison to the stamp charge batteries? Or you are having any other issues, this thing is environmental issues?
Environmentally, I can say that most of the part is being covered by this dry quenching. And I must say that I think almost everyone is shifting from wet quenching to dry quenching. And most of the pollution control boards these days are not permitting wet quenching unless you have a strong backup of dry quenching. Dry quenching itself is, effectively reduce your CO2 exposure, because almost 1 ton of coke dry quenched gives us 0.6 tons of steam. So you can convert around 7 to 7.5 megawatt power through that. And that is, whatever power you use, whether imported power or generated indigenously within the plant, you are using fossil fuel. So that way, if you can convert some of the energy through dry quenching, it will have a great impact on reducing the CO2 emission and total steam making process. So that way, I think dry quenching is addressing this issue.
Thank you, Saxena ji. Because a similar question I would like to take from Mr. Sushant Haldar, because he's a consultant. One of the issue is because you know that today's the major emphasis is coming on reducing CO2 emission from scope 1, scope 2, and scope 3. And when we are, what Mr. Saxena has told, he can generate a lot of power out of it, so it can reduce my scope 2 emissions. So how you feel that in future, because we have to increase steel making capacity by 150 million ton, so what you feel, what should be the roadmap for this type of thing, mainly from environmental angle and from the looking into the coal availability of our indigenous coal?
Thank you for your question. Is it on? You'll have to give me at least 4 or 5 minutes time. Little bit on myself. I am S.K. Haldar. I joined Vilai Steel Plant in the 1980 after graduation from IIT Kanpur. Straight to coke oven, very shocking entry, all sides gas from the door, from the oven top, fire, whatnot, But that shocking entry, and after that, a 40 years of journey through the coke making industry. Now I am retired, giving consultancy. I have worked in SAIL in 4.3 meter height top charge batteries with lot of pollutions, no regard to coke quality. Coal was mashallah. These are all practical things I'm telling you. Then I'm in 10 years in Vilai and 16 years in Durgapur. Then I switched over to non-recovery type coke oven, retrofitting stamp charging in the beehive type coke oven. And later on for electro steel, the first time in India, the vertical non-recovery coke oven, I brought it. And from there I migrated to Bhushan Steel, in the year 2010. Started with the stamp charge batteries of 4.5 meter height of 0.85 million ton capacity from China. And there too, the 7.6 meter tall, 20.2 meter long, this is the world's second largest coke oven battery, top charge battery. Project engineering to commissioning to operation maintenance. And finished my career with 180 ton per hour single chamber CDQ. Now, operating this stamp charge battery and top charge battery with CDQ in the same complex, let me share my experience 2 minutes. Today, the situation has put the coke oven people on the front bench who used to be the backbenchers in all such forum related to iron making and steel making. So the onus is on now to drive everybody is asking for cost, 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 cost. Now there are ways and means to reduce the cost with your available technology and available resources. Technology cannot be transformed overnight. People have talked about washeries and all this, that I'm not going to that. That will take 15, 20 years time, including the technology plus logistic, everything. And you will have to make it available to do merchant cookeries also to get the benefit. Now here I would like to share my experience that today stamp charging is only the technology which can replace, top charge battery. We used to have 6 to 7% weak coking coal in the blend. But as you know, the top charge batteries and the chemical plant associated with it is horrible. A lot of government restrictions is there. You'll have to spend a lot of money. If you visit Bhushan Steel, the 7.6 meter tall battery, it is retrofitted with the state-of-the-art BOD plant and other pollution control system. And our charging emissions, which is the most difficult to achieve, it was below 16 seconds, all because of the automatic machines from Salke, Germany. It is too costly. But stamp charge can replace additional 18% to 20% of the weak coking coal, and it can replace the prime coking coal. That is a huge cost benefit, and stamp charging is the only way to do it. I have used in Bhushan Steel about 25% of the weak coking coal, that is the PCI or other type of weak coking coal, is a straight-away benefit of 18 to 20%. I have used also the low ash New Zealand coal, 4% ash. Their sulfur is high, but you get the real benefit of the low ash, provided you have a desulfurization unit between your hot metal to SMS. That gives you straight-away terrible benefit. And on my advice, Uttam Galva has already started the New Zealand coal using in their blend to the tune of 15%, reducing their ash by 1%. 1% reduction means 2.5% increase in the productivity of blast furnace. Now with the stamp charging, the real benefit, again, the additional benefit comes to the coke dry quenching. Coke dry quenching, with the same blend, there is an improvement in the CSR value with 2 to 2.5%, M40 value by another 3%, and corresponding all values, and less generation of underside because there is no shock quenching, water quenching and wet quenching. Your size distribution, your MPS are very good. Biggest benefit is the moisture below less 1%. It is 0.5 to 0.6, which gives tremendous benefit to the blast furnace, and their cost reduction in the blast furnace end is very high. At the coke oven end, I don't know why Shell is shying away till now in retrofitting of their plants with the stamp charging. That is the only way out, because another 30, 45, 40 years going to be the route of making hot metal through blast furnace route only. So you'll have to retrofit the existing battery wherever possible with the stamp charging. And greenfield battery, nothing, no top charging. It has to be a stamp charge battery with the coke dry quenching if you want to have better benefit in the productivity of blast furnace, in the cost control, and at the same time usage of this 4% ash coal, though it has got higher sulfur, like pet coke also you can use low ash, high sulfur. But for that you need to have a desulfurization unit in between. So these are, how in the short term what you can do, and in the long time I request all the existing planners and government also, please discard these top charge batteries. I have operated 7.6 meter tall battery. I know its problem and other thing. Though it gives good coke, some sort of bulk density improvement is there because of the height of fall is too high. But it is not like this stamp charge battery. There also the usage of non-coking coal is to the tune of 7%, 8%, 10% maximum. But a stamp charge can go up to 30% if your base coal, which forms the matrix in the coke, is good. So all coals which are black is not good coal. And in the time to come with the bigger blast furnaces, nobody will accept coke of 14% ash. You be rest assured, anything below 12% ash, they are not going to accept. So getting into the arena of 14-15% ash coke, some administrative decision has to be there and force people to use it. Nobody will like to use it. This is my forecast. So It is a planning, and wherever you require, you retrofit your batteries with the stamp charge batteries, and probably with CDQ, that will give you the real benefit and cost reduction. Rest reduction has to come in the hot metal by way of bigger dosage of pulverized coal injection. But as you increase the pulverized coal injection, your coke rate will come down. You need much better coke. So again, the onus comes down to coke oven. So that is the guideline based on my 42 years of experience I can give you. And this, on the planning side, this has to be supported to the younger generation who will drive this. We are already out of this scenario. We can only guide them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Haldar. Thank you for your nice. Taking clue from Mr. Haldar, another Haldar is here, who is also a consultant in this line. Sir, I just want to know from you, because most of the companies like SAIL and other things, they take a plea that we are having a top charge battery with wet quenching system. And it becomes difficult for them to convert either to dry quenching type or go from top charging to this thing, stamp charge battery. So this is my first question. What is your opinion, how they should move forward? Whether any opinion there. And second thing is, regarding, like Mr. Haldar has told, use of high sulfur coke and other things. But in other countries, people are using even plastic waste also in coke oven, like in Japan, Europe. People are using pet coke also to reduce, because we are having 250 million ton of oil refinery producing large amount of pet coke, although it has been banned by Supreme Court for the time being. But what do you feel about these two aspects?
Okay, thank you. First of all, let me say a few words about me. Coincidentally, myself and another Haldar sitting in the dais, both joined in the same year in SAIL as graduate trainee. Then I switched over to Tata Steel, and I built my career basically in coke making in Tata Steel. Whatever preliminary learning was there in SAIL, after that, after joining Tata Steel, I learned so many things. And when I joined, there were both stamp charge as well as top charge battery. But because of the benefits, Sushant has already explained, Tata Steel now converted into 100% stamp charge technology. There is no more top charge battery. As long as your conversions of top charge to stamp charge battery is concerned, we have also thought of sometimes, but there are a lot of issues which could not be resolved, I would say. One is in top charge battery, the primary problem is top charge battery is given a huge tapering. From pusher side to coke side, there is a huge tapering for ease out the pushing. But in stamp charge, that much tapering will create a lot of problem because it is a uniform cake size, and coke size there will be a huge gap between cold cake and the oven wall, and that huge gap will create a lot of carbon, graphite. The graphite finally it will bind onto the wall, and while pushing and charging, that build up graphite will put a lot of pressure on the wall and wall gets damaged. That is the biggest problem. Rest of the problems can be resolved, like heat distributions are not uniform in top charge because pusher side less coal, coke side more coal, so you need to provide more heat resource on coke side. But in stamp charge it is not practically required because it is a uniform coal cake. So that can be resolved by redesigning the orifice, nozzle orifice. So that's not a big problem. A big challenge is that. So that's why conversion is difficult. And third point, which is most critical but which is normally ignored, the densifying of coal into higher BD, it creates a lot of swelling pressure. So swelling pressure is increased by 6-7 times compared to top charge. So if you convert top charge into stamp charge, and top charge batteries are designed for top charge technology, so there is a pressure limitations of 1 psi, but if you convert it into stamp charge, and that additional pressure coming onto the wall will not stand actually. Wall will get damaged. And that is one of the biggest problems. Maintain the same way.
One point after Haldar, let me clarify one point, because a lot of people will get a chance to migrate from the top charge to stamp charge. But as he has told, during the initial period, a lot of Cocoman in India who started stamp charge batteries, they have faced this problem, tight pushing, stickers, wall bending, damage of the wall, only because they could not understand the phenomena of wall pressure, which is a rank dependent, you know. So whenever you make a blend or switch over to stamp charge batteries, please see to it. One point I am only telling you. Never go beyond the rank of the blended coal beyond 1.12. Beyond 1.12, if you go, your pushing force will increase and slowly wall will get bent, your pusher ram motor will get burned, and you will have to empty out 2-3 ovens. 3 ovens are still empty in Jharsuguda, JSW Jharsuguda because of wall bending. Oh, so this is a caution. I mean, the time is not there. Otherwise, technical elaborations could have been for a better time to guide you people that how you should go about it. It is only the coal blend, which will save the money and which will ensure the safety to the ovens. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Haldar. And I think this is the compulsion SAIL is having, why they could not move from top charge to the stamp charge battery or even from wet quenching to the dry quenching because of the space limitations and other things. But I think right now they have started.
There are many other small issues are there, but I'm not saying those. There were many more small issues.
You can address.
It can be addressed. A lot of people are operating the stamp charge batteries and they are getting benefit out of it. SAIL should go for it immediately. Being an SAIL man, I feel so.
The question was whether top charge batteries can be converted to stamp charge. That is, I think, the difficult proposition.
As Haldar has told, stamp charge
Retrofitting is
batteries,
difficult.
it can be, provided that, as he has told, you know, the tapering is more in top charge batteries and all.
The ratio of width and height and all.
Okay, it can be converted, but you will have to reorient the coal tower and all other things remaining the same.
That paraphernalia required for stamp charging is altogether different.
You will have to change the pusher machine, you will have to install the stop charge, and you will have to reorient the coal tower. That's all.
I'm Dr. Manish Kumar from the Central Institute of Mining and Field Research, CSI Simfer. I'd like to add to Dr. Haldar and Mr. Saxena that we had a meeting at the ministry regarding that inclusion of stamp charging and inclusion of pulverized coal injection in all the public sector blast furnaces. So we proposed, being an R&D organization, we proposed SAIL that we can try it out, whether that your top charge battery can be converted to stamp charge battery. As Mr. Haldar was telling that we should not go beyond RO of 1.12, 1.12. But now the trend is the scarcity of coking coal, prime coking coal, has forced coke makers or forced integrated steel plants to go beyond 1.25. If I'm wrong, you just tell me. Sir, just a minute, sir. Just a minute. Yeah, what Mr. Haldar is telling, it's okay. If you are having a RO of 1 to 1.12, we may make good quality coal. But the problem is that due to scarcity of coal, we have to go to 1.25 or even 1.3. Like, am I right, sir? Am I right? So we have to come up with a technology. We have to come up with a blend that which can accommodate this the overall blend composition, the overall RO of blend to 1.25. So that's what we are proposing. And next thing I'd like to update the house that most of the technologies what we are using for byproductive coke making and stamp charging technology, they are all imported. Most of them are only imported. Ultimately, initially Auto was doing that and Mecon was having some technology. But right now, all are imported, and due to imported technology, lot of tendering process and all those things are there. SAIL has already tendered some stamp charge battery. But I'd like to update the house that we as Simfer has provided the batteries under construction for Kudurmukh Iron Ore Company Limited. 1.18 million ton per annum non-recovery type coke oven with stamp charging. The individual oven charging is 25 tons. And what we have proposed in that, the battery can accommodate about 20 to 25% of inferior coking coal and soft coking coal, including some amount of non-coking coal also. That's what I wanted to say. So we have to make a methodology that we can use. We can make a blend of RO having 1.25, even 1.25, because we have to bear with the quality and quantity of coal available internationally and internationally. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Manish. And with the question what you have just responded, just I wanted to ask your opinion also, because you are a technology developer. So you are using different type of. So what you feel about use of some other materials like plastic, pet coke, and other things in this charge? Because Japan, Europe, everywhere you see, because steel industry can provide a good platform for utilizing of the plastic waste available in the country. Because if we go even whatever they have used around 1 to 1.5% of the coke charge in the plastic, we can be replaced. Similarly, in the other area also we can use. And pet coke is available in a big quantity. What is your opinion about it? Yeah.
Sir, exactly what we have not tried with plastic, but we have tried with pet coke. So ultimate problem with the pet coke is the amount of sulfur which is present in the pet coke. It will ultimately report the sulfur content in coke and in coal blend. Ultimately, because sulfur, as you know, sulfur is very dangerous for steel production. So what we can do, if we can manage overall sulfur content of the coal blend within limit, we can use, because the government is very furious about this use of pet coke. Even pet coke is being used in many, like rotary kiln for refractory manufacturing, and somewhere it is also being used for steam production. But using pet coke directly for coke making is a very, as of now, it is very serious step what we can do. But we can always use pet coke if we can control the sulfur content in the blend. And for plastic, I cannot say at this moment, because we have not yet practiced even in lab scale also. So if we could, we can do that, I will surely come up with that.
And Dr.
On plastic, I can say a few things. While I was in Tata, we tried to adopt plastic into the coal charging. Since it is a stamp charge coke making, what we did, we shredded the plastics in small pieces and tried to mix it with the coal and stamping it. As long as stamping is concerned, it is no issue. As long as coke making is concerned, there was no impact on coke quality, etc. But it was creating a lot of hazards into the system, in the sense plastic is a light material. So while using plastic, you see all over the place plastics are flowing. All over the place plastics are flowing. So that created a dirty environment. So people were talking about that. Second problem which came up very nasty way, the plastic, since it is lightweight, in stamp charge we use a CGC car, means coal gas from the top we suck it during charging, because additional gas used to suck and combust it into a combustion chamber. And there is a fan and impeller to suck the gas. All the plastic used to be sucked because it is lightweight material, used to be sucked, and impeller was getting choked. And impeller started creating sound. It became imbalanced. Then we discovered that all the plastic material went into the machine and impeller got imbalanced. So that process is stopped immediately. In the other side, there is no CGC machine. There is a gas transfer machine. So it was not having that problem. But then another problem we saw, since we are using HPLA for initial suction, because of heavy suction, all the material was flowing into the gas collecting main. It did not create any problem immediately, but we apprehend problem, because plastic, where it will go? It will choke the entire system. So we stopped that. So these are the two problems. Because of that, it was discontinued. Otherwise, it will not have any problem in coke quality.
Yeah, I have used 5% pet coke and did some experiment with the plastic granules. It works. Granules work, and 5% pet coke provided you have a desulfurization unit. New Zealand coal also 1.5% sulfur there, so it can be used. And as he has told, the rank, you'll have to make a blend. I have not talked about the straight coal. You'll have to make a blend, and there you'll have to give a heavy dose of soft coking coal whose MMR is 0.9 to 1 and high VM, high fluidity. That is the thing which reduces the overall blend rank and the VM. See that a blend has to be achieved. The blended coal should have 1.2 maximum, 1.12. 1.15 if you go, you'll have to give bigger coking period and reduce your production. Otherwise your oven will get damaged.
Thank you, Haldar Singh. Now I will take one question because maintenance of coke oven batteries, ovens and other things is a big issue. And Mr. Venkateshan is here. They have developed unique technologies about the maintenance, online maintenance of the ovens and other things. So I just request Mr. Venkateshan, how you are feeling the difference between a top charge battery and a stamp charge battery when you are doing maintenance, and why these type of failures are occurring, whether the failure also is having any impact on the top charge or stamp charge, or it is almost same in both the cases.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Fosbel, just a brief introduction of Fosbel. Fosbel has invented some good technologies for coke oven repairs in the year 1980, which are actually online repair methodologies. Fosbel operates in more than 55 countries, and we maintain thousands of coke ovens every day, helping coke plants to maximize coke production as well as prolong the life of the coke oven batteries. From this morning, we are hearing that stamp charging is going to be inevitable to adopt in the future, mainly because of use of lower cost coal is possible with stamp charge technology. Although there is a limitation of the amount of the inferior quality coal you can use. I would like to share from my experience, there are two factors you need to consider in stamp charge batteries. Number one is the height of the stamp charge batteries. Now, I have seen myself many stamp charge batteries, and when the height goes above 5.5 meters, the stamp charge battery operation is going to be very challenging. It needs a lot of innovation, a lot of controls, and a lot of expertise in preventing what they call as a cake breakage. So, in my opinion, even India is currently now operating 6.25 meter tall coke oven batteries of stamp charge, like JSW Dolby. There are problems in operating tall stamp charge batteries. They require a lot of expertise and experience. Now, as Mr. Haldar said, stamp charge batteries, their wall pressure is going to be extremely high compared to top charge batteries, which means the maintenance of stamp charge batteries are going to be more challenging than top charge batteries. As such, we have seen the life of stamp charge batteries are lower than top charge batteries, but the benefits of stamp charging will overweigh all those things. However, there should be a very rigorous maintenance schedule to be put in place with the modern technologies, not the old technologies of gunning and patching and spraying is not going to help you in making sure that the stamp charge batteries are going to last longer, give you a good quality of coke consistently. So there are a lot of tools available today to diagnose the battery health problems. There are a lot of computer-aided systems have come. People like Polward, people like Nippon Steel and Fosbel have come up with some modern health diagnostic systems which are necessary to meet the current challenges of going for stamp charge using inferior quality coals. If you want to run the batteries longer. See, when my parents were there, they never tested their blood pressure in their life. But my doctor now asks me to log blood pressure every week along with my sugar values and report to him if I want to live longer. So obviously the diagnostics of the battery performance, health diagnostic becomes very important in a stamp charge operation. Yes, stamp charge operation is very beneficial, but it has this angle of very rigorous maintenance regime to put in, whether it is refractory, whether it is mechanical, or whether it is heating regulation. You have to have certain systems in place to get the benefit of switching over to stamp charge batteries.
Thank you. But do you think that the preventive maintenance practices, what is being followed in various steel plants, are good enough, or you need, like you mentioned just now, we need a computerized control and all the other things systems? So what do you feel about this?
I would say that there is some delay in implementation of this sort of regimes, maintenance or health diagnostic systems in place. I think they have to start early. When you have a problem and then reach the later stage, nothing much can be done. So the only request I would have to make to the coke plants is to start this system
whether health diagnostics or maintenance, early in the life of the batteries. Currently, there is some lag. Maybe the timing is not still optimum. My suggestion is to start them pretty early so that to get the benefits of stamp charging as well as to maintain the batteries longer.
Have you seen or anywhere it has been tried that use of robotics in full wall repair? Or thinking of precast kind of wall and put it in the inside the oven? I mean, this is just a vague idea, but perhaps you can throw some light on it.
There is definitely thinking on those lines. Now, from the normal refractory bricks, which are used to line the walls, people have gone in for bigger shapes, the bigger blocks. And probably they will now reach a stage where they can assemble the walls outside and shift it to the battery. That could happen. That will have a lot of infrastructural requirements and understanding of various things in the cocoa and batteries. But yes, this switchover from small bricks to bigger shapes is already catching up in foreign countries. So it will soon come to India as well. The robotic usage is, I've seen in Japan, only for diagnosing the wall conditions and all, they use the robotic system. Not for building up, I have not seen so far.
In fact, in Tata Steel Europe, the Imuddin plant in Netherlands, they have adopted this repair technology, through wall repair, full wall repair. They precast block basically consists of 3 flues. Normally bricks are 1 flue, but they made a precast for 3 flues, and with a crane they just put 1 by 1. And it takes only 5 days to complete a full wall. And since it is made of zero expansion quality silica, and they take 7 days for heating. So in 10-15 days they are completing 1 full wall. Yeah, I can say that. In fact, I have videos and all these things. And one more technology which Venkatesh has not talked about, we tried in Tata Steel. Instead of putting blocks, we casted the full wall. Not precast, in situ casting. With frame, we put the frame, then did the casting and completed the job. We commissioned the oven, and after 3-4 days it collapsed. And in Tata Steel, there is a forum called Innovista. Then means they encourage innovations. In Tata Group, it's a group concept. There we have put up this case. There is a item like dare to try. So many innovative ideas are there, categories are there. One category is dare to try. So I put up that case, dare to try, and you'll not believe I got the first prize. and it failed within 3-4 days, and we lost almost 5-6 crore rupees in total. But still I got the first prize. That is Tata.
Sir, we have started to receive questions. So, Mukesh sir,
I will just take one question from Ashwini Jaiswal also.
And Arijit ji say question.
Arijit also. Ashwini ji, because you are going for a big expansion from 6 million ton to 25 million ton. And understand, because he has raised some doubt like 5.5 meter and above. But today trend is to go 6.2 meter and above, 6.2, 6.78 and other things. And whatever all the steel players, they are installing new batteries, they are going all 6.2 and above. And I think you are the only party who are going, I think, 6.78 also. So what is your experience regarding the height of the stamp charge batteries? So any idea on this thing? Can you throw some light on this?
As right now we are operating 4.25 meter height in Angul, and we are going to 6.78 meter height battery for Raigad and Angul also. As per our discussion with technology suppliers, they are convinced and they are also give a suggestion. The 6.78 meter height battery will be the better for the productivity and the quality. But for the maintenance point of view, we need some modifications in design and some quality of refractories. So we can go for 6.7 height batteries, and that will be the good productivity and quality of coke.
Thank you, Mr. Jaiswal. And now we have Mr. Arjit Goswami also from this thing, Central Laboratory Mitra SK. You have seen all the discussions and everything is falling back on blending of coal. That blending has to be done properly. So what is your opinion? How do you see how you are controlling these things there?
Thank you, sir. First of all, let me thank you all for allowing me to share the platform with you all stalwarts. So honestly speaking, we are regularly analyzing coals from various sources, be it thermal coal or be it coking coal. And honestly speaking, Indian coking coal is not up to the mark. And obviously, the discussions that we have all gone through since morning, blend is inevitable. You have to go for blending. And as we know that we are mostly dependent on the imported coking coal. Almost 85% of coking coal we are importing, mainly from Australia. So to reduce cost, the answer is blending. So before we go for blending, actually blending is actually finalized on the basis of a pilot oven trial and commercial trials, then it can be put into effect. But before we go for the pilot oven trial, pilot plant trial, there are various chemical and physical requirements are there which we need to fix. And if you consider about the chemical requirements, then you have to go for the ash component analysis. You also need to know about the C/H ratio and the alkali index also. And if you go about the physical requirements, then there is your petrographical requirements, which is a major point, because you know for a good quality coking coal, the vitrinite should be minimum 50%. And the V9 to V14, this distribution, it should be more than 80%. And lastly, to further reduce the cost of the blended material, nowadays people are mixing various low-cost carbonaceous materials like, as Sarah said, petcoke. And in some plants, in some research works, they are also using asphaltenes and coke waste products. But these are basically the inerts. And they may not actually affect the coke quality that much if they are properly optimized. But yes, we have to take care of the sulfur and phosphorus contents, because as we know, sulfur and phosphorus, they can always pass on to the hot metal from the coke, and obviously they can be detrimental for the hot metal. So this is what my take is, that blending is inevitable. But to finalize the blending, a laboratory, you should have the data, you should have the proper set of data from a laboratory regarding all the chemical and physical requirements. Thank you.
But how do you see the role of computerization in blending system? Because nowadays, new softwares are coming for automatic blending and control and everything, so that dependency on manual intervention is minimized. So how do you see the role of these type of technologies in blending operations?
So technologies are always there. We are all dependent on technology, and nowadays new technologies are coming every day. But thing is that the fundamental is that you have to have a good idea about the chemical parameters as well as the physical parameters. And nowadays, with the advancement of computation, there are computational models actually which can actually give you the idea about how your blend is going to be performing. Because a blend which is optimized in the laboratory, and it has to be further validated through the pilot plant trial. So technology, in my take, the computational models, they are obviously very important, and they should be, then we should also take help from the computational models.
Thank you very much. I think with this, the time is already over, and I will take few questions, 3 or 4 questions, if anybody is having any question with any of the panelists.
We have received one question from SLR Metallics, Mr. BV. Yeah. So can I read out your question? Okay. So his question is, we want the expert to talk on horizontal oven, which is vertical oven. Vertical oven are latest technology, but asked सर आप ही बोल दीजिए, मेरे को राइटिंग समझ में नहीं आ
Sir,
रहा.
you can just speak. Yeah.
Yes.
And whom you want to address? I think it is a non-recovery, this thing you want to address?
Hello. Yeah. We heard enough about the, enough discussion about the stamp charging and top charging technology and advantage, disadvantage. Whereas now the vertical ovens process, the technology is in India, where only the Bokaro one place and then one at Sandur Manganese near hospital in Karnataka. These are the two coke ovens having the vertical coke ovens, and one more is coming in the Gujarat, that Jindal. Now there are certain advantages and disadvantages associated with this particular new technology, which is vertical technology. Now this asks for, what we understand is this particular vertical one asks for some special blend in the coal, which is more stricter or more narrow compared to the horizontal ovens. One side, as India, we want to make use of the Indian coal available to the best possible level, and the other side, the new technology is asking for more stringent blend selection. So I want the experts to discuss on this, if they can come out which is better for us, in terms of blend and usage and ultimately the cost of production. Thank you.
सर हो गया. Okay.
Thank you for your question, because these vertical non-recovery coke oven, these are all non-recovery, heat recovery coke oven. Earlier, if you see the coke packing industry in India, the merchant coker is on all. Horizontal coke oven is a beehive coke oven. And it was modified later on to harness the heat of the product of combustion to generate HP steam. Now horizontal coke oven and vertical, later on, you see horizontal coke oven has got certain disadvantages. I explained. You have seen horizontal coke oven, it has got a bigger door, 3.5 meter wide and all. So during the operation, and this door does not get properly sealed, these ovens work under suction. So there are a lot of air ingression inside the oven, which causes direct burning of the coal bed. Because this carbonization is done in oxidizing atmosphere. You put the air through the door or from the top, and there are unaccounted air going into the oven at the end of the cooking period, because such a big door, there is no positive sealing. So these ovens, they give rise to 3 to 4% burning loss, which is a loss to you. They get burned because of the air ingression, and the carbonization takes place in oxidizing atmosphere. So later on, one gentleman, Mr. Jian Hu, in China, he merged this conventional chemical recovery coke oven, slot type coke oven, and made it to a non-recovery, heat recovery coke oven. How? He has retained the same vertical oven, about say 500 millimeter wide, 4.3 meter height, 18 meter long or 14 meter long. What he did, there is no positive heating system, but the oven door, which is about 500 millimeter wide, he could use the existing zero gassing door, so he could ensure proper sealing of the door, so no unaccounted air goes into the system. In this stamp charge, it is only stamp charge battery. Stamped coal cake is put into that, and there are vertical flues, just like the conventional battery, by the side of the oven. Gas goes out from the oven and goes to the vertical flues, and they put air from the top on the vertical flues. So all the burning takes place in the vertical flues, and the heat is transferred to the coal mass. So the coal mass remain in a reducing atmosphere. There is no oxidizing effect, there is no burning loss. So that is the advantage, if you are producing 2 lakh ton of coke and 3 to 4% of the burning loss, how much you lose every year. So that is the advantage you took, and he built up the capacity vertically. So for the same capacity coke oven, you require about 30% less land. And cost of refractories and machineries, it is also about 30 to 35% capex cost less than the horizontal recovery coke oven. That is the difference between these two. It is easier to operate, proper sealing can be done, and you do not lose any coke because there is no oxidizing atmosphere inside. Am I clear?
Sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much, because we are running out of time. So we will. Okay, sir.
Shall we
Just
take
we'll
it during
one
high
question.
tea?
Yeah, light.
Sir, shall we take it
During high tea?
Because we have to start the plenary session.
Okay. Please give this mic, please. Yeah. Please take the mic.
For any reason, a battery is operating at a higher coking period. Can we take advantage of increasing soft coking coal in the blend?
Issue is two. You are asking the question with respect to stamp charge battery.
No, sir. 7 meter tall, top charged.
7 meter tall top charge batteries, you know, your bulk density of the coal is how much? 0.75? So it
0.72.
does not have that much effect of pressure, wall pressure, but 7 meter tall battery, because of the height of falling of the charge, there will be some compaction effect of almost a stamp charge battery at the bottom of the coke oven. So there also the blend soft coal you can use. There is, I have used in 7.6 meter tall battery 20%, 25% soft coal.
I think his question is, if you increase the coking period, is it going to affect the life, or when you are compelled to increase the coking period, can you increase soft coal in coal blend?
No, I ask you the reverse question, you know. There is a design coking period. The coking period only changes because if your input changes. See, higher rank coal, they take more time to carbonize.
So can we
Lower
conclude
rank
this,
coke,
please?
they take less time to carbonize.
I think
so
we can take this
it is by
question
default.
during
You cannot
tea
increase
time.
the coking period like
Sorry,
that.
sir, we have
discuss
to
this
end the
point.
session. We
Yeah,
have to
during
end
tea
it.
time. And
Please-
I thank
please
you all the
excuse us.
panelists for
Yeah.
sharing their experience and guiding this thing. And I think all the industry will be benefited on their operation, maintenance, and design point of view. Thank you very much once again.
Thank you, everybody. Let's put our hands together for the panelists and for the interaction. It was very, very interesting, and I would request now Ms. Monica Bachchan to felicitate our panelists with the memento, a token of our gratitude. Memento for Mr. K.G. Venkatesan, MD, Fosbel India Private Limited. Would like to present a memento to Mr. Ajit K. Saxena, Director Operations, RINL. Mr. Ashwini Jaiswal, Head Coke Oven Plant, JSPL. Mr. Sushant Haldar, Consultant, Coke Oven Plants. Mr. Arijit Goswami, Technical Manager, Central Laboratory, Mitra SK. Dr. Manish Kumar, Senior Principal Scientist and Head Coal Carbonization Research Group, CSIR. And Mr. Sujit Kumar Haldar, Consultant, RAWMET Resources Private Limited. Thank you, Ms. Monica Bachchan, and we thank all our panelists once again. Ladies and gentlemen, we would start our fourth and final session of this day immediately after this session. Post this session, there is a high tea and networking session. So we would encourage all of you to interact with each other during this session. Thank you so much, panelists. Please join me on welcoming on the dais our session chair for our fourth session. It's a plenary session. The topic is Future Challenges and Strategies for Coke Making Plants. I request our session chair, Ms. Ruchika Govil, IRS, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Steel, Government of India, to kindly grace the dais. I also request Dr. Mukesh Kumar, Director, SRTMI, to kindly join us on the dais, and also Mr. Tarun Chatterjee, author and learner, to kindly join us on the dais. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our concluding session of the day of the conference on metallurgical coal, coke and blast furnace. This is our plenary session. I hand this session over to our session chair, Ms. Ruchika Govil, IRS, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Steel. With your opening remarks, ma'am. Thank you.
Good evening to everybody. It's my pleasure to be here today in this August gathering, in this very erudite company of all the people who know so much about coal. I think I must be the least informed person on coal in this August gathering. However, I make an attempt to understand this sector from the,
I would like to request everybody to please be seated and remain silent. Please be seated. I see a lot of back benches, some naughty people, naughty children. Sir, Yogesh ji, please be seated. Please be seated. Haldar ji, we are watching you from here. Haldar ji, we are watching you. Please be seated. Please respect the session. Sorry, ma'am. Please continue.
Yeah, we have a school teacher amongst us in Monica Bachchan. Okay. So it's my pleasure to be here, and I talk to you from the perspective of Ministry of Steel regarding coking coal. I must put this in perspective of how, of late, the word coal and coking coal and production through coal is becoming considered as polluting, as a carbon dioxide emission, as well as something which is dangerous for the planet. With this backdrop, I think it is more of our duty to be careful about using coking coal. And we know that when we are looking at virgin ore and when we are looking through primary production as to how it has to be blast furnaces, and if it's blast furnace, it has to be coking coal. So as responsible people, knowing that we are dealing with coal, which in today's narrative is being considered as a polluting or a, sort of a dangerous product which will result in more emissions, more environmental disasters. We have more of that onerous duty cast on us when we talk about judicious use, efficient use of coking coal. In the country today, we do have reserves of coking coal, but we see most of it is imported. Of the 56 million tons that is being imported, I think that goes to produce how much? At about 70 million tons, 76? 70 million tons through the primary route. We do produce about 50 million tons of coking coal in the country, but unfortunately only 5 million tons of that comes into the steel sector after all the washing, etc. Primary coking coal is also being used by other sectors. That is a concern which we have flagged with Ministry of Coal. My colleague, Joint Secretary from Ministry of Coal, was to join us, but she has not been able to join us because of commitments with her minister and other ministerial commitments. We know that out of the 300 million tons of trade of coking coal, this country is today taking 56. But the country is seeing a lot of expansion in steel, at least till the period 25-26. That is definitive expansion. When we talk to the large ISPs, everybody has well embarked onto the path of expansion. We in the Ministry of Steel have set a target of 300 million tons till 2030. When I talk to the ISPs, they talk about 300 million tons, but they have their definitive plans of expansion at least till 25-26, which are already in operation. When I say by operation, meaning that they have embarked on construction of new blast furnaces. So when we look at that, we see that the imports are probably going to go up from the current 56, more in the range of 65 or maybe even 70 million tons of coking coal. Also with our Prime Minister, we have perpetual discussions as to how to reduce coking coal imports. we are not only interested in Atmanirbhar, also we have to reduce our import bills. I think it is with that backdrop that Monica has had this session today, where she brings together amongst all, with all of you here, the best brains who will talk in terms of efficiencies of using coking coal. While we are sitting here not to discuss alternatives, but I think by increasing efficiencies from the current about 800 kgs of coking coal that we are using per ton, as to how we can reduce it, how by other measures, all of y'all are experts who talk about PCIs, etc., and coke rate, etc., how you can actually match international targets, because I know a lot, I at least look at my PSU sector companies, we are way below the international benchmarks in terms of coke rates, in terms of efficiencies, in terms of PSI. So I think, I'm sure through the day today, you've had discussions in this regard as to how coke can be used, coking coal can be used, and coke can be used more efficiently. In the last session, I was hearing a lot of technical discussions regarding doors and heights and lengths, etc., of blast furnaces. I assure you, I know nothing of that. I only understand the policy initiatives. We are open to, accepting any new ideas in this regard. I think I know Ministry of Coal, keeping in mind Ministry of Steel's target of 300 million tons, has actually formulated a coking coal mission. I invite all of you all to actually share your thoughts. I think whatever deliberations have come from today's gathering here, Monica will be sharing that with the Ministry of Coal and with Ministry of Steel. We take that with utmost seriousness. I think at every stage, the secretaries to the Government of India, the ministers, are all very focused to all the brainstorming that is happening in these very important interactive sessions. With that, I have nothing further to say. I'm open to discussions over tea. Anybody has any further ideas, I would love to hear from them. I'm sorry I could not be with you all day to actually listen to the brainstormings that happened through the day, but I'm sure I'll get a synopsis, and I'm open for further discussions at tea. With that, I'll leave it to the more erudite members of the panel, Dr. Mukesh and Dr. Chatterjee, sorry. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Actually, I always move with two people who are invisible. Left to me is a student, a learner. Right on me is my headmaster, Mr. Ojha, with a stick in his hand. He's a teacher. Today is a day for the learner, the student. I'm very excited. Since morning, like a schoolboy, I've been noting down all the deliberations done here. Monica has given me a very tough task. And so I'm behaving as a student. And I must compliment Monica to create such a grand opportunity and proudly saying in her opening speech that India is the right place to hold such kind of discussion. It is our right to do it because we are much more than what Europe or USA in terms of metallurgical coal and coke. I'm not counting China. Otherwise, we are world's #1 in terms of assembly of technologies, in terms of effective use of metallurgical coal and coke. So therefore, she has done a wonderful job, and I have an opportunity to learn a lot from the speakers present today, right from Dr. Aruna Sharma in her keynote address, then Mr. Atul Bhatt, Chairman of RINL, Mr. Sundar Raman, Vice President Tata Steel Raw Materials. Minister himself has given a very wonderful lecture. Then Mr. V.R. Sharma, in his unique style, he has opened up new thinkings in our mind, particularly with respect to the use of the varieties of coal in JSPL, innovations done in terms of the hydrogen, in making the steel. Then there Sesa Goa, Vedanta. There were discussions in the session 2 and a lot of paradox. Mr. Piyush Kumar, which he has mentioned, Mr. V. Suresh of Steel Authority, and Mr. Dr. Pankaj Jha, Mr. Navis, and finally, it was very wonderfully summed up by Dr. Aruna Sharma in session 2, where she has said we do not encourage, the government should not encourage more of import of coal, whether thermal or coking coal. We have to find out innovative ideas by which we can reduce our imports. Enhance domestic quality of, make more of coal washeries, expand the mines and washeries, and logistics issues are to be addressed. And there was a question by one gentleman, Mr. Garg. I've already answered him the questions. I've replied to him. But he is bleeding as a small company in Uttar Pradesh. So I think, Monica, please take a note. Please see what can be done, the government support. The third session was a very beautiful session. It was on the coal blend. And Mr. R.K. Bisen, Mr. Rajiv Mathai, he was on the catalyst. Dr. Rob Boyd from New Zealand, wonderful lecture, Rob. CMPDI, Mrs. Abha Prasad. Unfortunately, we could not have Dr. Devjani Nag. I was eagerly waiting for her lecture. She is from Tata Steel. And session 3, again, it was very, very interesting deliberation in terms of stamp charging versus stop charging. There was a beautiful song, whether which baby is good, which wife is good. Lambi, Chaudi, lot of deliberations, very interesting. And so I'm really, as a student, I'm really very excited. The teacher says, you have learned a good job, go back to your home. But unfortunately, I'm traveling to Bhubaneswar tomorrow. I'll be speaking to Jindal Stainless Steel, about 200 engineers. I'm going to talk to them. And the subject is very exciting. The subject is cocoa bean needs more of doctors than engineers. I'm going to talk to them on this subject. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ji. And since morning, I think we have discussed all the issues. But one thing was very clear that Indian steel demand is increasing. Today we have produced 120 million ton. 116 means 116 million ton. Expansions have already been announced by various steel players like Tata, JSW, JSPL, SAIL, RIN, everyone has, so AMNS. So 116 million ton expansion have already been announced. On one hand, we are talking about CO2 decarbonization, but on the other hand, we have limitations. We don't have scrap much available in the country. We don't have natural gas available in the country so that we can use DRI or EAF based this thing. And then coal we have, but we don't have the coal gasification technology available with us. So the use of syngas also is becoming very, very limited because whatever gasification technologies have been developed, mainly they can use coal even up to around 25–28% maximum. Beyond that, no gas gasification technology has been developed. All efforts are being made in the country to develop indigenous coal gasification technologies, BHL, SIMFAR, EIL, IOC, so many institutes, even Thermax, all are working. Number of pilot projects have already been set up in the country, but developing a full-fledged gasification technology may take a long time. Under these present circumstances, we don't have any other option if we want to meet our steel demand up to 2030, which we are expecting because last 4 or 5 years we are seeing a growth of around 6 to 7% CAGR. But with this announcement of this Gati Shakti project, infrastructure project, we are expecting that CAGR will be increased to around 8 to 9%. Sir. And if we go with 8 to 9%, it means definitely we will require around 220 to 230 million ton of steel, finished steel. And for that, we require around 255 to 260 crude steel and around 300 million ton. So it is inevitable, we have to expand. And under these conditions, only route available is the BF and BOF route. When we are going with BF, BOF route, there is always pressure that we have to minimize our CO2 emissions. Today, our CO2 emission is one of the largest, around 2.5 to 2.6 in integrated steel plant. And DRI and other cases, it is going around even as high as around 3 to 3.1 also. But average, if we see, it is coming around 2.5, 2.6. So we have to look other alternatives, whatever is available with us. And one of the most important alternative available is the coke oven gas. We have to see in our steel plant, can we use this coke oven gas in a different manner? Can we use, go on burning these COG gases, or can we find some other alternatives also? Lot of people are talking because we are generating a lot of CO2. Let us capture the CO2, capture hydrogen from the coke oven gas, and both mix together and produce bioethanol, methanol, and other things. Lot of technologies are getting developed. Lot of plants are being set up. So that is one area where we may have to look whether these coke oven gases, whether we will continue to use the way we are using, or we have to look for a redistribution of this thing. This is also altogether a new area. Then another thing was about the safety issues. Because in the recent past, some accident has taken place in coke oven gases, like because of carbon monoxide, because of hydrogen sulfide. Hydrogen sulfide is becoming another challenging area. How to address those issues, how to ensure that those things are not exposed to the atmosphere so that those safety issues can be considered. So these type of, because coke oven we cannot avoid at this moment. But at the same time, new policies are coming. We are bringing focus on use of low-grade iron ore. And when we are using low-grade iron ore, most of the things will be done through pelletizations. So in time to come, the use of pellets will go on increasing. Today, some of the plants are using 25, 30%, 35%. But modern blast furnaces, which are being designed, they are going even up to 70%, 80% pellet charge field also. So with those type of things, again, requirement of a coke will again change. So what we have? Lot of pressure is coming on blast furnace gas injections, like coke oven gas injections, or syn gas injection, or recycling of even blast furnace and this thing. Like new concept of blue blast furnace and other things are coming. So I think the way all the equipment supplier, technology suppliers, they are working, they are looking for new avenues to reduce our carbon monoxide, carbon dioxide emissions. So we have to look in these areas only. Otherwise, we may not be in a position to do this thing. But another thing which has coming out from this conference is the computerized blending. So right now, most of the blending, we are dependent on our manual interventions only. But in time to come, we may have to see that how to move digitization so that manual intervention in each and every step can be avoided. And this may be a new open area where we have to see how we can increase this thing. I think this conference, you must have seen from the morning, most of the topic has been covered, and whatever suggestions and other things have come, that is giving a new direction for the future roadmap, how this industry will look like. But one thing is sure, coke ovens are inevitable. Blast furnace BOF technology is going to continue for another, say, 3 or 4 decades. And other technologies like hydrogen, other things may be there. It may replace a part of this thing only, but will take a long time. So we have to see that this technology is improved in time to come more, and there is a more interaction between the industry and the technology suppliers so that all these issues can be addressed and we can produce a low carbon emission in the steel sector. Thank you very much.
I'll just add to what Mukesh is saying. You know, we get a lot of invites to a lot of such conferences in the ministry. And off late, in fact, I think after the Glasgow, it's all about green steel, and we talk about only greening. In fact, I'm very happy that a real issue that is coking coal, has actually been picked up by Metalogica to talk about it. I think the whole focus is more about reducing carbon dioxide. I think the kind of iron ore reserves this country has, it is our natural advantage to actually produce from virgin ore. So I'm very happy that we have brought back the focus through this conference back to production and production through blast furnace route, and kept the eyes on the ball as to how to actually become more energy efficient and to reduce, as Mukesh is saying, if we are 2.6 plus, and there is talk about other countries being at 1.9 carbon dioxide per ton of steel produced, but they have the advantage of actually producing through scrap methodologies. We do not have, we cannot use, because we did not produce in the past so much. A developed economy had that advantage and is now going down through the scrap route, electric furnace route. So I think it's very important for us to talk about our natural resources strength, that being iron ore, which requires primarily, whether you call it DRI and you talk about natural gas or coal. But large production, and the way Mukesh ji just talked about, that if our per capita is to increase, if our capacity is to increase to the levels that we are talking, we have to talk blast furnace. So I again congratulate Monica for actually choosing the right topic in terms of coking coal, to talk about coke, blast furnaces, and all kind of the coke oven batteries. I think this is real business. Everything else is more in the realm, it's very important, but it's still in the realm of R&D and more utopian, whereas this is, you know, real production and real business. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. So, मॉर्निंग में मैंने एक वेलकम स्पीच जो दिया था, तो उसमें मैंने बोला था लेट अस बी प्रैक्टिकल. वी ऑल अंडरस्टैंड दैट कोल इज़ गोइंग नोवेयर. वी हैव टू यूज़ इट फॉर नेक्स्ट 20-30 years. वी विल कीप यूजिंग इट. हमारे पास और कोई रास्ता भी नहीं है. All steel plants are rushing to buy mines right now. Though we are talking about, you know, green steel, electric vehicles, everything else. But then on the other hand, we are securing mines for what? When somebody go and purchase a mine or, you know, take mine on lease, they plan it to secure it for at least 50 years. This means 50 years, the person is sure that he will be using koila. So let us be practical. Though I do not, you know, take side on the pollution grounds, and I truly believe that we need to upgrade our technologies. Even if we talk about electric arc furnace, उसको आपको चलाने के लिए क्या चाहिए? पावर चलाने के लिए क्या चाहिए? क्या चाहिए? कोयला. तो कोयला तो कहीं जाएगा ही नहीं. There are only two ways, या तो कोयला या रिफाइनरी या न्यूक्लियर. न्यूक्लियर अपने यहाँ पे चलता नहीं है. So we will keep using it. But the point which we wanted to, you know, make here in this conference is the right utilization of coal. What kind of new technologies we can develop, so that I'm sure this is not environment friendly, but the problems can be reduced. We can control the problems. Emissions, we can control the emissions. Because even if the steel industry is in a transition phase, I call it a transition phase, but even when hydrogen आएगा, electric vehicle full form में आएगा, तब भी कोयला आपको backing हमेशा करता रहेगा. So let us be practical on that. And you know, I was telling one gentleman from Siddhi yesterday, I was telling him, you know, everybody in India go to international events. Tarun sir को भी मैं बोल रही थी, they're spending 2,000 euros on one delegate pass just to get the entry in international events, coal events. Why are we not creating that kind of, you know, structure in India where we understand the market is India? The steel production will continue to grow, the demand will continue to grow, whether it is power, it's steel or anything. The demand for coal will always be there. The buyers are in India. Then why not to call all these world people in India rather than spending 2,000 euros on one delegate pass and, you know, going outside? So that was the whole idea. And I would like to thank Tarun sir. He's been after my life from last 6-7 months. Every day he used to call me. मोनिका अगर तुमने कोल कॉन्फ्रेंस नहीं किया ना मेरे जीते जी तो मैं तुम्हें डराऊंगा. He's been after my life. And I told him, you know, my expertise are more into steel and iron ore. You know, coal. This is the first conference Metalogic has organized which is purely on coal. We have never done it. But that is all because, you know, we have received so much of support. The day we announced it 6 weeks back, we got so much of support from the industry. Tarun sir, of course, guided us. And one of the very important person, Dr. Mukesh, my God. मतलब मैं तो सर को बोलती हूँ कोई पैनलिस्ट नहीं है सर आप हैंडल कर लो. And he's like, okay. He never say no. And I think that is why I take a lot of advantage of him. Sorry. But this is what, you know, कहते हैं ना फलों से लदा हुआ पेड़ हमेशा झुका हुआ होता है. He's so soft, he's so nice, he's always there. Whenever you need him, he's always there. कुछ मतलब इतने फलों से लदे हुए हैं. कितने लदे हैं आपसे? And then of course I want to thank Ruchika madam. You have always been supporting me, my entrepreneurship. And when we, we launched Tarun Chatterjee's book on metallurgical coke making in India last year, so सब लोगों में से सिर्फ Ruchika madam ने enthusiasm दिखाया that I will be there, I will launch it. And it came, it was a success. बुक्स बहुत अच्छे से बिकी हैं. बीच में स्लो डाउन हुआ, बहुत पुश किया फिर इंडस्ट्री ने, सर ने बहुत पुश किया. रियली थैंक यू मैम फॉर दिस. एंड यू हैव बीन ऑलवेज बीन अ सपोर्ट एंड स्पोर्ट बोथ. ऑलवेज सपोर्टिंग द इंडस्ट्री. एंड वी हम लोग हमेशा ये देखेंगे कि आप हमेशा हमें गाइड करते रहें, हमें दिशा दिखाएं. एंड आई थिंक दिस इज़ इट. द टाइम हैज़ कम टू क्लोज द सेशन. I'll just give some of my closing remarks to our supporters. So all those who contributed to the conference, thank you for your excellent work. The panelists and the speakers, it is fair to conclude that the conference was a great success. So many people have contributed in so many ways to turn this event a smoothly running meeting with interesting presentations and a great atmosphere to network. So I would like to thank, the brain behind this conference, Mr. Tarun Chatterjee. अगर मैं ये conference नहीं करती तो मेरा पता नहीं क्या होता. So I had to do this, and I think I will have to repeat it also to make it even a larger and bigger event. Calling all the international players, of course Indian players तो buyers हैं सारे. Then of course I would like to thank Ruchika ma'am. एकदम last session में ma'am ने बहुत enthusiasm से आया. मैम ने हम सबको एड्रेस किया. आई वुड लाइक टू थैंक डॉक्टर मुकेश जो लंच के बाद से अभी तक कांस्टेंट स्टेज पर हैं, नॉट इवन टायर्ड. एंड आई वुड लाइक टू थैंक द मिनिस्टर फग्गन सिंह कुलस्ते जी जिन्होंने हमारा मार्गदर्शन किया. एंड टू आवर स्पॉन्सर्स, आई विल टेक नेम्स वन बाय वन, बट बिफोर दैट आई वुड लाइक टू थैंक मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ कोल फॉर एक्सटेंडिंग देयर सपोर्ट, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ स्टील. And starting with our sponsors, Vedanta Iron and Steel, Jindal Steel and Power, Tata Steel, InSmart Systems, Bharat Coking Coal Limited, Bathards, Visakhapatnam Steel Plant, RINL, Fosbel, Steven Shipping, iEnergy. Our exhibitors, exhibition हमें रखना नहीं था, but हमें बहुत push किया गया. Exhibitors ने बोला हमें चाहिए stalls. So I would like to thank Abhitech, Iron and Steel Review Magazine and Siddhi Instrumentation. I would like to thank our knowledge partners, JPC, SRTMI, IAM and NIST, and Support Association, Indian Steel Association, All India Transporters Welfare Association. This is the first time we have got this association, All India Transporters Welfare Association. Then I would like to thank AIACE, Corsma, Mining Engineers Association of India, ASPA, IFA, Federation of Freight Forwarders Association in India. Again, ma'am, this is a new association. As in, ये कोल का conference करते एकदम अलग type का, people we are meeting. The Federation of Freight Forwarders Association in India and ISDA. So with this, I would also like to thank my team. 6 weeks में एक इतना बड़ा कॉन्फ्रेंस करना जिसमें 300 लोगों को हम एड्रेस कर रहे हैं एंड इतने बड़े बड़े लोग हमारे बीच में बैठे हैं, इट्स नॉट अ ईजी थिंग. बहुत दिन रात लगता है, स्पेशली हमने ये इवेंट प्रीपोन किया एक हफ्ते पहले बिकॉज इट वॉज क्लैशिंग विद अनदर इवेंट. सो I would like to thank my team, starting from our creative team. So this beautiful logo which you are seeing, the picturization, this is done by our studio team. Studio team में है हमारे अमरजीत आनंद and शिव शंकर मनी त्रिपाठी. हाथ हिलाओ पीछे. These two boys. And then I would like to आगे आ जाओ, आगे come ahead. बहुत शाय है, सब छोटे छोटे बच्चे हैं हमारे. देन आई वुड लाइक टू थैंक आवर कंटेंट टीम. रजत कौशिक आगे आओ, बच्चे आगे आओ. मनु चौलिया, शी इज़ नॉट हियर विद अस. आई वुड लाइक टू थैंक आवर मार्केटिंग टीम स्टार्टिंग फ्रॉम यास्मीन आगे आ जाओ. कन्वल, राहुल, कम अहेड. आवर फाइनेंस टीम, हशमत अली, आ जाओ. मैम हमारी टीम से मिलिए. द टीम ऑफ ये 22 साल से, अच्छा 40 साल तक है, सबसे सीनियर सिटीजन आ रहे हैं सबसे पीछे 44. सॉरी फॉर डिस्क्लोजिंग योर एज हशमत जी. सो मैम दिस इज आवर टीम. सो वी स्टार्टेड 5 years ago with 2 people. Today we are 10. So this is a workforce, and I would like to thank our event partner Rudra Events. Rahul ji, wave your hand. तो ये राहुल जी के साथ हम 15 साल से कनेक्टेड हैं. जब मैं जॉब करती थी तब से इवेंट देते आ रहे हैं. ये फर्स्ट टाइम है जिन्होंने ऐसे स्टेज बनाया और इनकी जान निकल गई बनाने में. बहुत चैलेंजेस रहते हैं. एंड लास्ट बट नॉट लीस्ट, यू आर द पीपल हु हैव कम फ्रॉम चेन्नई, बैंगलोर, कोलकाता, फ्रॉम सो मैनी प्लेसेस, न्यूजीलैंड, so such far destinations. Wholeheartedly I would like to thank you all for making this event a grand success. This event was live, it is still live on our channel on YouTube, youtube.com/Metalogic PMS. Do subscribe and इसका पूरा recording आपको मिल जाएगा. इस conference का report भी बनेगा which will be available to everyone, which will be including PPTs and extempore, everything will be there. So इसका पूरा एक document ready होगा. That will take little time, but for the recording and the live session you want to see, please go to youtube.com/Metalogic PMS. So with this I would like to thank everyone. फिर मिलेंगे next time. Thank you so much.
Thank you everybody, and as a token of our gratitude, we would also like to present a memento to Ms. Ruchika Govil, IRS Additional Secretary, Ministry of Steel. Thank you so much, Ms. Govil, for your time and presence. Mr. Tarun Chatterjee, author and learner. Keep supporting us, keep being the sport also. Thank you everybody once again. Have a great evening ahead. Also please join us for high tea.